While William and Takam talked about serious matters inside his palace, 3 girls and 2 boys were also having a serious discussion inside the Great Chieftain's conference room. "What is your relationship with Sir William?" Princess Sydney asked Ian. Ian placed his teacup on top of the table before looking at the veiled princess who was seated opposite him. "Will and I are close friends," Ian replied. "Only close friends?" "Yes." "Then how come he stayed in your room last night, instead of sleeping in his own room?" Princess Sydney asked. Actually, the one in control of Princess Sydney's body right now was Morgana. She asked Sydney to switch with her, so she could interrogate the good-looking boy who seemed to be very intimate with her darling. Princess Sydney wasn't as bold as her other half, so she agreed to her request. Deep inside, she also wanted to know the truth behind William's and Ian's close relationship. "I don't see anything wrong with Will sleeping in my room," Ian replied with a smug expression on his face. "Also, why do you care about his private business? What is your relationship with him?" Morgana leaned back in her chair. "The 2 of us are allies. It is important for me to know more about the person whom I have allied myself with. Right now, I hold an entire ant army under my command. This is equivalent to having the military might of a kingdom. I have more than enough qualifications to know if Sir William is someone I should support wholeheartedly." William had explained to Ian, in detail the night before, how he and Princess Sydney met. The half-elf didn't hide anything from her, even the part where the princess offered to make William the king of the Hellon Kingdom. This made Ian very wary of the princess, who was rumored to be the most beautiful girl in the southern continent. As someone who just recently became William's lover, she understood that the half-elf had the uncanny ability to attract beauties left and right. Ian wanted to tell the princess that William didn't need her support, but he knew that this was not the right thing to do. Right now, they had no manpower to fight for their side. Having an army that numbered in the millions was a boon to their fight against the organization that had taken over the Hellon Kingdom, as well as the army of elven prodigies and the Creator army. Brianna and Priscilla sat on the side and just listened to the banter between Ian and Morgana. Priscilla had a serious expression on her face, while Brianna looked like an auntie that was looking for juicy gossip. Prince Ernest, who was seated beside Brianna, felt that he was out of place. Something in him was telling him that he shouldn't be there. However, he had no other place to go aside from accompanying Brianna as she did her daily duties for the northern tribes. The young prince was quite impressed with how his fiancée handled the important matters of her tribe and clan during the absence of the adults. "Sir Ian, I know that you are part of Sir William's personal night squad," Morgana said after drinking her tea. "But, is your excessive clinginess necessary? If you continue this attitude, rumors will fly about Sir William's preferences." Ian did his best not to roll his eyes at the Princess Barb's statement. He was very tempted to transform right in front of her and make the princess understand that there was nothing wrong with William's preferences. Still, he held himself back and just nodded his head. "I'll make sure to listen to your advice, Princess," Ian replied. Morgana nodded. "As long as you understand, Sir Ian, I only have Sir William's best interest at heart." Ian pretended not to hear Morgana's words because the images of what they did last night, inside William's spiritual world, appeared in his mind. Ian's face immediately reddened. William had made her experience things she didn't know she could feel before. In fact, she had just woken up a few hours ago due to the spiritual exhaustion that came as a result of their time together. The corner of Morgana's lips twitched when she saw Ian's blushing face. She instantly realized that the boy's face didn't redden in anger because of her words. Ian was thinking about other things, and Morgana had a nagging feeling that they were about the things that William and Ian did last night. Her imagination went wild as she thought of forbidden things that could only be done between two. Brianna and Prince Ernest were clueless about what was happening with Ian. Both of them were still too young to understand the complicated talks about relationships between people. Priscilla was not faring any better. This side of Ian was completely new to her. Back when they were still at the academy, she often noticed how her commander and Ian bickered every opportunity they got. William's and Ian's current closeness was something she didn't expect at all. "Why are you blushing?" Morgana asked in irritation. I don't believe I said anything that warrants this reaction from you. Ian gave Morgana a teasing smile and his eyes had a smug expression in them. He had already confirmed that the princess was quite interested in William. However, he wasn't sure if this was only admiration, respect, or really love. One thing for sure, William didn't have any interest in the princess. He only cared about his rightful lovers, and the half-elf made sure that his feelings were relayed to her when the two of them had their spiritual union. I just remembered a very happy memory, Ian replied. His tone was laced with mirth and affection that made Morgana feel more irritable. She was the sin of lust. The matters of the flesh were within her domain. Her sensitive senses had already informed her that William's scent lingered on Ian's body. This could only mean one thing. The two of them spent the night together. This bastard! Morgana cursed inside her mind. Princess Sydney shared Morgana's feelings, so she also understood the source of her other half's irritation. An awkward silence descended upon the room because the two had stopped talking. The peanut gallery, namely Prince Ernest and Priscilla, breathed a sigh of relief. Brianna, on the other hand, was somehow disappointed because she didn't get to see the fireworks she was envisioning. After an hour, Morgana returned to the room that was provided to her by Brianna. This was also the room she shared with Priscilla because the latter was her personal guard and maidservant. However, Morgana explicitly told the black-haired beauty that she wanted to be alone right now. Seeing that the princess was not in a good mood, Priscilla obediently nodded her head and left Morgana to her own devices. The princess removed her veil and stared at the full-size mirror inside her room. An angelic beauty with long reddish-brown hair and mesmerizing hazel eyes looked back at her. She was worthy of her title as the most beautiful girl in the southern continent. Wendy, Ash, Est, and Rebecca were all beautiful girls, but Princess Sydney's beauty was 2 to 3 steps above theirs. More than anything else, she was very confident in her looks. However, her confidence received a good beating when William didn't show any reaction to her after seeing her face. Although she did see appreciation in the half-elf's eyes, it was nothing compared to the gentleness and affection that William had shown to Ian. I'm surprised you didn't use your charm on Ian, the beautiful lady thought as she stared at the image reflected in the mirror with a serious expression. If we were in Frisia, you would not allow anyone to talk back to you like that. Why didn't you charm him? Maybe if you make him submit to you. Naturally, the one that had spoken was Princess Sydney. This was one of the ways they used in order to communicate to each other face to face. If you were me, would you have charmed Ian? Morgana asked back. Do you dare? Princess Sydney shook her head. She was the brains and Morgana was the bronze. As the smarter one of the two, she knew that if she used her charm on Ian, the consequences would be terrible. I have a feeling that if we do that to Ian, Sir William will hate us for life, Princess Sydney replied. Also, doing that would make me feel dirty. Right? I feel the same way. Morgana gritted her teeth. Is there something wrong with us? Why should we care about what he thinks? We can just use Ian and Wendy to force him to submit to us. Why should we care about his feelings? Princess Sydney sighed. Meeting William allowed her to feel things she had never felt before. Jealousy, irritation, envy, and a certain possessiveness that made her feel as if she was inferior. Because we don't want to be hated by him, Princess Sydney answered firmly. He's the type that will fight us to the death if we touch his reverse scale. I don't like this feeling, Sydney. It makes me feel weak. Maybe this is what it means to love someone. Loving someone hurts. Princess Sydney closed her eyes because she agreed with Morgana's words. She thought that falling in love with someone would make her feel complete and happy. She thought that finding someone unaffected by her charms would allow her to understand what love was. Princess Sydney and Morgana hugged each other inside their spiritual world. The two most beautiful girls in the southern continent were hurting because the love that they were looking for was very different from the love that they had envisioned in their dreams. You have very little time, little Will, Takam said. In 3 months' time, the teleport gates that the elves and the Creator Empire are building will be completed. By then, they will be able to bring more of their forces to the southern continent. William listened seriously and pondered how he would be able to prevent such a thing. After racking his brains out, he figured out that it was impossible for him to fight the two foreign invaders alone. Even if he added the members of the Angorian war sovereign to his forces, hundreds of children wouldn't be able to fight off against armies that numbered in the tens of thousands. Naturally, there was also Princess Sydney by his side. However, William wasn't sure if the princess would change her mind in the future. Her loyalty didn't belong to the Hellan kingdom, and the emperor of the Creator army was her maternal grandfather. If she wished for it, she could return to the kingdom of Frisia and become its empress. When that happened, William would be left to fend for himself. This is why he was preparing for the worst-case scenario. An organization that is not well known and two foreign invaders. William sighed. "Do you have any advice for me, Your Excellency?" Takam chuckled. "As a matter of fact, I do. The first thing you need to do is reach a compromise with that pseudo-demigod in the Undying Lands. He is the greatest threat that you are currently facing. Of course, if you can't reach a compromise, that is fine as well. He won't be going anywhere for at least 4 more years." William rubbed his forehead because he felt that he was going to have a headache. According to Takam, the pseudo-demigod was imprisoned on the floating island of the Undying Lands. However, it still had a few means in order to make William's life difficult. The attack he received when he was trying to relocate the Hidden Valley to his own domain proved that the prisoner on the floating island was a force to be reckoned with. Takam added that the pseudo-demigod also had an army at its command. Although they were restricted to the Undying Lands, that didn't mean that they weren't any less threatening. These forces could prevent William from gathering resources inside their domain and make things difficult for him. "Is there a more effective way of dealing with this pseudo-demigod?" William inquired. Takam pondered before giving the boy his thoughts about the matter. "You have 2 choices. The first one is to hide the valley in a place where it won't be discovered by anyone. The second is to permanently seal it in the domain which you currently hold." William's body stiffened because he hadn't told the demigod that he had his own domain. His dumbfounded look made Takam roar in laughter. "I bet you're thinking, how did he know that?" Takam grinned. "Unfortunately, I can't answer this question." Takam looked at William with a smirk as he gave him another piece of advice. "Although the charming princess by your side has an ant army, it will never belong to you. You need to have your own army that will fight by your side." William nodded. He also understood the importance of building his own private force. "I don't want to spoon-feed you, so you will have to deal with this yourself," Takam said with a smile. "Also, just like last time, none of the Northerners will be allowed to join the war. I will not allow any of the children of the tribes to step out of the Kirinter Mountains to fight for you." William once again nodded his head in understanding. He would be lying if he said that he hadn't thought about recruiting the warriors of the tribes. He knew that if he asked Brianna, the latter would do her best to accommodate his request. Unfortunately, Takam cared for the tribe's well-being as well. He would not allow the young warriors of the Kirinter Mountain to spill their blood in a war that they didn't need to fight. "Your Excellency, can you tell me, aside from the pseudo-demigod that is currently imprisoned, who is the greatest threat that I will face next?" "The elves." Takam didn't even bat an eye when he answered William's question. If they were to think about the overall might of the organization, the Creator army, and the elves, the organization would probably be the weakest among the 3. The commander of the Creator army was Princess Sydney's relative. Takam had told William that it would be a great idea if the princess were to meet them. That way, a proper dialogue could be held and they could come up with a compromise between the 2 sides. As for the elves, they came with the intention to conquer. Takam assured him that negotiation with them was impossible. He even warned William that he was included in their priority list to be captured. The moment the red-headed boy showed his face to the elves, the commander in charge would immediately give an order for his capture. Lastly, watch out for the members of the Holy Order of Light. Takam's expression became serious. They are more annoying than the 7 deadly sins put together. William was surprised because Takam showed a very rare hint of irritation from his usual calm countenance. "Understood," William replied. "I will not involve myself with them." Takam snorted. Even if you don't involve yourself with them, they will involve themselves with you. They are like pesky bugs that won't die no matter how many times you step on them. Are they that annoying? Super annoying. If you kill one, another will come. If you kill two, another two will take their place. It's a never-ending struggle. Although the chances of them appearing here in the south is slim, the possibility still exists. How should I deal with them? William inquired. If he were really not able to avoid a confrontation, he'd like to have some foreknowledge as to the best way to deal with this pesky organization. Tockham became silent as he seriously thought of a way to answer William's question. Several minutes passed in silence as William nibbled on the snacks on the table, while waiting for the demigod to finish his thoughts. Bury them alive, Tockham answered after not talking for a long time. There is no other way to make them stop coming after you. William almost choked on the cake he was eating after hearing Tockham's unreasonable answer. He hastily drank the tea on the table in order to regain his breath. He then looked at the demigod in disbelief while the latter just shrugged. Well, you can put them aside for now, Tockham continued. Their base of operation is in the central continent. Unless you have dog's hit luck, they won't be appearing here in the south anytime soon. William wanted to cry bitter tears. A demigod was setting up a flag. How could it possibly not come true? Castellas, how long would it take us to reach the southern continent if we left in a week? A person wearing a white robe asked the person that was right next to him. Although he was wearing a hood to cover his face, his voice sounded young and cheerful. We can't possibly leave now, Fides. The voice that belonged to a young lady answered from the side. The academy is still busy with the upcoming event. Don't think about ditching your work to play. But something interesting is happening in the south. Isn't your sister there as well? Are you not worried about her? The young lady raised her head and gave her acquaintance a glare. The man named Fides stuck out his tongue playfully as if to tell her that he was just joking. There's no need to rush, the young lady answered. We will leave in 2 months. Just focus on your work first and don't think about running away. If you dump your work on me, I won't forgive you. Fides sighed as he raised his hands in surrender. Fine. You win, my lady. However, after the event is over, we are going to the south. Okay. The young lady hesitated before nodding her head. Can we bring Caritas as well? I'm sure that he will be angry if we don't take him with us. Fine. Fides clapped his hands together and left the room in a good mood. He was the type that couldn't sit still and immediately went to find his friend, Caritas, to tell him that he decided to go on a whim. The young lady could only shake her head because this was just how her acquaintance was. She resumed going through the documents on her table in order to give the students of the academy a memorable event that they would fondly remember for life. A little girl, who was only as big as an adult hand, flew inside the room from the window. That unruly Fides has left to go find trouble again. What sort of troublesome agenda is he brewing now? Another little girl, who had the same features, appeared not long after. The two fairy-like creatures landed on the young lady's shoulders and sat on them. If one were to look at this scene, they would certainly be surprised. The reason was because the faces of the young lady and the two little fairies looked exactly the same. He's planned to go on an excursion to the southern continent and plans to drag me along, the young lady whined. Claire, what do you think I should do? The little fairy that had short green hair, with curls at the end, grinned. Why don't you let Chloe beat him to a pulp? She can even break his legs. That way he won't be able to go anywhere. Nice idea. The little fairy, Chloe, who had short blonde hair with curls at the end, clapped her hands. Wait here. I'll go beat him up for you. Chloe was about to fly away when she was grabbed mid-flight by the young lady. Violence is not the answer to everything. How many times do I have to tell you to not always deal with problems using your fists? Chloe stuck out her tongue cutely. The young lady sighed and placed her adorable little familiar on top of the table. Be good and just help me sort out these documents, the young lady ordered. No hurting people. Understand? Yes. After asking the two fairies for help, the young lady removed the glasses from her face and pinched the bridge of her nose. She then looked towards the south where her sister had gone to live her life in peace, away from the conflicts of her race. The young lady was worried about her older sister, but she also knew that her sister was not a delicate flower that needed to be protected. They hadn't seen each other for many years due to special circumstances. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, she decided to take the chance to reunite with her sister after many years of separation. A reunion that would make a certain half-elf realize that all of his earlier assumptions were completely wrong. A day passed after William's meeting with Takam. He went to find answers, and they were indeed answered. However, a new set of questions arose. One of them was how he would deal with the ticking time bomb that was inside his thousand-beast domain. There was no way he could fight off a pseudo-demigod, even though it was imprisoned. Takam said that he should handle the issue with the Undying Lands first, before he dealt with the other problems surrounding the Hellon Kingdom. Maybe I should ask Jekyll for help, William thought. However, by doing so, Jekyll would discover one of his secrets. Although he trusted the dentist of Lant to a certain extent, he was still wary of sharing any of his secrets with someone who made his instincts scream in warning. No, I can't. William shook his head. I need to think of another way. William paced around his room as he tried to come up with other alternatives in terms of dealing with the threat that was looming over his head like a guillotine. Minutes passed. Hours passed, and he was still unable to find a solution to his problem. While he continued to contemplate the best course of action to take, a loud knock was heard on his door, which brought him out of his trance. Soon, more knocking sounds were heard and a familiar voice reached his ears. Will, are you busy right now? Ian asked from behind the door. It's time for dinner. William raised his head to look at the clock that was hanging on the wall and was surprised to see that it was already 7 in the evening. Sorry, I didn't notice the time, William replied as he opened the door. It's fine, Ian replied. Do you want me to bring your dinner here? William shook his head. He would probably continue his line of thought if he stayed inside his room, so he decided to join everyone for dinner to have a change of pace. Brianna, Prince Ernest, Princess Sydney, and Priscilla were already at the table. Dave, who had accompanied Ian to travel to the northern regions, preferred to eat with his beast companion, Lionheart. Also, he felt uncomfortable casually sharing the dining table with members of the royal family like Prince Ernest and Princess Sydney. Everyone looked at William when he arrived at the dining table. They didn't know why he had met with the demigod of the Kirinter Mountains. Although they were curious, none of them asked him any questions. They just gave him space in order to sort out his thoughts. Brianna, after dinner, the two of us need to talk, William said. His Excellency asked me to pass some words to you. Brianna nodded. As someone that was born in the Kirinter Mountains, the word of their god was law. None of the tribes would defy a decree that had been issued by their sovereign. William then shifted his attention to the princess whose face was covered with a veil. Princess, I would also like to talk to you in private. Can you spare some time later after I finish my talk with Brianna? Princess Sydney looked back at him before nodding her head in acknowledgement. She also wanted to talk to William in private, and this was a perfect opportunity to do so. Dinner was uneventful because everyone just focused on their food. The atmosphere was very formal, and the only sounds that could be heard were the clinking sounds of cutlery. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts and no one was in the mood to talk. Half an hour later, William found himself inside Brianna's room. The little lowly insisted that the two of them talked inside her room to give them more privacy. William didn't argue with her because he was also curious about what her room was like. Your room doesn't look like it belongs to a girl, William commented after he sat on the seating mat on the floor. There were no dolls or any girly colors that would make anyone think that the room belonged to a girl. Instead, there were bookshelves that lined almost every wall that made up her room, and all of them were filled with books. William finally understood why Brianna was so mature for her age. She was someone who loved to read, and the wisdom she had gained from reading allowed her to understand many things like politics and how society worked. Should I decorate it to make it look like a girl's room? Brianna asked mischievously. Big brother, do you prefer girls that are feminine and delicate? William briefly thought about his 3 lovers, Wendy, Est, and Ian. The three of them were girls, but he couldn't place them in the feminine and delicate category. All of them were warriors in their own right. Wendy and Ian would only show their soft side when they were with William. As for Est, William still hadn't had the opportunity to spend some quality time with him. For him, the handsome, brown-haired boy was his best friend. Just like with Ian, he was very surprised when he found out that he was actually a girl. The image of the silver-haired beauty with stunning red eyes appeared in his mind. William wasn't able to stop himself from thinking about that now that they were miles apart. Big brother, it is very rude to think of other girls when you are with another girl, alone in her room, Brianna said with a pout. William stared at the adorable Loli and pinched her cheeks. You're so young, and already this cheeky. I wonder how you'll be when you grow up. Naturally, I'll grow up to be a beautiful lady that will make your heart skip a beat. Brianna patted her chest with confidence. Oh, just where is this confidence of yours coming from? William lightly poked Brianna's nose. He didn't know why, but whenever he was with her, he just wanted to spoil her rotten. The two teased each other for a few minutes, which lightened the atmosphere. Ironically, it was Brianna who took the initiative to break the intimate moment and ask William about the message her sovereign wanted to tell her. William nodded his head in understanding. His expression immediately became serious as he relayed Takum's order to the temporary great chief of the northern tribes. Tell the surviving members of the different tribes that all of them should gather on the third peak of chivalry, William said. You are to stay in the designated lodgings where the tribes stay during special gatherings. Your food and other necessities will be provided to you by the oracle. His Excellency also added that none of you are allowed to participate in the war. All of the surviving members are not allowed to step out from the boundaries of the third peak of chivalry. Brianna sighed after hearing the message of their sovereign. Actually, she was very worried about how the tribes would take their stand in the chaos that was currently happening in the continent. She knew that William would be facing off against the organization, and perhaps the foreign invaders as well, but she didn't know whether she could order her people to fight by his side, knowing that many of them were going to die. Although she was mature for her age, the fact still remained that Brianna was still very young. This was the first time that she was given the responsibility to govern thousands of people, and the burden she carried on her small shoulders was immense. William could sense the complicated emotions that were swirling inside the little girl's head, but he resisted the urge to give her a hug and comfort her. Right now, he was talking to the great chieftain of the tribes. He would give her the respect she deserved when it came to official matters. William believed that Brianna would become an outstanding lady when she grew up. He hoped more than anything else that Prince Ernest would treat her well. If not, William would definitely beat the little shrimp until he shed bitter tears. Big brother, is it really okay for me to not help you? Brianna asked after a few minutes of silence. William smiled as he nodded his head. You can help me by being safe. That way, I will not have to worry about you when I leave the Kirinter Mountains. Brianna bit her lip as she looked down on her hands. Big brother, can't you just stay here? You can even bring all the survivors from Lant. I'm sure that the sovereign will welcome them as well. You don't need to fight. Let's just wait until everything is over. Brianna reached out her hand to hold William's hand. She grasped it firmly. Although she already knew what answer William would give her, she still said the words that were inside her heart. Thank you for worrying about me. William held Brianna's small trembling hand firmly. However, I need to fight so that everyone important to me, including you, will be safe. This is a battle that I can't run away from. William then pressed his forehead on Brianna's small head. Don't worry. If the enemy is too powerful for me to handle, I'll come running back and hide under your skirt. Make sure to take care of me when that happens. Brianna wasn't able to hold back a giggle after hearing William's shameless words. The anxiousness in her heart decreased by a big margin as she listened to her big brother's teasing. It was during these moments when Brianna felt that her heart was truly at ease. After ending their meeting, William headed towards Princess Sydney's quarters to talk about how they should handle their current enemies. I know I already asked back at the Antheim, but are you sure you don't want to see the representatives of the Creator Empire? William inquired. Have you already grown tired of me, Sir William? Princess Sydney asked in a teasing tone. Do you love your knight so much that you want to get rid of the third wheel? William shook his head. Frankly, I need your help. But I don't know if I can entrust my back to you. Princess, be honest with me. What do you really wish to accomplish? Princess Sydney raised her hands to remove the veil covering her face. What do I want to accomplish? Princess Sydney asked back. Her mesmerizing hazel eyes stared straight into William's own as she made her true feelings known. I thought I knew what I wanted to accomplish. However, reality is very different from my expectations. Sydney's eyes glowed, not because she was using her charm, but because of her overflowing feelings that were rising up to the surface. The 7 sins had their own specialty, and she was born to be the embodiment of lust. She was happy and sad that her powers didn't work on William. Princess Sydney finally found what she wanted, but she was not what he wanted. This made her feel hurt, because she was used to being the apple of everyone's eye. Even the crown prince of the Hellon Kingdom, Lionel, would do anything to have her good graces. Sir William, I want to know what love is, Princess Sydney said softly. I want to know what it means to fall in love with someone, and be loved in return. Can you give me what I want? In return, I will give you my everything. William looked back at the princess with a serious expression before shaking his head. I'm sorry, I cannot give you what you want. Princess Sydney lowered her head and clenched her fist. She was not disappointed, because she had already expected this answer. In fact, it would be her who would be disappointed if William had nodded his head and agreed to her request. As expected of darling. Yes, we didn't choose the wrong person. However, you also understand what we need to do, right? He will never look at us the way he looked at Wendy. I know, Princess Sydney replied. Since I can't be his favorite, then I just have to be his. William and Princess Sydney talked, but the two couldn't come to an agreement. Knowing that nothing more would happen in their discussion, William respectfully asked to end their talk. Princess Sydney was in agreement and even bid William good night. As soon as the door of his room closed, a single tear slid down the side of Princess Sydney's face. She felt regret that things had to end this way, but she and Morgana had already resolved themselves with their decision. Are you sure, Princess? Priscilla asked as she opened the door of the flying carriage. Yes, Princess Sydney replied. We're going back to Frisia. It's time to return home. The blade wyvern opened its wings and flapped them a few times in order to warm them up. When it felt that everything was ready, it soared up into the air, pulling the flying carriage behind it. It didn't utter a screech because the princess wanted to leave silently. Due to the dark clouds in the sky, blocking the light of the moon and the stars, it was quite easy to leave undetected. Princess Sydney glanced at the ground one last time before closing the curtains of her flying carriage. Goodbye, Sir William. If we can't make you pay attention to us as your ally, then we will become your enemy. Let's see if you still ignore us when our army comes knocking on your door. I will look forward to the expression you're going to make then. Darling. Princess Sydney smiled at the thought of the man she liked thinking about her all day as she devastated his precious Hellon kingdom. Since she couldn't use the soft approach to make him submit, she would use force in order to get him to kneel. She was one of the 7 deadly sins after all, and it was perfectly fine for her to commit a sin. Princess Sydney had long embraced her true self, and she would not shy away from using her God-given talents to have her way. Hundreds of portals appeared beside the flying carriage as countless numbers of winged ants appeared and flew in a formation with it at its center. Princess Sydney knew that the next time she would meet her beloved half-elf was when they faced off as enemies. For some reason, the mere thought of it thrilled her, making her heart beat wildly inside her chest. Morgana laughed loudly within their mindscape because she and Princess Sydney were connected. She clearly felt that one of the seals that bound their powers had been broken the moment Princess Sydney fully embraced the source of her sin and power. I wonder, will darling be disappointed when he finds out what we are planning? The corner of Princess Sydney's seductive lips curled up into a smirk as her eyes glowed with power. She didn't bother to answer her other half's question, because she didn't care whether William would be disappointed or not. The only thing she cared about was the moment when she sank her fangs into William's tender heart. William watched as Princess Sydney's entourage disappeared in the distance. Ash, who was currently merged with him, appeared behind his back like an apparition. Although I don't like it, I would have endured if you made her your lover in order to gain control of the ant army under her command, Ash said with regret. Right now, we are lacking in manpower. I'm sure that Wendy and young Master Estate would understand. William sighed as he turned his head to look at his mermaid lover. I don't want to do things half-heartedly, especially when it comes to relationships. This would be unfair to her, and to all of you as well. Ash caressed the side of William's head as she nodded her head in understanding. Let's face that pseudo-demigod together. I will not let you go alone. Okay, William replied as he focused his attention towards his thousand-beast domain. Soon, he disappeared from where he stood and reappeared in the valley where the monument stood. Although he felt sorry for Princess Sydney's departure, now was not the time to worry about her. Ready? William inquired. I was born ready, Ian replied. That's not what you said last night, William countered. Last night you said you were born to be with me. Were you lying to me back then? Instead of answering him, Ash pinched his ears out of embarrassment. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. William stopped his teasing as he took deep breaths in order to calm himself. When he was ready, he took the sheathed dagger out from his storage ring and placed his hand over the monument. A bright flash of light appeared that would send William and Ash into the domain where a strong adversary was waiting for them. William stared at the floating island in the sky. No matter how much he sent his senses towards the floating island, he couldn't feel anything. The domain itself was void of any animal life. There were no howls of beasts, no chirping from the birds. Even the subtle sound of insects couldn't be heard in this domain, which made William very uncomfortable. After looking at the floating island in the sky for 5 more minutes, William raised the sheathed dagger in his hand. A gentle wave of red light washed over his body. Soon, his feet rose from the ground as the power of the dagger guided him towards the floating island. It didn't take long before his feet were once again firmly planted on the ground. Beautiful, the apparition of Ash, that was floating above William's back, said as she stared at the imposing fortress that had existed since the time of the ancient gods. The structure that held back the attacks of the dark beasts that tried to wipe the human race from the face of the earth. The last stronghold of humanity, Avalon, stood in front of William in all of its ancient glory. William admired the fortress for a full minute before running towards its massive gates. He had already summoned Stormcaller in order to be ready for any unexpected surprises. Ironically, when he was halfway to the gates, they opened on their own. The sound of rattling reverberated in the air as thousands of skeleton warriors poured out through the massive gates. With a glance, the red-headed boy could easily tell that they weren't there to give him a warm welcome. William stopped his charge and used his appraisal skill to check the undead army that was in front of him. Skeletal Knight. Undead. Threat level D low. Cannot be added to the herd. Skeletal Archer. Undead. Threat level D low. Cannot be added to the herd. Skeletal Mage. Undead. Threat level D high. Cannot be added to the herd. Death Knight. Undead Champion. Threat level A high. Cannot be added to the herd. Bone Dragon. Undead Dragon. Threat level S low. Centennial Beast. Cannot be added to the herd. The only real threat is the Death Knight and his Bone Dragon mount. At least that is what I'd like to say, but their numbers cannot be scoffed at. William narrowed his eyes. There are at least 4,000 of them. Ash took a fighting stance above William. She was currently merged with him, so she needed to coordinate with his will. Remember, you can't fight for a long time, Ash reminded. We don't know if we will be fighting more monsters once we get inside. It is best to conserve your strength. William nodded. He agreed with Ash because there was still the pseudo-demigod to deal with. He couldn't possibly waste his limited time fighting against the skeletal army. "Join me on the battlefield," William ordered as he pointed his spear at the army that was approaching him. "Come forth, King's Legion." Several portals appeared behind William as his small beast army came forth to aid him in battle. Ella led the Angorian war ibexes and flanked William's right side. Fenrir led his troop of trollhounds and formed the vanguard in front of William. Skadres, the blood eagle, the rainbow birds, and the Circapes monkeys flanked William's left side. Suddenly, two giant portals appeared in the space several meters above the red-headed boy. Soon, two mighty screeches resounded in the domain as a wyvern, and a griffin flew out of the portals. The two magical beasts circled around William once before hovering several meters from his left and right sides. "Dave Cornwell, reporting for duty, my lord." "Conrad Kent Carleton, at your service, my liege." "This looks interesting. Count me in," Soglav declared as he also appeared on the battlefield. A small, rainbow-colored anteater also appeared and looked at Avalon with nostalgia. "It's been thousands of years since I saw Avalon. It's like having a reunion with an old friend." "Oh, are those skeletons your friends as well?" William inquired. "I can't really tell," Kasaganaga answered. "I can't possibly remember the faces of all the humans I've met in my lifetime. Besides, if they are really the ones I know, I will gladly send them off to end their suffering." William nodded his head in understanding. Kasaganaga was right. It would be best to let these undead warriors return to the cycle of reincarnation and put an end to their suffering. "Dave and Conrad, the two of you handle the Death Knight and Bone Dragon," William ordered. "The rest of you, smash that skeleton army apart." A series of bleating, screeches, and howls answered William's orders. "Yes, sir." Dave and Conrad led the charge of William's legion as they descended upon the skeletal army, leaving skeletal parts in their wake. Arrows and spells flew in the air as the skeletal archers and mages fought back. Most of their attacks hit the trollhounds, giving them serious injuries. They were the initial impact of William's forces, but they numbered less than 100. After fighting against the goblins in the Goblin Crypt and resting inside the magic crystal cavern, each of the trollhounds had increased their rank and were now all rank C, mid, beasts. Fenrir had also crossed the threshold and became a rank B low beast. A few seconds later, these injured trollhounds stood up and growled in anger. Because their bodies had mutated, their regeneration ability had become as powerful as the regeneration ability of a mountain troll. No, it was closer to the regeneration ability of a hydra. William had also blessed these trollhounds with the power of Rongaminiad. Because of this, all of their stats and latent abilities increased drastically. Their regeneration ability was only 2 stages short of the gigantic trollhound that William had fought back in the barony of Bradford. Fenrir roared mightily as it thrashed the skeletons in front of it. Right now, Fenrir was 1.5 meters tall, which was as tall as an adult horse. He was slightly bigger than the trollhounds that were 1 meter tall and were currently fighting bravely by his side. William couldn't help but remember when the skinny trollhound, who had been on the verge of death, agreed to become part of his herd. Right now, that same skinny trollhound was looking more and more like that legendary wolf who had swallowed a god whole. The half-elf was eager to see the day when Fenrir would become powerful enough to pave the way to allow him to emerge victorious in the battles that he would have to face in the future. No matter who it is, whether it is a mortal, immortal, a demigod, or a god, William hoped that his beast of conquest would swallow all opposition that would block his way. Not far from Fenrir and his troops were Skadres and the rainbow birds, whom William had given the nickname Hungry Birds. Just like Fenrir, Skadres was also a rank B low magical beast. If Fenrir was the captain of the trollhounds, Skadres was the leader of the birds in the Thousand Beast domain. Several wind blades emerged from its wings which cut off the body parts of the skeletal archers that were aiming at it. The angry birds weren't ones to back down either. They rampaged across the battlefield and rammed the skeleton warriors with their bodies. Only this time, their bodies didn't explode like they used to. William had forbidden them to self-detonate, and ordered them to only do it as a last resort. Thanks to training in the Goblin Crypt and the Magical Cavern, the birds had found new ways to fight using their beaks and talons. However, even though they listened to William's orders, the half-elf was unable to stop the birds from FCK off. A red rainbow bird screeched as it headbutted the skeletal warrior's head, smashing it to bits. Arrows flew in its direction, so the bird had to forcefully fly to its right side to evade. What the FCK? The red rainbow bird was forced to fly away because of the concentrated fire that was aimed at it. Suddenly, a blue bird's sword passed his red comrade and flew in the direction of the skeletal mages. It was holding 2 indigo lollipops in each of its talons. When it was only a dozen meters away from the skeletal mages, it pointed the lollipops at them and said, FCK off. Immediately several magical missiles flew from the lollipops and hit each of the skeletal mages one by one. Soon more magical missiles rained down from the sky as the rainbow bird cavalry descended with a vengeance. Each of the birds were holding indigo lollipops in their talons, and a series of magical bombardments commenced. Not bad, William muttered softly as he rubbed his chin with great interest. This was the first time he had tried to incorporate Lily's lollipops with his subordinates. So far, he was quite satisfied with the results. William then shifted his attention to the meter-tall Circopes monkeys that were holding hollow concrete blocks in their hands. They were also Class C beasts mid, and their forte was brute strength. However, for some reason, all of them had become interested in William's alchemy. One time, out of sheer boredom, William tried to make some bricks to test his alchemy job class. The first thing he made were bricks, but he failed miserably. Instead of making bricks, what he made were hollow concrete blocks. He tossed these concrete blocks aside and thought of them as useless. However, the curious Circopes monkeys took the concrete blocks from the ground and started playing with them. Soon, they were throwing them at each other as if they were playing catch. Seeing that the monkeys were having fun, monkeying around, William decided to craft more bricks for them. Soon, all of the monkeys had a hollow concrete block of their own. What William didn't know was that the hollow concrete blocks that he had made were late bloomers. When he appraised them, his appraisal skill only stated that they were normal hollow concrete blocks. However, a day later, William was pleasantly surprised to see that the concrete blocks had suddenly gained 2 abilities. The first surprise was that the hollow concrete blocks had become as hard as steel. The second unexpected surprise was that they had become sole weapons for the Circopes monkeys. All in all, William had 30 Circopes monkeys inside his domain. They were fast and agile melee fighters that could use the terrain of the forest to their advantage. Due to the Circopes monkeys' superhuman strength, the steel concrete blocks in their hands became powerful cannonballs that could obliterate almost everything in their path. The scary part about this soul-bound weapon was that the monkeys could instantly summon them back with just a thought. Basically, they were the all-rounders in William's army that specialized in ranged warfare as well as close combat. Originally, the half-elf wanted to name the leader of the Circopes monkeys, King Kong. He wanted to pay tribute to the monster that became infamous in William's world, the giant ape that developed an infatuation with a beautiful human girl. It was then when William realized that the Circopes monkey might develop a tendency that would match its name. After careful consideration, William decided to scrap his first choice and decided to name the Circopes leader Mohawk. The reason? Because the monkey had an unusual hairstyle that resembled an axe on its head. Instead of naming him Tomahawk, which was a mouthful, the red-headed boy opted for the shorter version, which was Mohawk. William then shifted his attention to Ella and the Angorian war ibexes. They had been with William the longest and were the ones who had stayed with him through the hardships of his younger years. Ella's battle strength was now at the peak of rank B, while the rest of the Angorian war ibexes were now all rank B low. Just as William expected, the skeleton army didn't stand a chance against their powerful charge. In the beginning, William was forced to choose between the strength path and the spirit path for the first members of his herd. Back then, he just focused on their physical strengths because he wasn't confident that a hybrid build would make them stronger. All of those worries disappeared with the help of the magic cavern, and William used it to its fullest advantage. Because of the magic cavern, he had been able to access the spirit path and upgraded some of the skills in that skill tree to make the war ibexes more versatile. Benevolent Shot was one of the skills from the spirit path that William had chosen for the goats. Now they had other skills like magical armor, shield, and protection against good and evil. These magical buffs heightened all of the Angorian war ibex's defenses, making any attacks below their rank unable to even graze them. William was already confident about Ella and the others' offensive prowess, however, their defensive abilities were non-existent. This was why he used all of their skill points to upgrade all three of these defensive magics to their fullest. With this, the War Ibex Heavy Cavalry was finally complete. Chrono and Aslan didn't even bat an eye as they charged through the rain of arrows and magic spells that descended upon them. Their bodies glowed due to the effects of the spells that were currently protecting them from the attacks that would have harmed them otherwise. William nodded his head in satisfaction as he looked at this scene. Maybe I should have negotiated with Takam and asked for 1,000 war ibexes from the northern region's tribes, William thought. Sadly, the demigod of the Kirinter Mountains was very firm in his decision to not involve the northern tribes with the upcoming war. However, that didn't mean that he wouldn't extend his hand to help William. Takam promised the half-elf that he would appear at the crucial moment. Until then, he told William to do his best to survive as he took part in the war that would rearrange the balance of power in the southern continent. After seeing that the battle on the ground was going smoothly, William then shifted his attention to the great battle that was currently happening in the sky. Dave and Conrad were currently waging war against the Death Knight and its powerful mount, the Bone Dragon. William's two knights had chocolate lollipops inside their mouth, which prevented them from getting intimidated by the fearsome aura of the Death Knight and the Bone Dragon. At first, the Bone Dragon activated its special skill, Dragon Fear. However, due to the chocolate lollipop's ability to grant immunity to fear and increase resistance against mind-affecting spells, the two boys were able to battle without being affected by the Bone Dragon's powerful aura. Dave, the Crusader of the Sky, and Conrad, the Dragon Knight of War, worked hand in hand to prevent the most powerful threat on the battlefield from aiding the skeletal army on the ground. Each time the Bone Dragon would try to dive towards the ground, one of the two boys would activate the skill Dulex to force it to clash with them, which frustrated the Death Knight. Careful. It's going to use Dragon's Breath, Conrad warned Dave, who was currently in the Bone Dragon's line of sight. Black flames erupted from the Bone Dragon's jaw and flew straight towards the annoying griffin and its rider. Dave summoned a spear into his hand and took aim. This was the same spear that William had used to tame Lionheart back at the southern forest. Although the spear had been tainted due to William's unique way of taming, it was still a good weapon and Dave had no other option but to wield it. Light that shines upon the world, bathe us all in your eternal glory, Dave roared as the spear in his hands shone with a radiant light. Grand Cross. The chubby boy threw the spear directly in the path of the dragon's breath. Soon the two forces collided. One light, the other dark, both countering the other. The collision lasted for a few seconds before both attacks canceled each other out. Lionheart charged forward as Dave reclaimed the spear midair. Conrad wasn't being idle either. Right after the Bone Dragon used its breath attack, he had activated one of the special abilities that he had gained after he had obtained his job class from William's knighting ceremony. Flames that were birthed in the heavens. Make your mark now, Conrad shouted. Dragon Meteor. A 5-meter-wide flaming fireball descended from the sky and slammed directly into the back of the Bone Dragon, hitting the Death Knight in the process. The Bone Dragon roared in anger, but it managed to keep itself airborne despite the fact that some of its body parts had been destroyed. Dave and Conrad exchanged a glance with each other. Both boys nodded their heads simultaneously as they prepared to finish off their opponent once and for all. Tornado Descent, Dave ordered. Lionheart started to spin, mid-air, as it obeyed its rider's command. Soon, a green tornado enveloped the griffin as it flew towards the Bone Dragon. Dragon Descent. Conrad ordered his wyvern to initiate one of its special moves that coincided with Dave's tornado descent. Instead of spinning, the wyvern folded its wings and descended from the sky like a missile. Its body was enveloped with purple flames as the mighty roar of a dragon echoed across the heavens. The Death Knight cast a magic barrier to protect itself and its mount from the collision. However, the barrier broke seconds after the two powerful attacks collided with it. A powerful explosion erupted, sending shockwaves in all directions. William's robe fluttered as he looked at the sky with a serious expression. Ash was doing the same as well, because this was the first time she had seen Dave and Conrad fight together. It was an eye-opening experience because the mermaid didn't know that the two boys were very capable fighters. Although the majority of the students in the Magic and Spirit divisions looked down on the Martial division, Ian, Isaac, and Wendy were some of the few students who recognized their potential. Seeing the two boys face off against a powerful opponent made Ash realize that she still had greatly underestimated the knights under William's command. "They are the only knights I have in my current King's Legion," William said softly as if reading Ash's thoughts. "In the future I plan to add more. I look forward to the day when all my knights can sweep over the battlefield and turn the tides in my favor." Ash pondered for a brief moment before nodding her head. "I want to see it too. However, I also hope that the day arrives when you don't have to fight anymore. I don't want you to get hurt." William felt something warm spread in his chest as his mermaid lover wrapped her arms around him. The union between their souls held a very intimate feeling. It was as if both of them really were sharing a single body with their hearts beating as one. "I can't promise you that I won't get hurt," William said as he continued to look at the sky. "However, I will do my best to come back in one piece. I don't want you to cry a river when something happens to me. You're too full of yourself." "Thank you." "I'm not praising you," Ian nagged, but she still kept her arms wrapped around her handsome lover. She was already used to William's teasing and knew that it was already part of his character, one she had unknowingly fallen in love with. "It's over," William said as dragon bones fell from the sky. The two knights circled in the air once before joining their comrades, who were still fighting on the ground. William knew that this was only the beginning of his battle against the pseudo-demigod that was imprisoned within the fortress of Avalon. A mere appetizer for the true battle that was about to come. The entire battlefield was littered with broken bones as William's legion decimated the skeletal army. Although they were lower in numbers, their fighting strength was overwhelming. It was an epic example of a battle between quality versus quantity. After the Death Knight and the Bone Dragon were defeated, there was no one in the enemy's forces that could oppose the rampage of William's elite warriors. Of course, there had also been several casualties and serious injuries on William's side. All the rainbow birds had died in battle, and the trollhounds suffered serious injuries from their enemies, and most of them were hacked until their limbs were severed from their bodies. Fortunately, the rainbow birds would start respawning after a day, and the trollhounds could regrow their limbs due to their strong regeneration ability. The Circipes monkeys were injured as well, but all of their injuries were not fatal. The goats were mostly unharmed and only received flesh wounds during their charge into the enemy's ranks. "Mass first aid," William said softly as he healed his herd. He cast the spell 5 times to ensure that his forces had recovered from their injuries. After making sure that everyone had been treated, William glanced at the gates of the fortress. "Dave, Conrad, scout the interior of the fortress," William ordered. "Yes, sir." Dave and Conrad urged their mounts to fly over the wall of the fortress. William didn't know if there were any other forces waiting for them inside the fortress, so he ordered his most mobile fighters to investigate to see if there was anyone waiting to ambush them from inside. The two knights circled the fortress 3 times to ensure that they didn't miss anything. After making sure that the area was safe, they waved their hands to William to tell him that the coast was clear. "Let's go," William ordered as he walked towards the fortress. Fenrir and the trollhounds took the lead, while the war ibexes and the Circipes monkeys walked on the half-elf's left and right sides, protecting him. Right after William's legion entered the interior of the fortress, the giant gates immediately shut themselves, trapping them inside. Moments later, a hoarse and contemptuous voice welcomed the guests that had entered one of the last surviving fortresses of humanity that had been built during the era of the gods. "WL, come to Avalon," the hoarse voice said in greeting. The contempt and the ridicule within the speaker's voice were not lost to William. However, he didn't mind it one bit. William ignored the voice and led his legion to explore the fortress. Although he was dealing with a pseudo-demigod, It was currently imprisoned, and as long as William didn't do anything stupid, the restriction that bound his adversary would keep it in place. Right now, William held the relic of the Oathkeeper in his hands. Anyone that had this relic in their possession was given the title of Steward of Avalon. Their duty was to keep the pseudo-demigod in place and prevent it from escaping its ancient prison. After thousands of years, the power of the seal was gradually weakening. Fortunately, it wasn't to the extent where the captive would be able to break free from its bindings. Even so, it was only a matter of time before the ancient runes would lose their power and set the eternal harbinger, Malachi, free to terrorize the world once more. Takam had told William that Malachi was an ancient being who had cheated death. Originally, he was one of the original dragons that first roamed the world, since time immemorial. However, its fear of death made it pursue the unholy arts, which had given birth to an abomination that was stripped of its former nobility, and given eternal life at the expense of damnation. He was Malachi, the eternal Dracolic who ruled the undead, who had been sealed inside the fortress of Avalon. William had already asked the system to map the interior of Avalon. He wanted to know where Malachi was located, so that he could prevent anyone from mindlessly wandering to its location. According to Takam, the seal that bound the Dracolic would still be in place for 2 to 3 more years. The best it could do was create undead creatures from the corpses that once thrived within the Undying Lands. Yes, the Undying Lands was once a thriving land where humans and beasts lived together. However, after Malachi finished his transformation, everything went south and the lives of all those who lived there had been extinguished, forever to accompany him through eternity, unless their souls could escape the domain and return to the cycle of reincarnation. Host, I have finished mapping the interior of the fortress. I also labeled everything to make things easier for you. Thank you, William replied. Please, show it to me. Understood. A map of Avalon appeared inside William's status page. The half-elf was surprised because it was bigger than he originally thought it was. William's gaze focused on the red dot at the center of the fortress. The Dracolic was sealed in the delete underground basement of the fortress, but that didn't stop it from gathering the dark energy that had accumulated inside the domain for thousands of years. This was how it attacked William when the latter was trying to merge the Hidden Valley with the Thousand Beast domain. Malachi thought that it was being sealed away again, so it used the available dark energy within the fortress to prevent William from having his way. William looked at the blinking red dot for half a minute before he shifted his attention to another place. The pseudo-demigod was not going anywhere, so it would be best to take the things he needed first. Follow me, William ordered. Where are we going? Ash asked William through telepathy. Are we going to fight with the pseudo-demigod? William shook his head. We can't possibly beat it now. There is a place we needed to visit first. However, it's not going to be easy. The half-elf stared at the countless orange dots that were currently headed in their direction. Just as he expected, Malachi intended to play with them and sap their strength through continuous battles. Takam had warned him that dealing with Malachi wasn't going to be easy because it could infinitely reanimate the skeletal army no matter how many times they broke apart. Even now, the undead army outside of the fortress, that William and his legion defeated, was starting to reform again. As long as they were inside the Undying Lands, the forces that Malachi had at its disposal were infinite. This was a battle of attrition that William had no way of winning. Fortunately, he didn't come here to fight the Dracolic in a straightforward manner. His purpose for coming inside Avalon was to gather some precious items that would help him deal with Malachi at a later time. William only hoped that he and his legion would be strong enough to retrieve these items before they were overwhelmed by the skeletal horde that numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Icicle Realm. A sound similar to hundreds of tinkling glasses reverberated in the surroundings as William activated this Icicle Realm. This spell was one of the most powerful spells in the Ice Wizard job class. It allowed William to create a zone where icicles protruded from the ground. However, it didn't stop there. Within this battle zone, hundreds of sharp icicles crisscrossed in the air, attacking those that the red-headed boy deemed to be his enemy. Simply put, it was a slaughterhouse that was designed to prevent others from entering, while keeping its victims inside as they got cut down with blades made of ice. William decided to go all out because he was not confident that he could prevent anyone from getting seriously hurt from the swarm of undead that had appeared from the depths of the fortress. A hoarse laughter echoed within Avalon as Malachi watched its guests get cornered by his minions from his underground prison. It had been many years since he had seen something entertaining. The hollow sockets of its eyes glowed eerily as it watched the battle that was taking place above ground. "Do not bother fighting them," William ordered. "These cannon fodders are just here to sap our strength. Just follow me and don't lag behind." William waved his hands as several walls of ice blocked the advance of the undead army. He knew that the walls wouldn't hold for long, but it was more than enough for them to gain some distance from the skeletons, who were determined to make William and his entourage part of their undead army. Ash, who was residing inside William's sea of consciousness, was monitoring the changes in his spiritual world. This was the first time that William had fought for an extended time, and the beautiful mermaid was there to ensure that her lover wouldn't overtax himself by going past his limit. 20 more minutes, Ash reminded William. "After that, I will start to supply you with spiritual energy. If possible, do whatever you need to do within that span of time." "Understood," William replied as he cast 2 glacial lance to pierce through 2 draugrs that suddenly appeared in front of him. These warriors were a higher form of undead. A draugr was often referred to as a revenant or ghost that had gained a physical body. Unlike zombies, with a decaying exterior, draugrs had dark blue skin and possessed immense strength. They were classified as Class C mid-undead, which were as strong as the Angorian war ibexes in William's herd. The 2 draugrs were pinned against the wall where they growled in anger. They smashed their hands on the glacial lance that had pierced their chests in an attempt to break free from it. William didn't even bother to give them a second glance as he ran through the spacious hallways of the fortress. Unfortunately, these hallways were also infested with the undead, so William had to use brute force in order to clear the way so that they could pass. Fenrir and the trollhounds had positioned themselves to guard the rear, while Ella and the other war ibexes charged at the front. The Circipes monkeys were at the center, throwing their hollow concrete blocks that were as hard as steel at any undead they saw along the way. In time, even these strong monkeys felt their arms getting heavy from the non-stop throwing that they were doing. Mohawk understood that his subordinates were reaching their limit and ordered them to just keep pace with William. Dave and Conrad were also by William's side because the 2 were not used to fighting multiple enemies at the same time. The trollhounds did their best to stop the undead's advance as they used their limited numbers to block the hallway, giving William time to flee. William understood the trollhounds' mindset, so he didn't stop them from staying behind. The half-elf had already blessed them with the power of Rongaminiad, making their bodies stronger than before. Right now, Fenrir and his pack of trollhounds only had one weakness, and that was an acid strong enough to melt adamantium. Although the undead army could hack them to pieces, they could still regenerate themselves if given enough time, like what happened to the gigantic green-scaled trollhound that William had faced in the past. Fenrir growled as he used his special ability to turn himself into a 3-meter-tall, silver-gray trollhound with bloody eyes. He clawed, bit, kicked, and swiped any undead within his strike range. Fenrir had long decided to hold on until he fell from exhaustion. The trollhounds under his command had the same intention. They would hold down their line of defense no matter what, and not allow a single undead to pass through them. "Those dogs are very loyal," Saglav commented as it ran behind the half-elf. William snorted. "Yes, unlike you who only accompany me to pillage for resources. By the way, our contract is set to expire next month." "Ha ha ha. What are you talking about, partner?" "Of course. The contract will be extended." "But what if I don't want to extend it?" "William, you shouldn't think like that. Where will you find someone as strong and as smart as me to handle the dirty work for you?" Saglav asked. "You don't need to do anything. Just tell me what to do and it shall be done. I can even promise to stop eating human meat for 5 years if you like." William sighed as he glanced at the shameless demonic dog who was looking at him with its single eye. "Meaning you will eat humans again after 5 years?" "Of course. But I will compromise. I will only eat the bad guys." "That's fine, right?" "Fine. Just make sure to do your duties well." Naturally. You can count on me, Soglav, to get things done right. Right now, the demonic dog was a bona fide Class A beast after enjoying the resources that he had obtained from being William's business partner. Because of this, he had become the strongest ruler of the forest among his comrades, and this made them very jealous. Some of them even asked Soglav if he would introduce them to William. Clearly, they also wanted to experience the benefits that Soglav was enjoying through the red-headed boys' company. The sly demonic dog agreed on the surface. But, deep inside, he had no intention of letting his acquaintances hug the half-elf's thigh. He planned to hoard all the resources that he could get from William, and had no plans to share them with anyone. HMP, trying to steal my game? Not a chance. Soglav mused as a devilish grin appeared on its demonic face. It was certain that if it continued to follow William, it would soon step into the centennial rank, which had seemed to be far from its reach in the past. William didn't know that Soglav wouldn't leave his team even if the half-elf were to end their contract. It would shamelessly hug his thigh until he reached the millennial rank. Until then, it would shamelessly stick to the golden goose that gave it wealth and power. Finally, after a great struggle, they finally arrived at their destination. William raised the sheathed dagger in his hand and the giant gates opened wide to allow him entry. "Everyone get inside," William ordered. The goats, monkeys, the two boys, and Soglav entered the room without questioning William's orders. William was the last to enter and the gates immediately closed behind him. "King's Legion," William shouted. A brief flash of light illuminated the room before the sound of several bodies collapsing on the floor echoed within its walls. All the trollhounds had green blood oozing from their bodies, and they were all in a very miserable state. Fenrir was the only one left standing, but its trembling legs soon gave way as the leader of the pack lost its strength. Mass first aid. William cast his healing spell to treat their injuries without batting an eye. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead and his breath had already grown ragged. Advancing towards their destination took them 2 whole hours. If not for the fact that Ash had merged with William, and was constantly supplying him with spirit energy, the half-elf would have long run out of juice and would have been forced to abort their mission. "Are you all right?" Ash asked. "Does it hurt anywhere?" Ash had been monitoring William's body and, aside from exhaustion, she couldn't sense anything else that might be wrong with her lover. Still, she still felt anxious, so she asked William if he was hurting somewhere. "I'm fine," William replied as he tried to catch his breath. "Just give me some time to rest and recover." William took deep breaths in order to calm his nerves. The adrenaline rush had receded, and he was feeling sore all over. Still, he could still count their expedition a success because they managed to reach their destination in one piece. "Sir William, what's that?" Dave asked as he pointed at something that was floating in the center of the room. William patted the chubby boy's shoulder as he stared at the white fireball that was hovering in the center of the room. "That is the reason why we came to this place," William answered. "That white fireball is called Astria's Tear. However, it also goes by another name." William walked towards the center of the room before he continued his explanation. The mortals that survived the era of the gods simply called this flame, born from the tear of a goddess, the flames of purification. "Flames of purification? What does it do?" Ash inquired. William smiled as he extended his hand towards the flame. "Just as its namesake, this flame has the power to purify all things." The flames of purification trembled as if it was about to wake up. Soon, the flames grew brighter and began to dance around the room. Everyone backed away in fear of getting burned, but William opened his hand in a gesture telling everyone to stop whatever they were doing. "Calm down," William explained. "This flame cannot hurt the living." The flames of purification grew in size until it became a 2-meter-tall fireball. William fearlessly extended his right hand to touch it. "I have come to take you out of this place," William said softly. "I, the steward of Avalon, need your power. Help me purify the mortal lands from those who wish it ill." Tendrils of white flame wrapped around William's right hand. A few seconds later, the flames extended to his entire body, covering it in white flames. Surprisingly, William didn't feel any heat coming from the flames of purification. Instead, he felt as if he was being embraced by a refreshing breeze that melted away the exhaustion in his body. Soon an emblem of a white lotus flower appeared on the back of his hand. It lingered there for a brief moment before disappearing completely. William sighed in relief because his mission was finally complete. It was now time for them to leave the fortress and return at another time. There were several other priceless treasures, like the flames of purification, that were being kept inside Avalon. William had to gather all of them in order to stand a fighting chance against the Dracolic, that was only a step away from becoming a demigod. Meanwhile in Lant, Eve walked around the garden of the Ainsworth residence under Leah's supervision. Trailing behind her were 7 ducklings who, for some reason, had regarded her as their parent. Eve had accidentally discovered the eggs when they were about to hatch. When the ducklings had come out of their shell, the first one they saw was Eve, and she was automatically registered in their heads as their parent. Since then, the ducks followed Eve wherever she went, which made Matthew and Leah chuckle from time to time. Ever since the incident with Prince Lionel, the two decided to remain in Lant to manage the survivors of the 3 towns that were part of their territory. After having a meeting, they decided to bring all the children back to Lant so that they would all be cared after. Due to the threat of another beast tide, the veterans of Lant had constructed an underground shelter, which could also be called a small town of sorts. There was more than enough space for the survivors of all 3 towns, and they didn't need to worry about their food and security. At first, the kids were terrified of the many beasts that roamed around Lant, like the golden ape, the wyverns, and the mountain trolls. However, after spending a few days inside the town, they realized that they didn't need to fear these beasts. Some of the children from the other 2 towns even spent their time playing beside the Ouroboros because the giant golden ape made them feel safe. Vlad, on the other hand, mostly stayed inside the Ainsworth residence. He would just sit there and meditate and not get in anyone's way. James and him were best friends, so he decided to stay and protect the town while the curse on the adults was still in place. Suddenly, Vlad's eyes opened as he stared at the north. For a brief moment, he felt a surge of power that came from the Kirinter Mountains. As the only 2 demigods that lived in the southern continent, Vlad and Takam naturally knew about each other. They had even met twice and formed a non-aggression pact of sorts. This was also why James was among the very few people that were allowed to visit the Kirinter Mountains unimpeded. Unfortunately, this didn't apply to William because Takam didn't even know he existed. Only when Ella appeared in the northern regions did he discover that the red-headed boy was James' grandson. Because of this, William had become one of the VIPs that could visit him in his palace located in the first peak at any given time. Astria's tear, Vlad muttered. Avalon has finally appeared. Vlad sighed and closed his eyes once again. He didn't want to meddle in with the affairs of the southern continent because he was a magical beast. For him, whoever sat on whatever throne was of no importance. Suddenly, the door of his room opened and an adorable little girl walked up to him with a smile. Aya! Eve greeted the black-haired man who was currently staying in her grandpa's room. The ducklings following Eve walked in front of her and looked up at Vlad with expectant eyes. What do you want now? Vlad asked. Aya! Eve said as she pointed at the ducklings beside her feet. The corner of Vlad's lips twitched as he looked down at the chirping ducklings who were asking him to give them food. He, a demigod who brought terror into the hearts of humans and beasts alike, was currently being treated as a nanny by a little girl and 7 ducklings. Leah had momentarily left Eve to get something from her room. She didn't expect that her lover's little sister had the guts to visit the nightmare behemoth of the Strathmore forest, and even went as far as to extort him for food. Vlad was very tempted to step on the ducklings and turn them into meat paste. However, the little girl who was looking at him with expectant eyes was preventing him from carrying out this plan. In the end, he could only sigh as he rummaged through his storage ring to find something that the ducklings could eat, so that they would leave him alone. These are grapes I found in a domain a while ago, Vlad said with a heavy heart. He then gave the grapes one by one to Eve, who crouched down to feed them to her little ducklings. Vlad felt his liver itch as he watched the ducklings happily eat the grapes that were rich in spirit energy. Although he didn't really care about these grapes that he had randomly gathered during his exploration, he still thought that it was a waste to feed them to livestock. "Thanks," Eve said and waved her hand to bid Vlad goodbye. The demigod forced himself to smile and waved back. If not for the fact that James' blood was flowing inside Eve's body, he would not even bother to be nice to her. "Fortunately, he's not around to see me like this." Vlad sighed a second time before closing his eyes to meditate. If James was there to see the scene of Eve bullying his best friend, he would definitely laugh out loud and start praising his grandchild. After all, aside from Eve, no other child below the age of 5 was able to extort anything from an existence that could instantly wipe out the Hellon capital with just a wave of its hand, and get away with it scot-free. "Please be careful, big brother," Brianna said as she hugged William. "If you need a safe place to stay, you can always come back here in the Kirinter Mountains. I will welcome you with open arms." William patted Brianna's head with a smile. He also felt reluctant to leave the adorable Loli behind, but he couldn't stay with the northern tribes. There were still many things he had to do and people to protect. Besides, hiding would not change anything. "Don't worry, I'll be fine," William replied as he assured Brianna. "Make sure to follow your sovereign's decree. Also, look after your people. They need you right now." William then shifted his attention to the youngest prince of the Hellon kingdom, who was a few meters away from them. "Prince Ernest, stay here in the Kirinter Mountains," William stated. "I already told you about the state of affairs in the capital. Going back will only endanger your life. Until the curse has been lifted, you are to stay here with the northern tribes. Do you understand?" "Yes," Prince Ernest replied. The young prince also understood that he couldn't do anything for the kingdom at this point in time. His brothers had already aligned themselves with the organization, which was an act of treason. Although he didn't have a bad relationship with his elder brother, the crown prince, he still couldn't accept the fact that Prince Lionel had betrayed his own kingdom. This was something Ernest couldn't forgive. Seeing that his message had been taken seriously by the prince, William patted Brianna's head one last time. "It's time for me to go," William said softly. Brianna nodded and reluctantly let go of William. The half-elf planted a kiss on her forehead before going towards the flying carriage which would take him back to Lant. He didn't look back, because she didn't want to see Brianna's sad expression. Although they were not related by blood, he had long thought of her as his little sister. He didn't want Brianna to take part in this battle that would stain her hands with blood. After entering the carriage, Dave and Lionheart prepared for takeoff. Conrad, who had also been summoned to the Kirinter Mountains, soared into the sky with his wyvern to serve as an escort. Moments later, the griffin took off, pulling the flying carriage behind it. Brianna looked at the flying carriage that was slowly going farther away from the north, with a sad expression. She then felt a warm and small hand hold hers in a firm grip. "Although Sir William makes me jealous, I believe in him," Prince Ernest said with a serious expression. "Why do you believe in him?" Brianna asked. She looked at the young prince beside her with expectations. Prince Ernest smiled. "Because he is someone that my father has chosen. Also, he is the person that my big sister has chosen." Brianna nodded because she also believed in William. She only wished that the red-headed boy wouldn't come to any harm when he took part in this war that would change the fate of the entire southern continent. Inside the flying carriage, William and Ash had entered his sea of consciousness in order to allow the mermaid to make a detailed diagnosis of his body. The fight inside Avalon was quite intense, and Ash was worried that there had been some damage made to her lover's spiritual world. "Everything is fine," Ash said after her inspection. "Your spiritual world is still in a state of recovery. At most, it will take 2 to 3 months before it regains stability." She was holding William in an embrace, and the latter's head was resting over her chest. "I told you that I'm fine," William replied while keeping his eyes closed. "You just won't believe me." Ash sighed as she placed her hand over the jewel on William's chest. "Of course I was worried. You were casting spell after spell without pause. Now don't talk. I will start to transfer spirit energy to your soul." The gem on her own chest glowed and synchronized with the gem that was also glowing in William's chest. Soon, The two gems pulsed in a steady rhythm like the beating of a heart. William was still tired from the recent battle, so he immediately fell asleep due to the comfortable sensation that was flowing inside his body. It would take them at least 2 days to reach Lant, where he would reunite with Matthew and Leah. He also needed to consult with Vlad to see if he would be willing to extend his hand to help William take care of the foreign invaders in their home turf. Takam had already warned William that Vlad was someone who didn't want to meddle in the affairs of mortal men. However, there was still a chance to gain his assistance, so it was worth a shot. Having a demigod on their side would drastically increase their chances of winning. William just hoped that the demigod of the Strathmore Forest would be in a good mood when he asked for his assistance. Connor traveled day and night to reach the site of the hidden valley. He couldn't believe that the domain he had been looking for had vanished without a trace. The subordinates that were left behind were missing as well. No matter what he did, he was unable to contact any of them. The domain was very important to him, so he set aside the pressing matters of the kingdom and left it to his subordinates to handle. Just where did it go? Connor thought as he surveyed the vast pit that had once housed the hidden valley. He couldn't think of anyone or anything that had the ability to make the valley disappear from the face of the earth. Callum and the rest of his subordinates had explored the surroundings and even explored the pit in order to find any clues that they could use to locate the valley that they were looking for. Unfortunately, their efforts didn't bear any fruit. This piece of bad news made Connor very angry and helpless at the same time. He had spent a vast amount of time and resources in order to find the Undying Lands. He even had to instigate a war in order to ensure that none of the strong individuals in the continent would get in his way, so that he could explore the domain's secret without any interference. The loss of the domain that held the secrets of immortality gave him a blow that he couldn't swallow and accept. "Search the nearby towns and villages for clues," Connor ordered. "I will return to the capital and send more men to join you in this endeavor. All of you are not going to rest unless you have covered every inch of the Hellon Kingdom. Find the valley and find the monument. This mission takes precedence above all." The members of the organization nodded and split into teams to investigate the nearby towns and villages. The members that had accompanied Connor from the capital had also been split to accompany these groups of investigators. Connor remained even after his subordinates had left his position. He stared at the pit with a serious expression, as if he was using his willpower to summon the valley back to its original position. "So this is what you've been up to, Connor. That's one big pit. Are you trying to build an artificial lake? You sure have a unique taste," 2 teasing voices said from behind Connor. The leader of the organization in the southern continent snorted and turned to look at the 2 uninvited guests that had come to ridicule him. An elf and a middle-aged man, who seemed like veteran warriors, openly sneered at Connor. They were the 2 leaders of the organization who were stationed in the Silvermoon continent and the Creator Empire. Naturally, they didn't like Connor and were more than happy to make things difficult for him. "Did the 2 of you come here to kill me?" Connor replied. "Or did you 2 foolishly come here to be killed by me?" Connor held the handle of his short sword by his waist as he eyed his comrades in contempt. All of them were leaders of the organization in their respective domains, but they didn't really get along with each other. More than anything, they were rivals, even enemies to a certain extent. They all listened to the Supreme Pontifex and adhered to his orders at all times, but that didn't mean that the branch leader of each organization had to give each other face. "The 2 of you came at the right time," Connor said as he pulled out the sword by his waist. "I've been in a very bad mood as of late, and I need to find an outlet to release some stress. Why don't the 3 of us spar for a while? This is why I hate you humans." The elf, Alessio, shook his head in disdain. "All of you are crude and barbaric. Can't we just sit down and talk like civilized people?" Berthold, the middle-aged man who stood beside the elf, spat on the ground. "This is why I hate elves. You pretend to be so refined and elegant, yet every word that comes out of your mouths is rubbish. Do you all, perhaps, eat the deer dung in your forests for breakfast? As expected of humans, all of you are scum. As expected of elves, all of you are hypocrites." The 2 glared at each other, completely ignoring Connor, who had his short sword at the ready. Although the 2 were quarreling with each other, Connor didn't lower his guard. Backstabbing was very common among the leaders of the organization. They would be more than happy to kick those that had fallen from the grace of their pontifex and take all of his possessions like spoils of war. "Speak! Why are both of you here?" Connor declared as he pointed his short sword at the elf. The elf frowned as he faced Connor's glare fearlessly. "Why are you pointing that thing at me?" "It's really simple," Connor replied. "I hate elves more than I hate humans." Berthold laughed out loud as he saw Connor antagonize his elven counterpart. He already knew of Connor's hatred for elves, so he wasn't surprised at his current action. Alessio also knew of Connor's hatred for the elves, but the same was mutual, so he wasn't backing down as well. Ironically, after a standoff that lasted for a few minutes, it was Berthold who took the lead to pacify both sides. "Calm down, both of you," Berthold said. "Connor, we didn't come here to fight. At least for now. Our real fight will start soon. But, since we are acquaintances, we decided to come here to give you a chance to surrender." Connor grinned as he looked at his acquaintance with disdain. "Surrender? Me? What nonsense are you talking about?" Alessio chuckled as he crossed his arms over his chest. "Aren't you wondering why the two of us are here?" Connor gave the elf a sidelong glance. Naturally, he was surprised when his rivals had suddenly appeared in the southern continent. However, knowing that the two were opportunistic bastards, his surprise didn't last long. Since all of them were members of the same organization, it was highly possible that his plans were leaked out by the spies that his two guests had planted in his own men. Seeing that Connor wasn't planning on saying anything, Alessio gave an exaggerated sigh as he continued his explanation. "Simply put, the Elven army and the Creator Empire have invaded this continent." Alessio smirked. "We are just giving you an opportunity to surrender before our armies trample on your men during our conquest of this kingdom." Connor snorted at the elf's arrogant words. "Conquer this continent? You make it sound so easy. Do you really think that you can do that? Of course. What can a few scum humans do to our mighty elven army?" Alessio raised his head arrogantly. "No matter how many subordinates you have, do you think you can beat a tenth of the Silver Moon Continent's army? I'd love to see you try." Berthold, who was keeping quiet earlier, yawned as if the elf's bravado was just the boast of a 5-year-old child. "Maybe a miracle will happen and you can beat these weak elves, but you cannot do anything about the forces of our Creator Empire," Berthold stated. "You already know what kind of army we have, right?" Connor frowned. He didn't know how many men Berthold and Alessio had brought to the southern continent. However, their confident words made him understand that both of them weren't joking. "Frankly, I don't mind if you cut the ears of some of these elves and take them back as trophies." Their arrogance had been rising as of late. "The kids in my army are looking forward to capturing some elven beauties to be raised as their pets. Barbaric brutes, I'd like to see how you do that under my watch. It's about time you realize that the time when you can enslave our race is now over." Connor watched the two men bicker with each other as he thought of their plans to invade the Hellon Kingdom. If one of them invaded, he might be able to resist, but if the two of them were to work together, "What if I refuse?" Connor asked. Alessio and Berthold exchanged a glance before laughing together. Their laughter rang out freely, which irritated Connor's ears. "Do you dare refuse?" Alessio asked with disdain. "Do you dare?" Berthold had also stopped laughing and his expression became serious. He wanted to know if Connor had the guts to fight the two of them at the same time. "Why shouldn't I dare?" Connor challenged. "Both of you came here, uninvited, in my domain, and you think I will just bow and allow you to have your way? I am the leader of the organization in this continent. Both of you are mere trespassers." Berthold and Alessio didn't deny Connor's accusation because he was correct. Both of them were trespassers, but in the face of such a juicy opportunity to gain more lands, they were unable to resist wanting to take a slice of the cake as well. Within the organization, it was not forbidden for the leaders to fight against each other. The strong will lead and the weak shall have to submit. This was a rule that their supreme pontifex had decreed. Even Connor, Berthold, and Alessio had to fight against the former branch leaders before they were able to gain the position they had now. All three of them were ruthless individuals, which allowed them to become the leaders in their respective territories. Since it has already come this far, we have nothing more to discuss, Alessio replied. We will just have to fight and see who becomes the top dog between the three of us. I agree. I have long wanted to punch your face. Just once, Alessio. Berthold nodded his head in agreement. This is a good opportunity to do that. Ha ha ha. Fine. I'll give you an opportunity. Just make sure that you don't die in your attempt, Alessio commented. He then turned towards Connor and smirked. May the best elf win. Berthold scoffed. It's time for you to wake up from your daydream. Connor ignored the two men's bickering and walked away with steady steps. He still had many things to do, and one of them was assigning men to find the undying lands before the elves, and the Creator Empire got wind of the real reason for bringing the entire continent to its knees. Est, who was currently in the capital, was inside the house where he had stayed with his mother for many years. Just like all the adults, his mother had also turned into a crystal statue while seated in her favorite chair. Herman, Nana, and the three maids who stayed behind to watch over his mother's safety had suffered the same fate as well. Young master, dinner is ready, Isaac said as he finished arranging the dining table. Currently there were only the two of them inside the house, and both of them worked together to do the house chores while waiting for the promised date when all of the students of the academy would return to the capital and discuss their next course of action. Frankly, Est believed that not all of the students who had returned to their domains would come back on the promised date. Most of them were the heirs of their territories, so it was up to them to take care of the welfare of the survivors that were left behind. Also, he was quite worried about William. After the Crown Prince gave everyone permission to return to their hometowns, Est went to the academy to check on the half-elf's condition. However, when he arrived, William and Ian were nowhere to be found. Est was very tempted to go to Lant, but he was worried about his mother, so he decided to stop by their residence back in the capital of Gladiolus. Is the food not to your liking, young master? Isaac asked after seeing that Est did not seem to be in the mood for dinner. Est shook his head as he gave his loyal retainer a smile. Sorry, I was thinking of other things. The food you make is always delicious. Isaac sighed in relief after knowing that it was not his cooking's fault. The two talked as they ate because the house was very quiet. It made them feel like they were in a ghost town, because they could not hear any noises in the vicinity. Est's house was located in the second level of Gladiolus. This was where the residences of important people and nobles of the Hellon Kingdom were located. Naturally, there was a certain distance from every household and all their properties held considerable space. This gave each household some privacy, which also made the current situation so dark and gloomy. Do you think Will and Ian are in Lant? Est asked. Isaac finished chewing the food inside his mouth before he answered his young master's inquiry. I think that is the case, young master, Isaac replied. I can't think of any other place where the two of them could have gone. Est nodded in agreement. Ian wouldn't take a risk when it came to William's safety, so the town of Lant was the safest place to go during these chaotic times. We still have a week before the gathering will take place, Est said softly. If William is not there at that time, we will go to Lant and visit him. Isaac nodded. Currently, there was nothing they could do in regards to the people that had been turned into statues. Fortunately, each residence was protected by special runes that prevented intruders from entering them. Only those that had a certain imprint could enter and leave the premises unimpeded without facing the high-level spells that could potentially give them serious injuries. For now, Est's mother, Nana, Herman, and their maids were safe inside their residence. Tell me, what do you think about the current situation? Est asked with a serious expression. Among the three of them, Isaac was the least vocal, but he was the one who liked to plan things and ensure that they had everything they needed whenever they went on an expedition. Est trusted him to give insights on certain things, especially when he needed a second opinion. It's fishy, Isaac answered in a heartbeat. All the adults have turned into statues, but those black-robed men that appeared inside the fortress were perfectly fine. Not only that, they seemed to have a close connection with the Crown Prince. I didn't want to say this at first, but it's possible that they were the ones responsible for the incident that had turned all those who were above the age of 20 into statues. Est's expression turned serious. He had been thinking of the same thing, but he lacked the evidence to back up his suspicions. When he went to see the statue of the king for the first time, the crown prince didn't react as strongly as he had at that time. It was as if Prince Lionel had already anticipated that something would happen to his own father. The other suspicious thing was the way he greeted the black-robed men that had appeared in the fortress after the incident. Although it was not an overly warm reception, one could tell at a glance that they were on good terms with each other. Not only that, they were the ones who volunteered to gather the statues of the king and other high-ranking nobles and officers of the army for safekeeping. Est didn't think much about this in the past because his state of mind back then was filled with confusion. Back then, all he cared about was the king's safety and the eradication of the soldier ants that had been paralyzed due to the purple aurora borealis that descended from the sky. "Are you implying that the crown prince has betrayed the kingdom?" Est asked in a voice that only Isaac could hear. Although the residents had soundproofing magic, this kind of discussion was something that shouldn't be known by other people. Isaac firmly nodded his head. "Of course, this is only my assumption. I would rather be wrong than right about this matter, young master." Est didn't say anything and allowed Isaac to clear the dishes on their table. Just like his trusted retainer, Est wished that the crown prince wasn't part of this conspiracy. Because if that was true, then Prince Lionel had not only betrayed the Hellon kingdom, but also betrayed his own family. Est clenched his fist as he held back the anger that was rising in his chest. He had never liked the crown prince, but he didn't hate him to the extent of wanting to cause him harm. "I need to know the truth," Est thought as he raised his head to look at the ceiling. "I need to know if he really betrayed his majesty." Meanwhile, inside a tower that served as a prison located on the east side of Gladiolus. "Ha ha ha! I bet you didn't see this coming, didn't you, dear brother of mine?" Rufus laughed hysterically as he looked at his older brother's swollen face. The two of them were locked in different cells, but Rufus' condition was way better than the crown prince's. After barging into Connor's room when the latter was in a bad mood, the crown prince received a beating which had broken some of the bones in his body. Naturally, after regaining his composure, Connor ordered the healers of the organization to treat his injuries. However, Connor prevented them from healing Prince Lionel's face, which made the latter mad with anger. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do but swallow his anger in the fear that Connor would come to his cell to beat him up again if he made a scene. For Prince Lionel, who adored the beautiful Princess of Frisia, he cared about his face just as much as he cared about his life. He hated the fact that his loser brother was mocking him, but there was nothing he could do but endure. Connor had stationed guards to watch over the two of them, so the crown prince ignored Rufus' ingratiating taunts. "Connor, you bastard! This prince will make you pay for this offense." Prince Lionel swore as he glared hatefully at Rufus, who was currently rejoicing at his current state. "You too. After I get out of here, I will ensure that you will not be able to ridicule and laugh at me again." The crown prince's heart was filled with hate and anger. For someone like him who wanted to stand above others, being treated like this was a stain on his ego. If given the chance, he would definitely turn back time and tell his father the whereabouts of the organization that had made his life miserable. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret. Prince Lionel knew that his options were limited. For now, the only thing he could do was wait. He would wait for the time when he could reclaim what was rightfully his and make everyone who dared to look down on him kneel on their knees and beg for his forgiveness. A 4-meter-tall Lamassu soared through the sky while pulling a flying carriage. 30 more Lamassus flanked the flying carriage, serving as their escorts. Lamassu, protector of the divine. Human-headed winged bull. Threat level, A low. Can be added to the herd. Success rate, 5%. Lamassus are often called the protectors of the divine because they were fierce and loyal guardians of the bull god that had walked the land thousands of years ago. They have the body of a bull, the facial features of a man, and the wings of an eagle. In the Zealand dynasty, most houses that have a certain kind of influence and power have a pair of carved Lamassus beside the entrance of their gate. They believed that as long as the Lamassus stood guard to protect their house, their safety was assured. Inside the flying carriage, the crown prince of the Zealand dynasty, Alaric Sol Zealand, watched over his brothers and sisters, who were currently asleep. When the elves invaded the outskirts of their dynasty, the Minotaur race immediately reported it to their sovereign. Minos, the myriad great bull of the Zealand dynasty, knew that it would be impossible to stop the advance of the elves at this point in time. Just like the ant colony of the Inauthentic dynasty, the bovine beast protectors of the Zealand dynasty were also weakened by the continental spell. In order to preserve the lineage of the royal family, he ordered a platoon of Lamassus to immediately gather the surviving members of the royal family and take them to a place where the elves couldn't reach them. He then ordered all of the remaining bovine races to gather at the palace of Knossos where he resided. It was located in a labyrinth that was 10 miles away from the capital of the Zealand dynasty. This labyrinth was protected by powerful runic formations that even the elves wouldn't be able to break through in such a short period of time. This was Minos' last resort to protect the royal family and his own subjects from getting captured and enslaved by the elven race. Minos left Prince Alaric a special artifact that would allow the prince to summon Minos' two sons, Icarus and Daedalus. Both of them were millennial beasts, but their powers were currently halved due to the effect of the continental spell. Even so, the great guardian of the Zealand dynasty told Prince Alaric that he could summon them during critical moments to aid him when he and the lives of his brothers and sisters were in danger. After escaping the capital, Prince Alaric ordered the Lamassus to head west. His goal was to reach Lant where his distant cousins resided. Right now, there were very few places in the continent where they could run and hide. The reason he could pinpoint the location of Lant was due to the bracelet that he had given his half-sister, Princess Ayla, before parting ways in the Kirinter Mountains. Prince Alaric was wearing the same bracelet on his wrist, and it allowed him to pinpoint the location of his sister by using the ability that was imbued in their bracelets. Finally, after more than a week of traveling, the town of Lant was seen in the distance. At the same time, one of the Lamassu flying beside the carriage roared. It had detected another flying carriage being pulled by a griffin and escorted by a wyvern. Since their numbers were greater, the Lamassu guarding the carriage wasn't the least bit worried of the two magical beasts that were also headed in the direction that they were going. Alaric had already told them that they were forbidden from fighting against anyone because he was currently in a different kingdom. "Who goes there?" the lead Lamassu asked. "State your name and affiliation." Since the Lamassu had the head of a man, it was capable of speaking the human language. William, who just returned from the north, frowned when he saw the mighty force that was currently hovering 100 meters away from them. Lionheart and the wyvern screeched in defiance, but the Lamassu didn't pay them any attention. They were very intelligent creatures and knew that the two magical beasts weren't the ones that they needed to talk to. "My name is William von Ainsworth," William replied with pride. "All of you are currently within the airspace of our territory. State your name and the reason why you are headed to my hometown." Although they were currently outnumbered, William recognized the flying beasts that were all looking at his carriage with serious expressions. This was also why he ordered Dave to intercept the flying platoon that was headed towards Lant. He wanted to know if his hunch was correct. "Well met, cousin," Prince Alaric replied. The Lamassu pulling his flying carriage moved forward. "Is my sister, Princess Ayla, doing well?" William nodded and even smiled when he saw the devilish-looking prince of the Zealand dynasty. Seeing his mighty entourage, he had a feeling that he already knew the reason for their arrival. "Did you perhaps come here to visit her?" William inquired. Prince Alaric shook his head firmly. "Actually, we came here to ask you and your family to shelter us for the time being." Shelter? What do you mean?" "It's a long story. Can we resume our talk once we have arrived at your residence? We've been traveling for many days and we are very exhausted." Naturally, William knew that the elves had invaded the Zealand dynasty. However, he pretended to be unaware of this fact. First off, he hadn't known Crown Prince Alaric long enough to trust him completely. Secondly, he wanted to know the Crown Prince's next course of action now that he had left his dynasty behind. William had experienced what desperation could do to people. The red-headed boy wanted to know if Prince Alaric was one of those people who had succumbed to that kind of pressure. William glanced at the prince, who had bags under his eyes, and nodded. "Let's go to Lant. I'll lead the way." Prince Alaric sighed in relief. "Thank you. I will return this favor in the future." "I'll take your word for it." William grinned as he made a gesture for Dave to depart. Lionheart screeched and flew in the direction of Lant. Conrad didn't lag far behind and flew alongside the flying carriage. The wyverns and the Urobro were alerted when they sensed the arrival of beasts that they hadn't seen before. If not for the fact that the one leading them towards the town was William, they would have immediately attacked them. Jekyll, who also sensed the arrival of a sizable force, was waiting on top of the town's wall as he gazed at them from afar. He was quite familiar with the bovine race because he had stored them inside his stomach before he left the fortress that was facing off against the Zealand dynasty. He didn't eat them because James had told him in passing that William had an uncanny ability to tame beasts that belonged to the herd. Although Jekyll was unsure if minotaurs and the other bovine beasts could be considered part of the herd, he still took them in to allow William to tame them at a later date. It was supposed to be a surprise that he would give him after they finished investigating the Undying Lands, but something unexpected had happened, which delayed Jekyll's surprise for the red-headed boy. "Well, I guess this is fine as well," Jekyll muttered as he looked at the two flying carriages that were slowly descending from the sky. "Perhaps our visitors will be able to give us news of the things that are happening outside the borders of the Hellon Kingdom." Princess Ayla was relieved to see that her brothers and sisters were safe and sound. However, she was also sad about the series of events that had transpired in their own kingdom. Prince Alaric had gone to the conference room where William, Matthew, Leah, Ian, Jekyll, and Celine were waiting for him. They wanted him to give them a detailed account on how powerful the elven forces were. Prince Alaric was shocked when he saw that Jekyll and Celine were unaffected by the continental spell. He wanted to ask them how they were able to resist the curse, but he knew that now was not the time for that. In order to gain their trust, he must first show that he was worthy of it. Prince Alaric had been tutored at an early age on how to govern the Zealand dynasty. He was taught the art of negotiation and intimidation. Naturally, he didn't plan to use the second option because he was not on his home turf. He was a guest, and a guest should act according to his role, and not antagonize the host. Prince Alaric didn't want his brothers and sisters to suffer, so he was willing to take a step back and lower his standing in order to form a partnership with William and the two adults who were with him. Vladimir didn't participate in the meeting because he had no interest in it. His only mission was to protect Lant, and that was it. Whatever happened outside of its borders was none of his business. Even if the entire Hellon Kingdom were to turn to ashes, Vladimir would not even bat an eye. For him, the fall of kingdoms, empires, and dynasties was part of a natural cycle. He couldn't be bothered to care about the lives of the short-lived humans who held no importance in his heart. "I didn't get to see them personally," Prince Alaric started. "But according to the Minotaurs that rushed to the palace, the elves were all above the platinum rank. No one in the Zealand dynasty is their match because the survivors are only teenagers and children. Although we have promising geniuses in our ranks, most of them are only at the initial stages of the gold rank. The elven prodigies outclass us in both rank and battle proficiency." Prince Alaric sighed as he rubbed his forehead with his hand. "I am embarrassed to say that I wasn't able to bring them with me in our escape. The elven invasion was too sudden, and most of them had flying mounts that flew directly towards the capital. If not for Sovereign Minas' timely help, we would have been captured long ago." William raised an eyebrow as he glanced at his master, Celine. His beautiful master had told him long ago that the elven prodigies were stronger than humans. He just didn't know how strong they were because he hadn't faced any of them in battle. William's current power level was at the middle stages of the platinum rank. However, if he unleashed all of his abilities, his battle prowess could easily reach the late stages of the mithril rank. Celine returned her disciple's gaze coolly because she understood William's line of thought. "Don't worry, with your current level of strength, even normal elven geniuses aren't your match," Celine stated. "The ones you should worry about are the captains and commanders of this elven expedition. If I'm not mistaken, they have already reached the adamantium rank. Matthew's, Leah's, Ian's, and Prince Alaric's expressions turned grim when they heard Celine's declaration. Currently, Matthew's and Leah's battle prowess were at the initial stages of the platinum rank. The same could be said for Prince Alaric, who was proficient in both martial arts and magic combat. "What are your plans now, Prince Alaric?" William inquired. The crown prince of the Zealand dynasty raised his head to look at William. "There's no way I can reclaim my dynasty with the current forces in my possession. The 30 Lamasis that accompanied us in our escape are the current fighting force we, of the royal family, have. If possible, I'd like to stay here in Lant while I think about our next course of action. I apologize because I haven't thought about anything else aside from reaching this place." Prince Alaric looked at William with a serious gaze. "Will you allow us to stay?" All the people in the room glanced at William. Although Matthew and Leah were older than him, William was the knight commander of a knight order. His rank was higher than them because, during wartime, knight commanders had the rank of a general. "Of course you can stay," William replied with a smile. "However, it will not be for free." William knew that letting Prince Alaric stay was the right thing to do. However, he also understood that if he allowed him to stay for free, the crown prince would think that he had underlying motives for his hospitality. It was better to establish some conditions to their cooperation so that both sides would be able to rest easy. "I want 10 of the Lamasis under your command to work for me," William stated. "Right now I am lacking in manpower. Just like what happened to your dynasty, the Hellon Kingdom is under siege by an organization called Deus. I need all the fighting forces that I can get." Prince Alaric nodded his head. He was already expecting this outcome, so he had prepared himself to compromise and transfer up to 20 Lamasis to help William's cause. Fortunately, William only asked for 10, which made the prince breathe a little easier. William later, "Spare me some time," Jekyll said with a mischievous smile. "I want to show you something." William eyed the dentist of Lant suspiciously because Jekyll had always given him the creeps. The red-headed boy felt goosebumps when he saw the mischievous smile plastered on the dentist's face. He felt as if he was going to have a transaction with a scammer, and he had no choice but to allow himself to be scammed without any form of resistance. "How did your meeting with Sir William go?" Princess Ayla asked as soon as her big brother, Prince Alaric, appeared in the house that William had designated to be the temporary residence of the royal family from the Zealand dynasty during their stay in Lant. It was a house that was built for VIP guests who decided to visit Lant. This house had 2 stories and was only 100 meters away from the Ainsworth residence. "It went well," Alaric replied as he sat on the comfortable couch in their living room. "They are good people." Princess Ayla nodded in agreement. Ever since she had arrived in Lant, the Ainsworth family had treated her kindly. Her master, the Life Archon, Owen, had taught her a lot of things. Even his young wife had treated Princess Ayla like a family member and would often invite her to have lunch and dinner with them. "Big brother, do you think we will be able to reclaim our dynasty?" Princess Ayla asked with a sad expression on her face. Prince Alaric looked up at the ceiling and didn't give an answer. He and Princess Ayla both knew that recovering their dynasty from the hands of the elves was merely a pipe dream. Right now, the only thing that they could do was hope that a miracle would happen. Prince Alaric knew that the only way to have a chance of winning was to wait for the Minotaur race to regain their strength. Then and only then would they have a chance to challenge the elves. The only question was, when would King Minos and his subjects recover their strength? This was a question that Prince Alaric couldn't answer. Perhaps even King Minos himself didn't know the answer to this question. However, one thing was clear. These were dark and difficult times. A time where hope was fleeting and salvation was nowhere to be found. "Sir Jekyll, where are you taking me?" William asked. Jekyll just smiled and placed a finger over his lips. "It's a secret. You'll know when we get there." The 2 of them were currently riding one of the wyverns that had become one of the protectors of Lant. William didn't know why they had to do their talk away from Lant. Deep inside, he hoped that Jekyll wouldn't use him as a specimen for his experiments. Because this was a private affair, Ian wasn't allowed to accompany William. This made the half-elf think that whatever the dentist of Lant wanted to talk about, had to be done in secret. Soon, the two arrived at a familiar place. This was the silent forest where William had trained under the sentinel of Lant, Trent, and his drunken monk master, Duane. The wyvern landed in the clearing beside the lake and allowed his two passengers to disembark. Jekyll then crossed his arms over his chest as he looked at the red-headed boy in front of him. "Your grandpa said that you can tame herd-type beasts. Can you really do that?" William nodded. In the past, he had used contracts to make the Spire and Soglav become temporary members of his herd. The reason? His shepherd job class didn't have a taming skill. The method he used to make the hippogriffs and the trollhounds become part of his herd was to invite them using promises and compromises. He promised the hippogriffs that he would regrow their limbs if they became part of his herd. Due to this agreement, the shepherd job class was somehow able to tame these magical creatures and add them to his herd. What he didn't know was that the king's chess-piece divinity was subtly helping him in the background. Jekyll smirked. "Well then, why don't you give that taming skills of yours a try? Turn around for a second." William obediently obeyed Jekyll's command and turned around. Suddenly, the stillness of the silent forest changed and the ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. The red-headed boy was about to turn his head around when a hand held his head in place. "Did I tell you to turn your head around?" Jekyll's voice, that was laced with intimidation, made William unable to even move his head. The vice grip that was locking his head in place was the real deal. William had a feeling that even if he used all of his strength, he wouldn't be able to release himself from Jekyll's hold. A few minutes passed, and the tremors finally stopped. Jekyll let out a loud burp as he released William's head. When the red-headed boy finally regained his freedom, he still didn't dare to look behind him. He was afraid that the dentist would once again grab his head and, this time, snap it off from his body. "Okay, you can turn around now," Jekyll stated. William gingerly looked behind him and his jaw dropped instantly at the sight that was right in front of his eyes. More than 100 beasts of varying sizes lay on the ground panting for breath. There were at least 20 Lamasis, 50 red minotaurs, over 100 inferno bulls, and a giant demi-human ox that was over 6 meters tall. Jekyll chuckled when he saw William's dumbfounded face. He didn't expect that his surprise would be able to make the narcissistic, red-headed boy speechless, which made him think that his effort was worth it. "Go on, do your best to tame them," Jekyll urged. William nodded his head as he walked over to the giant ox that was radiating the aura of a millennial beast. If he hadn't evolved his shepherd job class, William believed that there was no way he would be able to add this powerful creature to his herd. He was still feeling regretful about the titanic green-scaled trollhound that had refused his invitation. Because of this, William wanted to have a taming skill that would be able to capture any herd-type creature with increased chances. When he gained the quick-shot shepherd job class, William didn't expect that this new job class of his would allow him to create 12 skills of his own choosing with the power of the system. Each of the trials that he had passed allowed him to create a single ability. This made William very happy, so he and the system had collaborated to design the most optimal skills that he could use to strengthen himself and the herd under his command. Right now, the quick-shot shepherd had 12 skills in total. Quick-shot war art. Active skill. Allow the quick-shot shepherd to employ his own war arts. The maximum number of war arts that can be created is 13. Beast taming. Active skill. Throw an orb of light to any beasts that can be tamed. The chances of taming will increase if the beast is weaker than the shepherd. The chances of taming will increase if the beast has a good impression of the shepherd. The chances of taming will increase if the beast is in a weakened state. Only applicable to herd-type beasts. Beacon of hope. Passive skill. Every member of the herd under the shepherd's command receives plus 50 enhancement to all stats. A. Shepherd's blessing. Active skill. The shepherd may choose one blessing to bestow upon the entire herd. Each spell gives a corresponding plus 20 enhancement to their respective stats. Only one blessing can be active at a time. Ox's strength. Feline's grace. Hawk's splendor. Wolf's cunning. Turtle's wisdom. Freedom Striders. Active skill. All members under the shepherd's herd gain the freedom of movement in any kind of terrain. They will not suffer any kind of restrictions that would hinder their movement. As long as this spell is in effect, the herd will be able to move underwater as if they were walking or running on land. Heroism. Passive skill. When members of the herd are fighting against opponents that are a rank or several ranks higher than them, all of their stats will increase by 50%. Herd immunity. Passive skill. All members of the herd gain all of the shepherd's natural resistances. If the shepherd has an immunity to status ailments or diseases, all members of the herd would share this immunity. Underwater breathing. Active skill. All members of the herd gain the ability to breathe underwater. Guardian of the herd. Active skill. Allows the shepherd to transform into any beast that is a member of his herd. This skill will last for an hour. This skill can be cancelled anytime. Healing wind. Active skill. The shepherd calls upon a gentle breeze that heals up to 2,000 health points in a 20-meter radius. Kinship evolution. The shepherd may choose one beast to form a pact with them and allow it to evolve to a more powerful form. Only one beast can use kinship evolution at any given time. Unstoppable 1,000 beast charge. Active skill. When charging towards the enemies, all members of the herd gain 80% resistance against ranged attacks. When charging towards the enemies, all members of the herd gain 80% resistance against magical attacks. Each member of the herd will receive a magical barrier that can endure up to 100,000 health points of damage. Any member of the herd that receives damage that surpasses 100,000 health points will immediately lose the effect of this buff. This skill can only be used if the herd has 1,000 or more members. Because of this set of skills, William was confident that he would be able to strengthen his herd to the next level. Right now, he was only lacking in skill points. This was why he couldn't upgrade all of them at the same time. However, he knew that when all of these skills were unlocked, his herd would be able to reach their full potential. These skills would give William the power to make a difference in a war where he was greatly disadvantaged. The millennial beast, Urketu, felt an unfamiliar, yet warm, force wash over its body. It felt very comfortable, and yet, its instincts told him that it mustn't allow itself to be lulled by the power that was slowly binding it to someone's will. The Urketu was a giant white ox that was almost as tall and as broad as the diabolic hell ape that once helped William during the dungeon outbreak. Its two horns were massive, which made it very imposing. Unfortunately, its strength was currently halved due to the power of the continental spell that had affected every creature in the continent that had the rank of centennial and above. The only ones that didn't get affected by the spell were the extremely powerful ones like pseudo-demigods and demigods. Minos, the sovereign of the Minotaurs, and the Ant Queen had been affected by the spell. However, since the Ant Queen's main purpose was to lay eggs, her threat didn't diminish. Only Minos, the king of the Minotaur race, suffered heavily from the spell. Because of this, it had no choice but to seal off their palace to prevent the elves from capturing his subjects. The Urketu resisted William's taming spell with all of its might. Although its current strength had dropped down to the initial stages of the centennial rank, it was still a very powerful monster. Moments later, the taming skill failed and the giant white ox panted heavily from its effort to resist William's spell. "Curse you," the Urketu said through telepathy as it opened its eyes to glare at William. However, the moment its eyes landed on the boy, a hint of surprise passed over its beastly features. "Why you?" Urketu gasped in shock as it eyed William with disbelief. "And no, impossible. This cannot be." The giant white ox tried to prop itself up, but was unable to move its body. Due to the continental spell and being starved inside Jekyll's stomach, it was too weak to even stand up. However, its eyes remained strong as it stared at the red-headed boy in front of him. "Come closer, boy," Urketu stated. "I promise I won't hurt you. I just want to confirm something." William didn't bat an eye and walked forward fearlessly. Jekyll, who was standing nearby, frowned and prepared himself to defend the boy if Urketu tried something funny. When William was only 2 meters away from the head of the giant ox, Erkitu sniffed the boy's body as if trying to confirm its suspicions. "Your name?" Erkitu asked. "William," William answered. Erkitu narrowed its eyes, then asked the most important question it could think of. "What is your profession?" William smiled because he understood the real meaning behind the giant white ox's question. He then remembered David's short lesson before he was sent to the heavenly domain to partake in his 13 trials. "I am the eternal guardian of the herd," William said with pride. He then looked at the giant white ox that was lying on the ground with a serious expression. "Will you honor the oath made by your ancestors?" Erkitu chuckled, but coughed a few moments later. Its weakened body was still sore from being held up in Jekyll's stomach, and the chuckle it did only made matters worse. "Earlier, did you try to form a contract with me?" Erkitu inquired. William pondered a bit because he knew that the proud beast in front of him demanded an honest answer. After organizing his thoughts, he decided to just tell the truth. "Yes and no," William replied. "Yes, it is a form of contract similar to that of a beast companion, but different. What I attempted to do earlier was to add you to my herd. In short, I am adding you to my own private force." William then looked at the lamasis, minotaurs, and flaming bulls that were also lying on the ground. "Not only you, I plan to add them in my herd as well," William continued. After looking at the fallen beasts for half a minute, he shifted his attention back to the giant ox that was looking at him with a serious expression. "Erkitu, I ask you to fight for me," William stated. "Fight for me, and I shall hold your vows fulfilled. What say you?" All of the beasts that were currently in a weakened state had been listening to William's and Erkitu's exchange. They had also noticed something very different about the red-headed boy's aura, and Erkitu had confirmed their suspicion. William was the eternal guardian of the herd, and the Minotaur race had made an oath to serve the god of shepherds and his chosen disciples who would don his mantle in the mortal realm. The beasts that protected the Zealand dynasty now had to make a choice: fulfill their oaths and follow William, or reject him and remain loyal to their king. "Tell me your goal," Erkitu demanded. It wore a complicated expression on its face as he asked the half-elf another question. "Although we made an oath to the Eternal Guardian, we cannot betray our king and the citizens of our dynasty. What is your plan regarding the Zealand dynasty?" William knew that he was now at the turning point of a subtle negotiation between him and the commander of the Minotaur race. Depending on his answer, Erkitu and the rest of the beasts would either join his side or resist him with everything they had. "I do not wish for dominion." The red-headed boy placed his closed fist over his chest as if to make a pledge. "My goal is to fight against the organization that has brought chaos to this continent, as well as to fend off the foreigners that have invaded our lands. This is my goal." "And what will you do after you complete your goal?" Erkitu asked. "What of our dynasty?" William scratched his head as he gave the giant ox a sheepish smile. "Ah, you don't need to worry about this. Don't you know that the crown prince is a distant cousin of mine?" "Distant cousins?" "Yes. In fact, Crown Prince Alaric is currently in Lant." "Ah, Lant is my hometown and just a few miles away from here. You can meet him later after we are done with our business." William summoned his shepherd's staff and held it firmly in his grasp. He then pointed its tip at the Erkitu's face. Although David had told him that the Minotaur race was the guardian of the shepherds, this was a vow made thousands of years ago. He didn't know if the current Minotaurs would still honor this ancient oath. One thing was for sure: whether they honored it or not, William was determined to add Erkitu and its subordinates to his herd whether they liked it or not. "I'll ask again. Will you fight for me?" William inquired. There was no threat in his words, but he radiated an imposing aura that wouldn't take no for an answer. Erkitu knew that the time to make a choice had come. The beasts lying on the ground looked at their leader and waited for its answer. Whatever Erkitu's decision would be, they would follow it as his loyal subordinates. "My answer is to think that James was right," Jekyll said with undisguised curiosity. "How do you do it?" "No, don't say anything. Just let me dissect you. I promise I'll put you back together as if you were brand new." William hurriedly hid behind the Erkatu, who was now standing on its feet. After adding them to his herd, William made them eat Lily's pink lollipops to remove the status effects that had been plaguing their bodies. After that, he used healing wind to help them recover from whatever injuries they had suffered. When William asked Erkatu in a discreet manner how they got here, it said that they were swallowed by Jekyll and stored inside his stomach. This made William become even more wary of the always smiling dentist of Lant. He also made a vow that he would never again meet with the dentist alone. Jekyll's latest outburst of wanting to dissect him made William realize that the dentist was half serious with his teasing. If given the opportunity, he really would dissect William to find out what made him tick. Jekyll grinned when he saw the boy's reaction. However, since the matter with the Minotaur race was done, it was now time to return to Lant. Jekyll rode the wyvern and returned first because William said that he wanted to talk to Erkatu in private. Although he was curious, the dentist decided to give William some privacy and left him to deal with his own business. William and Erkatu discussed for an hour before making their way to Lant. When the procession of over 100 beasts appeared within their area of responsibility, Luffy and the wyverns immediately went to intercept them. However, when they saw William sitting on the shoulders of the giant white ox, the defenders of Lant lowered their guards and allowed their new allies to pass through. The kids who saw the never-before-seen beasts for the first time looked at all of them with wonder. The corner of the Erkatu's lips twitched when William left it near the entrance of Lant where Luffy usually sat. The two giant beasts sat opposite each other while the children of Lant played beside them. "Does this always happen?" Erkatu asked Luffy through telepathy. Luffy nodded its head and gave his new comrade a grin that said, "You'll get used to it, cousin. I thought I had already overestimated you. But how did you do this?" Prince Alaric asked in disbelief. When William had returned to Lant, Prince Alaric was one of the people that went to meet with him because there was something he needed to discuss. However, when he saw William sitting on Erkatu's shoulders, the prince was unable to hide the shock spreading across his face. After his escape from their capital, he ordered the Lamasis to go to the battlefield where Erkatu and the other beasts were stationed. When he arrived there, none of the beasts could be found. All he saw were the soldiers that had turned into statues, still holding their weapons and wearing their armors. After retrieving some important supplies from the army camp like food, water, and clothes, Crown Prince Alaric headed straight to Lant to ask William and his family to shelter them. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that he would meet their dynasty's beast commander in Lant. "It's because of my overflowing charisma," William replied as he flipped his hair. "For the time being, Erkatu will work with me to fight off the organization in the Hellon Kingdom. I'm sorry, but I can't make you any promises that we will help you take back your dynasty. We can't defeat the elves with our current forces." William sighed as he looked at the giant white ox in the distance. One millennial beast won't make a difference at this stage. Although the Erkatu was strong, and had recovered its power to the peak, it alone was not enough to overthrow the elven army that had stationed itself within the capital of the Zealand dynasty. William was worried about the teleportation gates that the elves were currently building, but there was nothing he could do about it. Before he worried about the affairs of others, he needed to fix his own problem first. For now, he planned to get some resources from the Undying Lands to strengthen his own private force. Now that he had obtained the Flames of Purification, the Dracolic would definitely beef up the defenses of Avalon. It didn't expect that William would steal one of the priceless treasures that was hidden inside the fortress. The Dracolic thought that it could easily capture William using his minions and force him to release his seal. What it didn't know was that a certain system had already fully mapped the interior of the fortress and labeled the locations of the treasures that would be beneficial to William's goal to fight against the invaders. The Dracolic may be powerful, but it couldn't do anything in its current state. The attack it formed to prevent William from taking the Undying Lands was a one-time thing. It had used the accumulated dark energy that it had gathered over the years to kill the boy, but it was all for naught. Instead of taking his life, the system happily absorbed the dark energy and turned it into experience points. "Now that you have a sizable force by your side, are you going to take control of the Hellon Kingdom?" Prince Alaric asked. He wanted to know if William was finally planning to fight the organization that was responsible for all of this mess. Not yet. William shook his head. One millennial beast is not enough. I need more help. I will give you command of all the Lamasis that are with me right now, Prince Alaric said decisively. He knew that the sooner William dealt with the organization, the sooner he could deal with the elves, who were the nearest threat to the red-headed boy's kingdom. William carefully considered Prince Alaric's offer before nodding his head. I accept your generous offer, but leave 5 of them behind. Also, continue to stay here for the time being. As long as you are here, I can guarantee your safety. Guarantee my safety? Prince Alaric raised an eyebrow. Just where is that confidence of yours coming from? William didn't answer the prince's inquiry and simply smiled. Even if he were to tell the crown prince that a demigod was currently safeguarding Lant, he had a feeling that Prince Alaric wouldn't believe him. Since that was the case, he just decided to play it cool and give a mysterious vibe. Seeing that William didn't plan to answer his inquiry, he decided to ask, "What now?" Although the prince's question only consisted of 2 words, its meaning was conveyed properly. I need to leave Lant, William said with a determined expression. I need to look for allies while I still have time. While you still have time? Prince Alaric asked. Do you have some kind of deadline? William nodded. 3 months. After 3 months, the current situation will escalate. The calm before the storm will have passed and a powerful force will sweep across the land. If we don't want to get blown away by the powerful winds, we need to brace ourselves for the impact. The red-headed boy looked at the gray clouds that were hanging in the sky, the clouds that had cast a gloomy atmosphere into the hearts of the survivors in the southern continent. If possible, he wanted to sweep them away and allow the light of the sun to warm the hearts of everyone. Unfortunately, this was not possible at this point in time. The only thing he could do was to gather as many allies as possible. He only had 3 months to do it, and even William himself didn't know if he would succeed in this endeavor. I'll be leaving tomorrow, see you later, Prince Alaric, William said softly. He then walked towards the Ainsworth residence to tell Matthew, Leah, Celine, Ian, and Jekyll the plan he had in mind. Although he would like to stay in Lant for a few more days, time wasn't on his side. He already had some ideas on whom to invite to fight with him. The only question was, what price would he have to pay in order to gain their help? Take care of yourself, okay? William said as he hugged his adorable niece, Eve. Always listen to your big brother Matthew and big sister Leah. Okay? Eve replied as she happily hugged William back. William sighed as he reluctantly pulled back from the little girl's hug. He then summoned a small wooden staff that David had attached to his mail containing 200,000 God points. This is my gift to you? William handed the small wooden stick to the cute little girl who had already grabbed the stick from William's hand. Always carry with you when you leave the house. Eve almost always saw William carrying a wooden staff around. There were times when she would even ask him to let her play with it. Because of this, she became happy when she was given a stick of her own. Eve waved the small wooden stick that was only 24 inches long. She giggled as the ducklings chirped beside her feet, while looking at her playing around with the stick. William couldn't help himself but smile when he saw this scene. Although he didn't know why David wanted Eve to become his disciple as well, he knew that his adorable niece would be safe as long as the God of Shepherds looked after her. I'll be leaving now, Master, Big Brother, and Big Sister, William said. Take care of yourselves while I am away. Oliver will accompany you, Celine said as she patted William's head. He's been bored as of late and wants to go on an adventure. Do take him along with you. William nodded his head. Having Oliver with him was a great thing because his second master was a very dependable ally. Make sure to take good care of yourself. Leah hugged William after Celine had stepped back. Remember, we will always be waiting here in Lant. If it gets difficult, you can return any time you want. Okay, William commented and hugged her back. He then sneakily whispered something in Leah's ears which made her face turn beet red. Now is not the time for that. Leah playfully pounded William's head with her closed fist. Rest assured, after all of this is over, I will consider it. William chuckled as he gave his big brother Matthew a thumbs up. Although they were cousins, the two treated each other as siblings, so William wanted the best for him. Matthew was unaware of what his mischievous little brother had whispered in his wife's ear. But knowing William, it was certainly something not good. "I will not tell you to stay out of trouble, because this is exactly what you plan to do," Matthew said as he patted William's shoulder. "However, just like Leah said, you can always return here when things get out of hand. As long as he is here, we will be safe." William agreed with Matthew's words, but he also knew that he, himself, was not meant to be where it was safe. Currently, there were still treasures that he needed to retrieve from the Undying Lands. However, in order to get those treasures, he needed additional help. He had a feeling that the Dracolic wouldn't make things easy this time around, and he would have to fight an uphill battle if he were to return to the Undying Lands. Even with the addition of Urketu and the Minotaur races, William was not confident that it was enough to turn the tides in his favor. "I'd like to come with you, but there are a few things that I need to do here in Lant," Jekyll said as he walked towards William. He then handed William some of his regeneration potions that were filled with troll's blood. "Take these. Maybe they will come handy in whatever you plan to do." "Thank you, Sir Jekyll." "Don't thank me. Just let me dissect you once." William's body unconsciously shuddered as he took a few steps back. Clearly, he couldn't let his guard down with the smiling dentist for even a second. Lionheart descended from the skies, pulling the flying carriage behind him. Conrad's wyvern circled the skies because they, too, would be accompanying William in his travels. Before he climbed into the carriage, William glanced once more at his loved ones and waved his hand. He didn't know when he'd be able to return to his hometown. He hoped that when that time came, everything would have already been settled. With a mighty screech, Lionheart soared towards the sky. The Lamasis that were now part of William's herd flew in a formation to protect the flying carriage. Urketu and the other beasts had entered the 10,000 beast domain because it would be impossible for them to catch up with William while traveling on land. A few hours after William left Lant, a white goose flew in the sky as it escaped from the eastern part of the Hellon Kingdom. It had just recovered its strength a few days ago and decided to flee its territory to find a safe place to wait out the impending war. On the outside, it looked like an ordinary goose that one could see anywhere. However, it was actually a millennial beast in disguise. This particular millennial beast was a very sly creature and would often eat unsuspecting humans who thought that it was a wild animal that they could roast for lunch. It loved seeing the despair on the faces of the humans that it had eaten alive due to their stupidity. When it arrived at the airspace of Lant, it was shocked when it sensed many powerful beasts residing in the small town. This piqued its curiosity, so it decided to investigate. The white goose landed near the most imposing residence because it had studied the customs of humans. It knew that those who ruled a territory always lived in the biggest house in every city. That was when the white goose saw Eve. Since the white goose was a millennial beast, it had a very strong perception. It had immediately sensed the unbelievable spiritual power that was hidden within the little girl. This made its mouth salivate. Magical beasts ate the beast cores of others in order to increase their strength or to evolve. This also applied to special humans whose magical and spiritual powers exceeded the norm. In the goose's eyes, Eve was like a very potent elixir that would help it increase its strength. It also understood that Eve's power would further increase as she grew up. Because of this, it hatched a plan to kidnap the girl and raise her until she had reached the right age before it feasted on her flesh and absorbed her powerful spiritual essence. Only that giant gold ape is a threat, the white goose thought. However, it can't fly, so it will not be able to catch me. This child is as good as mine. The white goose approached Eve with a mischievous look in its eyes. It was looking forward to raising the child that would allow it to step into the ranks of myriad beasts after a few years. The adorable girl, who was playing with her ducklings, was unaware that a dangerous threat was fast approaching her. Leah had gone back inside the house to cook lunch and left Eve in the garden for the time being. She was not worried because Eve was a very obedient girl and only played in the garden, never venturing outside their residence. This gave the white goose the perfect opportunity to strike. It walked with steady steps because it was sure that no one in this small town was capable of snatching its prey away from its grasp. The ducklings that surrounded Eve felt something amiss and looked at the approaching goose with caution. All of them stepped in front of their mama and spread their little wings while chirping at the white goose that was releasing malicious intent. Chirp! Chirp! The goose stopped 3 meters away from the ducklings and gave a light honk. It then waved one of its wings and blew the 7 ducklings away with a gust of wind. Honk! You brats are lucky that we are distant relatives. I will spare your lives just this once. Eve turned her head to look at the ducklings that lay on the ground tens of meters away from her. They had all lost consciousness and were not moving. Bad! Eve shouted as she pointed her wooden stick at the white goose. Bad bird! The white goose ignored the little girl's words and stepped forward. It did not care about its food's opinion. It seems that I'm right, the white goose thought as he neared Eve. She is indeed a rare human with strong spiritual powers. The white goose drooled as it approached the little girl. It had already confirmed that it wasn't mistaken in its assumption, and its determination to kidnap Eve and raise her until she grew older became stronger. Eve was a kind girl. Even though the white goose had harmed the ducklings, she didn't use the stick in her hand to hit it. More like, she was unfamiliar with the concept of hurting others because she had been raised with love and care every single day by her family. Bad bird! Bad! Eve shouted as she took a few steps back. Even though she was young, she felt that the goose was very different from her ducklings and the adults who were always by her side. When the goose was only a meter away from Eve, its body stiffened when it felt a strong pressure press down on it like a mountain. Eve looked up to see a white-haired old man with a long white beard standing right behind her. Who? Eve tilted her head as she asked this question. This was the first time she had seen this old man, but for some reason, she didn't feel any bad feelings coming from him. I'm one of your big brother Will's friends, David said with an award-winning smile that would put all of the Oscars' best actors to shame. Will? Yes. David gently patted Eve's head before looking at the millennial goose who planned to kidnap and eat his new chosen disciple. The god of shepherd was smiling, but his smile never reached his eyes. I'm going to give you a choice, David stated. Become my disciple's contracted beast or I'll roast you, right here, right now. The white goose started to shed bitter tears. It wanted to cry foul because it was being bullied by a god. It had completely forgotten the fact that its plan was to kidnap a defenseless little girl with the intention of eating her to increase his rank in the future. I see. So you reject my offer? Okay, time for you to. David sneered and raised his hand. Honk. Wait. I accept. The white goose hurriedly replied because it knew that the god in front of it was serious. I see. It's good to see that you are smart enough to understand your predicament. Sob sob. The goose could only cry bitterly as the god of shepherds bound him with a contract spell. It didn't dare resist because resistance was futile. How can a millennial beast possibly fight against a god? Also, David was the god of shepherds. Aside from managing the herd, shepherds also managed the flock. Almost all bird-type creatures were regarded as members of the flock. Meaning, the white goose was also under David's jurisdiction, which made it unable to do anything but submit to his will. After completing the contract, David lightly pricked Eve's finger to gather a drop of blood and flicked it at the head of the white goose. Soon, the goose glowed and Eve's body shuddered unconsciously. She felt a connection with the goose in front of her. It was the first time she felt something like this, and it made her confused. David, who saw the girl's confusion, patted her head once again and told her that the white goose would follow her from this day onwards. He even added that she could treat it as a pet if she wanted. David then waved his hand and the 7 unconscious ducklings that were on the ground regained their consciousness. He even healed all of their injuries so that his new disciple wouldn't cry when she found out that they were injured. The ducklings immediately ran towards Eve and chirped at the white goose as if telling it to go away. The white goose was very tempted to eat the 7 annoying pests, but held himself back due to David's intimidating aura. After finishing his task, the god of shepherds gave the white goose the "you better take good care of her or else" glare before bidding his goodbye to Eve. Eve looked at the old man and waved her hand, which David returned with a gentle smile. Soon the god of shepherds turned into particles of light and returned to the temple of the 10,000 gods. Usually, gods didn't descend to the mortal realm without a very good reason. Since David had chosen Eve to become one of his disciples, it gave him the excuse to come to her aid 3 times. All gods were given this privilege, so he didn't break any rules. When he saw the white goose making an attempt to kidnap his future disciple, David didn't hesitate and immediately descended to Hestia. He had already sensed Eve's spiritual powers and called dibs on her, before the other gods could make her their oracle or priestess. Another reason why he chose the little girl to become his disciple was because Eve was William's family. Naturally, all good things must belong to the family, so he decided to make Eve a shepherd as well. William commanded the herd, while Eve now commanded the flock. It was the perfect combination, and David was very satisfied with this happy coincidence. An hour after David left the world of Hestia, Eve returned to the residence with her 7 ducklings and the white goose walking behind her. The millennial beast had a dejected expression as it followed behind Eve with its head lowered. That was when it met another strong presence that made its body shudder uncontrollably. Vladimir looked down at Eve and the chirping ducklings who had once again raided his room. He then looked at the millennial beast whose feathers were standing up, as if it was prepared to flee at any given time. After appraising the new addition to Eve's small flock, Vlad sighed and took out a few grapes from his storage ring. "I'd better lock the door next time," Vladimir thought bitterly. He didn't mind fighting against strong opponents, but against James' cute grandchild, he was completely powerless. Eve had once again come to extort him for food to feed the ducklings. As for the millennial beast, Eve didn't have any intention of feeding it. The reason? Because it was a bad bird, and bad birds need to be punished. William traveled for 2 days before arriving in the town where he had saved Matthew and Leah from the members of the organization that the Crown Prince had sent to capture them. It was the nearest town to Lant that had a teleport gate he could use to reach the capital. Naturally, William didn't enter the town using his flying carriage. He had ordered Dave to land 2 miles away from the town where they would travel by foot. Lionheart, the wyvern, as well as the lamasis that accompanied William, entered the Thousand Beast domain. Since he knew that the members of the organization were the ones in control of the Hellon Kingdom, he didn't want to attract any unwanted attention. He planned to go to the capital city, Gladiolus, and reunite with Est and Isaac. There, they would form a plan about how to deal with the organization and the Crown Prince who had betrayed their kingdom. Several children wandered the streets looking for something to eat. After the adults had turned to statues, all of them were left to fend for themselves. The same thing was happening to all of the settlements in the southern continent. If not for the fact that the heirs of the ruling nobles had returned to their territories, things might have escalated beyond anyone's control. Just like Matthew and Leah, who had been trained to oversee their lands, the other heirs also took action. They gathered the survivors to form teams that would handle the hunting of food, cooking, and other necessities that would give their lives some sort of normality. Even so, some places were worse than others, just like this town in the countryside. It seems that the heir of the town's mayor had died during the dungeon outbreak, leaving no one to handle the aftermath and lead the survivors during this time of need. William saw several children sitting in front of their houses while holding their stomachs in hunger. Dave, who had once been a commoner, took pity on them and offered them his own food to alleviate their hunger. However, no matter how good his intentions were, it brought about unexpected results. Several children, who saw him giving away food to others, ran towards him and begged him for food. Their loud voices were heard by others nearby, which also increased the number of children asking for food to eat. Conrad's expression became grim as he saw his friend being swarmed by teenagers who were older than them, demanding that Dave give them all of the food in his possession. When Dave said that he had nothing more to give, the teenagers snatched the food that the chubby boy had given to the younger kids he had seen first. This made Dave very angry, and soon a brawl, consisting of several teenagers ganging up on the chubby boy, started. Conrad wanted to help, but was held at bay by William. "It's going to be fine," William said as he held Conrad's arm firmly. "Let Dave handle this." Conrad frowned and reluctantly obeyed William's order. He watched the brawl with a serious expression with the intention of helping Dave at the first sign of weakness. Although their numbers were greater, Dave was no pushover. He had survived the dungeon outbreak as well as several other life and death battles. How could a group of ordinary teenagers beat him in a fight? 5 minutes later, the teenagers that started the fight lay on the ground unconscious. Dave didn't hurt them too much because they were just civilians and not trained warriors. After the fight ended, the children who numbered in the hundreds looked at Dave in fear and admiration. None of them moved away because there was no place for them to go. It had been several weeks since the adults had turned into statues, and almost all of the food they had was now gone. They were only barely able to survive by drinking water, but that wouldn't last for long. "Sir, what should we do?" Dave asked. "Should we leave them all behind?" William sighed internally as he looked at the hundreds of children that had gathered around them. The surviving children in this town were almost 1,000, and the red-headed boy had no idea on how he could help them all. "Let's take them with us to Gladiolus," Conrad proposed. "The capital may have the resources to support them for the time being." Dave gave William a pleading gaze. He also wanted to save the children who were starving in this town that was located in the countryside. "Very well," William agreed. He then stepped forward and raised his voice. "Listen, all of you. I am a knight of the kingdom and serve directly under the king. All those who want to eat food can follow me to the capital." The children's ears perked up when they heard the word food and looked at William with expectant gazes. "Naturally, I will only take the obedient ones," William stated. "All troublemakers will be left behind. How about us? Can we come too?" One of the teenagers who had fought Dave earlier regained consciousness. The others were also starting to stir and looked at William with sorrowful expressions. They knew that they did a bad thing. Even so, they only did it out of desperation. They hoped that William would forgive them and take them as well to the capital of Gladiolus where there was food to eat. "I will allow it," William said firmly. "However, I will not accept any other wrong actions coming from any of you. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes." The teenagers felt that they were given a new lease of life and hurriedly agreed to William's condition. Some of the children didn't know if they should go because their parents' statues were still inside their homes. However, William told them that their parents were safe. He added that his own relatives had also turned into statues, but they were not in any immediate danger. Using his charisma, the half-elf convinced the children that their parents would be sad if they were to die of hunger before the curse was lifted. William assured them that the curse would automatically be dispelled in the future, which made the children sigh in relief. "Urkitu, show yourself," William ordered. Portal appeared behind him. Suddenly a giant, white ox, stepped out of the portal, which made the children scream in fear. "Do not worry. He is a guardian beast that protects our kingdom," William shouted in order to calm the children who had panicked at the appearance of the giant beast. "He will ensure that all of you will safely reach the capital. So you don't have to be afraid. Just follow my orders." Urkitu wanted to retort that he wasn't a guardian beast of the Hellon kingdom. However, he knew what William wanted to accomplish by summoning him, so he didn't make him lose face in front of the children. After the initial shock had passed, the children became more orderly because although they only half believed William's declaration of being a knight of the kingdom, the appearance of Urkitu gave them hope. The Urkitu was a giant minotaur that stood on 2 legs. It looked so strong and powerful that the children looked at it in awe and fear. This allowed William and his 2 knights to lead them all to the teleport gates. William summoned one of his high-quality magic crystal from this 1,000-beast domain in order to power up the teleport gate and allow the hundreds of children to cross it. Dave and Conrad had gone ahead and waited in the capital where the connecting gate was located. William and Ian stayed behind to ensure that all the children were safely sent to the capital of Gladiolus. The system had already done a full sweep of the town and didn't find any members of the organization. However, it found several children that were too weak to leave their homes and join the migration to the capital. William summoned the Circapes monkeys in order to retrieve these weakened children and carry them towards the teleport gate. The sky was already starting to turn dark when the last batch of children, who were carried by the Circapes monkeys, crossed through the gate. It took William 9 hours to finish this town-wide evacuation. Although this task delayed him from doing his mission, his heart was at peace. He knew that he would feel very guilty if he left these children behind to fend off for themselves when he could have helped them. The red-headed boy asked the system to do one final sweep of the town to ensure that no children were being left behind. After another full sweep of the surroundings, the system gave the all-clear signal, which meant that everyone had been accounted for. Only after hearing the system's confirmation did William and Ian step into the portal that would lead them to the capital. As William stepped into the gates, his determination to overthrow the organization became stronger. He would not allow an organization that could start a war and sacrifice millions of lives to have their way with the Hellon Kingdom. William had temporarily taken the children of the town to the Hellon Royal Academy. The sudden arrival of hundreds of children in the capital had caused a disturbance among the local kids who were being managed by the sons of the Prime Minister of the kingdom. When the Crown Prince was taken to prison, Connor decided to temporarily assign the Prime Minister's 19-year-old son to handle the affairs of the kingdom. To his surprise, the candidate he chose was quite capable and used his circle of friends, who had also grown up in the capital, to handle the needs of the survivors. Brendan Schwartz, the Prime Minister's son, was groomed to take his father's place as soon as he retired from his position. He had single-handedly kept the capital of Gladiolus afloat amidst the chaos that had descended among the children within the capital of the Hellon Kingdom. Naturally, there were also members of the organization inside the capital, but none of them paid attention to the sudden appearance of more children in the city. Connor had ordered them to take the treasures of the kingdom and evacuate the city as soon as possible. As his last act of kindness, Connor left the granaries of the kingdom untouched, which Brendan used to help feed the survivors. The leader of the organization was still on the fence about what he should do with Crown Prince Lionel and his brother, Prince Rufus. Callum proposed that they take the two princes to be used as hostages, if ever an opportunity arose. Connor thought that this was a sound proposal because even though the two princes had betrayed their kingdom, they were still the princes of the nation. They hadn't lost their value and could be used as bargaining chips in the future. Aside from the remaining members of the organization who were tasked with disabling the traps and protection of the treasury, the rest had already moved to their headquarters where the statues of King Noah and the important nobles of the kingdom were stored for safekeeping. Connor was using this brief moment of peace to use all the manpower in his disposal to search for the monument that had disappeared from under his grasp. The corner of Dave's and Conrad's lips twitched when they saw Urquitu mixing the rice gruel in the 3-meter-wide Inyang cauldron using a giant ladle that William had just crafted using alchemy. Earlier, William asked Dave and Conrad to grab the giant pots that were in the kitchen to cook rice gruel for the children that they had brought with them. Since it was already evening, he asked the kids, who knew how to cook, to help with the food preparations as well. After securing several pots and pans from the kitchen of the Royal Academy, the cooking process began. Just like the city of Gladiolus, the Royal Academy had its own food reserves that it used to feed the children who were studying inside their institution. When Urquitu saw the Inyang cauldron, it mentioned something in passing that piqued William's interest. "I wonder what rice gruel would taste like if it was cooked using the Inyang cauldron?" That was what Urquitu had muttered when William was about to put it away. After hearing this casual question, William also became curious. He even wondered what a rice gruel would taste like if it was cooked using the Inyang cauldron and the flames of purification. Because of this, the two decided to conduct an experiment. The one who would cook the rice gruel would be Urquitu, while William focused on controlling the flames using the flames of purification. Ian didn't do anything and simply watched from the side. He didn't specialize in cooking because that task was left to his twin, Isaac. Mohawk, the leader of the giant apes, was busy throwing in some pieces of meat and other seasonings, per William's instructions. The three were so focused on their task that they didn't notice Dave's and Conrad's presence. Both boys were already holding a bowl of rice porridge each and looking at this scene with dumbfounded expressions. Naturally, it didn't take long before William noticed them and invited the two to join them for dinner. "How are the children?" William asked while he decreased the power of the flames. "They're currently eating," Dave answered. "So far, the commander's threat worked and none of them are causing trouble." William nodded. The reason he had summoned Urkitu in front of the kids was to scare them and prevent them from doing anything bad. This deterrence worked and all of them were behaving properly. "After they finish eating, bring them to the public pool," William commented after pondering for a while. "Separate them by genders. I will have the angry birds and the Circopes monkeys guard the girls' area to prevent any boys from causing mischief." Dave and Conrad nodded their heads in agreement. The children who had been left behind were like homeless people who hadn't bathed for days. Naturally, there were those who cared about hygiene, but since the town was located in the countryside, not everyone prioritized cleanliness over food. This was very true during these dark and difficult times. "It's done," Urkitu said after stirring the ladle one last time. It then proceeded to grab the bowls that William had prepared beforehand and started to pour rice gruel into them. The first bowl he handed to William, the second it handed to Mohawk, the third it gave it to itself. The three ate at almost the same time and their expressions changed drastically. Delicious," William stuttered as he ate more of the rice gruel that they had just cooked. "It seems that our experiment is a success," Urkitu agreed as he ate from the big bowl that William had made for him. Dave and Conrad ate their rice gruel hurriedly. After emptying their bowls, they asked if they could try some of the porridge that their comrades had cooked. "Go ahead," William said with confidence. "Dang, I should really get a chef job class. Maybe it will taste even better if I equip that profession while cooking." If the god of alchemists saw that his precious yin-yang cauldron, replica, was being used to cook rice gruel, he would definitely throw a tantrum and whack William's head in anger. Lily, Issei, and David were already laughing in the Temple of the Gods when they saw this scene. The alchemist god was also a member of the neutral faction and one of the richest gods in the temple. All of his pills would be auctioned in the god shop and the chosen candidates of the gods would bid, using their hard-earned god points, to get his miraculous pills that would give them power beyond their wildest imaginations. After William and the rest finished eating, he cleaned his yin-yang cauldron using his water magic and stored it back inside his storage ring. He was just about to go to his room in the Solaris dormitory with Ian when he saw a familiar face walking towards him. "You sure know how to create a ruckus," S said as he looked at William with a fed-up expression. "Instead of seeing me first, you brought these kids to the academy without saying a word. If not for the fact that Isaac was scouting the city for news, I wouldn't have known that you had arrived in the capital." William scratched his head as he walked towards the handsome boy who was giving him the "you're gonna sleep on the floor tonight" glare. The half-elf lightly cleared his throat as he gave his explanation. "Actually, I planned to see you first, but the circumstances didn't give me the opportunity to do that." William sighed. "The evacuation of the town took a lot of time. I plan to look for you tomorrow. But who would have thought that you missed me so much that you came here personally?" William flicked his hair in arrogance as he gave Esther a dazzling smile. "By the way, have you seen Wendy?" William asked. "I've missed her too. And, if possible, I want to sleep with her Tonya." Ian, who was standing beside him, pinched his waist in irritation, while S stepped forward and pulled on his ears. Clearly, both of them were very dissatisfied with William's choice of words. How could he possibly look for Wendy when the two of them were already here in front of him? The pitiful half-elf had been dragged away by the two jealous boys, leaving the dumbfounded Isaac, Dave, Conrad, Urkitu, and Mohawk behind. That night, William understood what jealousy truly was. Inside his spiritual world, two beautiful girls made sure that the red-headed boy wouldn't commit the same mistake again in the future as they performed the union of souls, to help the annoying half-elf speed up the recovery of his sea of consciousness. Meanwhile, in the Armstrong Duchy, "Wendy, what's wrong?" Spencer asked when he saw his twin sister suddenly look in the direction of the city of Gladiolus. Wendy frowned as if deep in thought. She didn't understand how or why, but somehow, she thought that she heard William's voice call out her name. "Nothing, big brother," Wendy replied as she returned to the task of reading the documents that were submitted by the retainers of their duchy. She thought that she was imagining things because she wanted to see William so badly. Every night, Wendy dreamed of the place called Asgard where her adult self lived together with her husband, Will. Wendy was very jealous of her adult self. Not only did the Valkyrie Wendy look mature and charming, she was also someone that took the initiative. The Will in her dreams would sometimes resist her advances, but her overwhelming strength would render him helpless. Wendy would often wake up hot and bothered in the morning after the husband and wife had shared a steamy night together. Deep inside, she wished that there would come a time when William and her would really truly be married. Not solely in her dreams, but in reality as well. The next day, William was about to do his own investigation to gather news in the city in regards to the movements of the organization when he felt a very familiar presence within the academy. It didn't take long for William to identify who this presence belonged to, and he felt both shock and joy at the discovery. Immediately, he headed towards the garden in the first-year magic division where he recently had a face-off with Carter. "It's good to see that you are safe, Fourth Master," William said. His tone was laced with relief and happiness, knowing that one of the most dependable veterans of Lant wasn't affected by the continental spell that had turned everyone into statues. Ezio hummed as he patted William's shoulder. "You did well." Among William's masters, Ezio was very straightforward and didn't like sugar-coating his words. This was why William was quite happy to receive praise coming from the man who always walked in the shadows. "You're going to gather information, I presume?" Ezio asked. William nodded. "Yes, Fourth Master." "Very well. I will also share the information that I have gathered while staying here in the capital," Ezio stated. "First off, Crown Prince Lionel and Prince Rufus are no longer in the capital. They were taken by the members of the organization to their headquarters in the northeast." William listened attentively to Ezio's explanation. Frankly, he had wanted to give the Crown Prince a good slap on the face for trying to kidnap his big sister and big brother during their return to Lant. Unfortunately, he had missed his chance because they were no longer in the capital. Ezio explained that the organization had also started to pull out from the capital and were all gathering at their headquarters. He had tried to gain some information by capturing some of the members of the organization, but none of them knew anything. All they knew was that their leader was recalling all of them without giving any further explanation. After telling him about the current state of the organization, Ezio returned to the domestic problems that the kingdom was currently facing. Brendan Schwartz is a very capable young man. He was able to handle the immediate problem within the capital, which was the food shortage. Ezio praised the son of the Prime Minister due to his ability to quickly solve the problems that had propped up after the adults had turned into statues. However, because he is very capable, he has started to have thoughts about this kingdom. After the two princes had been taken away, he thought of himself as the de facto regent of the Hellon Kingdom. Since he is the son of the Prime Minister, he indeed has the authority to give out orders while the members of the royal family are not present in the capital. William scoffed because he had already seen how greedy people could be when they gained power and influence. "You mean to say he is planning to become the king's regent, Fourth Master?" "Exactly," Ezio nodded. The leader of the organization sent one of his subordinates to inform Brendan that they would pass the control of the Hellon Kingdom into his very capable hands temporarily, while they handled some important matters. I think this is where Brendan's plan to become the new ruler of this nation started to bloom. William sighed and scratched his head. The last thing he wanted to deal with was an ambitious mouse who thought that it could play king while the cat was away. Ezio looked at the young man with a smile on his face. Although the time he had spent with William was short, he knew that the red-headed boy had already formulated a plan about how to deal with the son of the Prime Minister. Brendan sat on the throne of the Hellon Kingdom with a smug expression on his face. If he had done this during normal times, he would have immediately been charged with treason and sent to the gallows to die. However, right now, no one in the kingdom had the authority to make him pay for this crime. The organization had already taken away the two princes, leaving the throne unattended. As for the youngest prince, traces of his whereabouts were nowhere to be found. Although this raised a concern towards his plan of becoming the regent of the kingdom, he didn't think of it as a big deal. Prince Ernest was just a child and posed no threat to him. One of the lackeys standing by his side smiled as he looked at the imposing throne in front of him. He had seen this throne several times in the past, but he had never seen it this close before. Lord Brendan, it seems that the fate of the Helon Kingdom is now on your hands, the lackey said with a flattering smile on his face. If there's anything that you need, just tell me. I, the House of Caldwell, will follow it without fail. The other lackeys that had become part of Brendan's small circle had also raised their voice to proclaim their allegiance. Brendan smiled and nodded his head as if he was indeed a king who was showing benevolence to his subjects. Your loyalty will not be forgotten, Brendan stated crisply. As long as I sit on this throne, your families will prosper. Thank you, Your Excellency. Lord Brendan is truly magnanimous. A prodigy among prodigies. Words of flattery fell like rain, and Brendan basked on it with a benevolent smile on his face. The dozens of noble heirs that had pledged their allegiance to him may not be the heads of the ducal families, but they were influential families nevertheless. Sons of marquises, viscounts, and barons were fighting against each other in order to get into his good graces. Brendan allowed them to flatter him for the sake of raising his ego. Suddenly, the doors of the throne room swung open and a red-headed boy, holding a wooden staff, swaggered in as if he owned the place. Brendan frowned because he recognized who the uninvited guest was. How could he possibly not recognize the youngest knight commander of the Helon Kingdom? He then gave the red-headed boy a kind smile as he stood up from the throne. Lord William, it is good to see that you have recovered from your injuries. Brendan nodded his head to acknowledge William's rank and position. Right now, the kingdom is in a state of strife. Foreigners have invaded the land and the peace of our kingdom is in danger. If possible, I would like to humbly request your help in order to protect our citizens from the threat of invasion. Brendan had been schooled properly by his own father about how to talk to high-ranking nobles of the kingdom. William had to agree that Brendan was indeed a capable young man because his choice of words were on point. If not for the fact that he had already known about his greedy ambitions, William might have considered working hand in hand with him in order to deal with the current problems that the kingdom was facing. Sadly, William had no time for bullshit, so he decided to handle the matter his own way. Brendan Schwartz, as the Knight Commander of the Helon Kingdom, I hereby find you guilty of treason, William announced in a righteous voice. You are hereby asked to surrender obediently or suffer the consequences. The corner of Brendan's lips curled up into a smile when he heard William's words. A moment later, he laughed out loud as if ridiculing the boy for his stupid declaration. Lord William, I tried to be civil with you, but it seems that your position has clouded your vision. Brendan sneered. The one who can bring him down will become my prime minister. Get him. William smirked as several portals appeared behind him. The most notorious member of William's legion appeared inside the throne room and hurled a barrage of curses at the snot-nosed nobles who thought that they could beat the half-elf with their superior numbers. FCK off. A yellow bird headbutt one of the noble brats and sent the latter flying. Several other rainbow birds dealt with their targeted nobles the same way, which made William chuckle from the side. Although the rainbow birds didn't look imposing, they had already raised their rank to the peak of the Class D and were also equipped with William's lollipops. Several magical darts flew through the air as the angry birds unleashed their magic missiles. The angry birds were like miniature, cursing, kamikaze jet fighters that brought fear into the hearts of the young nobles that had sided with Brendan. Brendan snorted and raised his hand to summon his beast companion. A winged tiger appeared inside the throne room and gave out a mighty roar. It was a Class A beast that the Prime Minister had given Brendan on his 18th birthday. It had been with him for more than a year already, and their bond had grown quite strong over that short period of time. Kill him, Alistar, Brendan ordered. Brendan had seen how strong William was during the battle against Kingsley at the half-elf's knighting ceremony. However, he didn't believe that the red-headed boy was capable of dealing with a Class A monster that could only be fought by a team of mithril rank fighters. William raised an eyebrow because a winged tiger was a very rare beast in the Helon Kingdom. Even so, he wasn't perturbed by this overgrown cat with wings. William had been fighting against centennial and millennial beasts ever since he was young, and the tiger's intimidating presence almost made him yawn. "Come out and play with this cat, Urchi. I'm rolling." William wasn't able to finish his command because a rainbow-colored anteater suddenly appeared in front of him and curled up into a ball. It then increased its size to 2 meters before hurtling itself to the winged tiger, who had been caught completely by surprise. A roar of pain erupted in the throne room as the winged tiger slammed into the wall. Kasaganaga didn't give it any opportunity to regain its footing and repeatedly slammed its body with its full-powered charge. William winced when he saw the bloodthirsty anteater pound the helpless tiger to oblivion. Only when the winged tiger had lost its consciousness did the anteater's rampage stop. The little beast arrogantly raised its head in the air as its small foot stepped on the head of the unconscious tiger. Its futile attempt to look imposing was greatly hampered by its adorable stature, which made William scratch his head. A thud sounded in the room as Brendan fell on his bum, looking at the unbelievable results of the battle that had started only a few minutes ago. His eyes locked on the small, rainbow-colored anteater that was standing arrogantly on top of his beast companion's head. "Do you have any other tricks?" William asked in a teasing voice. "Go on. Take them out while you still have a chance." Brendan shifted his attention on William as he clenched his fist in frustration. Aside from being a scholar, he was also blessed with grade B talent in magic. However, for some reason, he had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to defeat the smiling half-elf in front of him even if he gave it all he had. "Lord William, I think we can talk things out," Brendan said as he stood up from the floor. "Like I said earlier, this kingdom is in need of talented people to help it survive the current situation. If you like, you can become the king and I'll be your prime minister. Together we can reshape the Hellon kingdom and bring it to new heights. This is a good offer. Don't you think so?" William admired Brendan's quick-wittedness. Since the son of the prime minister wasn't able to beat William in battle, Brendan immediately chose to act servile in order to get into his good graces. This shift in attitude was a tactic used by ambassadors and other officers of the kingdom who specialized in negotiations. William had seen similar cases when people had pleaded with him for mercy, but Brendan's attitude made the half-elf quite impressed. "This is a dangerous person," William thought as he narrowed his eyes. "Capable but dangerous. If the son is already like this, I wonder what the father is like." William didn't really care about the politics of the Hellon kingdom. Just like his grandfather, James, they were people who preferred to do things their way. They didn't want to be bound by laws or authority and would even smack anyone that would try to put them down. The half-elf also understood that Brendan only acted this way due to the convenient circumstances that fell on his plate. As someone that was born to serve the king of the next generation, ambition was a very important attitude to have. Frankly, William was at the fence about how he should deal with Brendan. On one hand, he could just imprison the teenager and look for someone to take his place. On the other hand, he could use his amazing managerial skills to let the kingdom function properly. "If I tell you to go west, would you dare to go east?" William asked. "I will go wherever you want me to go, Lord William," Brendan replied with a calm expression on his face. "If I tell you to jump, I'll ask you how high I should jump." William nodded as he looked at Brendan with a serious expression. "You still want to become the regent of this kingdom?" "Yes," Brendan replied. William smirked. He thought that the older boy would deny his ambition, but to his surprise, the latter admitted it openly. "You are an incredible person," William praised, "and very dangerous as well. To be honest, I just want to lock you up until all of this is over." Brendan nodded in understanding. "Of course you can do that. But I dare say that no one in this kingdom will be able to do the things that I can do during this chaotic time. I hate to admit it, but you are correct, right? So, how about my proposal? You can become the king and I'll be your prime minister." William shook his head firmly. "I do not wish for dominion." "Such a shame." Brendan sighed. "We need someone who will lead the people, and I believe that Lord William would be the right person for the job. Also, Sir William, I just want to tell you one more thing, and that is, we have no grudges against each other. This is true." William crossed his arms over his chest as he eyed Brendan. The boy only had an average-looking face. A face that you could easily be forgotten if he blended in with the crowd because no one would give him a second glance. But there was one thing that made him stand out in William's eyes. It was a feeling of cleanliness. This was a trait that was very common among professional assassins. If Brendan had chosen to become an assassin instead of a scholar, he might have been a very dangerous foe that would bring terror to his enemies. I think I know what to do with him now. William grinned as he looked at the boy in front of him. His attitude towards Brendan had a complete reversal, and the latter shivered because William was looking at him as if he was a very beautiful prostitute that was being sold in a brothel. "What? Are you serious?" Est asked as he looked at William as if he said something ridiculous. "Me? The regent of the kingdom?" William nodded. "Of course I am serious. I don't trust anyone else, aside from you, to manage the capital while I am away. I will leave Dave and Conrad by your side to act as your bodyguards. With them around, you don't have to worry about anything. But I don't think I am the right person for the job. Did you forget what I told you before?" William patted Est's shoulder and gave him a teasing smile. "Heroes are not born, they are made. A hero is an ordinary individual who finds strength to persevere and endure in spite of overwhelming obstacles. Look at the bright side, at least this time we're not fighting against a terror hand." "Yes, we are not fighting a terror hand, but something more sinister like an unknown organization and thousands of elves right outside our border," Est argued. "You're not wrong," William nodded in agreement. "But if not you, then who? Do you have any recommendations?" "How about Prince Ernest?" Est proposed. "The shrimp is still too young and too henpecked to handle the affairs of the K Kingdom." William shook his head. "If you don't want to take the position, then I'll just let that guy named Brendan Schwartz handle everything. At least, he is capable of managing the K Kingdom while I am away." Est frowned. Naturally, he knew who Brendan was. He also thought that the son of the Prime Minister could fill in the role of a temporary leader while the royal family was out of commission. However, for some reason, he didn't like the idea of handing over the authority of the royal family to another person. "Fine, but I will need some help," Est compromised. "I can't do it alone." William smirked. "Don't worry. I already made preparations for this. Lord Estate, it's a pleasure to be of service to you." Brendan pressed his closed fist over his chest as he bowed respectfully. "Lord William had already told me the details. I will do my best to serve you faithfully in the absence of the royal family." Thank you," Est stuttered as he looked at the son of the Prime Minister. He and William had only talked about this very same person a few hours ago. And now, Brendan was standing in front of him acting all servile. "Can I ask you a question?" Est asked. His curiosity had gotten the better of him as he looked at the average-looking man with short blonde hair and blue eyes. "Of course," Brendan replied. "How did William convince you to work for me?" "He introduced me to someone." Est tilted his head in confusion. "Introduced you to someone?" Est's curiosity grew as he looked at the Prime Minister's son with a serious expression. He wondered just what kind of person William introduced to Brendan in order to make him act this way. "A very amazing person," Brendan smiled. When he saw the man that William had introduced to him a few hours ago, an electrical shock passed over his body. It was as if he was meant to meet that person. Like the last piece of the puzzle falling into place, Brendan knew then and there that he had found his true calling. He was already looking forward to studying under that man's tutelage, and the condition for that to happen was to serve Est as his right-hand man. "Lord Estate, I know that you have a few more questions, but Lord William has left me with some orders," Brendan said as he opened a scroll in his hands. "For now, it would be best if we gathered the survivors on the outskirts of the Hellon Kingdom and bring them to the capital." "Understood." Est snapped to attention as soon as he heard that they needed to rescue the survivors in the towns that were the farthest from the capital. "I suggest that we send some representatives to these areas and have them evacuate to the capital," Brendan explained. "Right now, we have enough grain to last us 15 years. All of them are magically preserved in the granary of the royal warehouse. Even if we bring in 10 million more mouths to feed, it will only shorten our reserves to 4 years. Aside from that, every duchy has their own granaries. If we can get in touch with the local nobles, we could ask them to coordinate with us when it comes to sharing resources. S nodded. This was the first time that he was hearing these kinds of things, and his impression of Brendan grew by the minute. The most pressing matter right now is the threat on our borders. Brendan frowned. Lord William told me that he would handle this matter, so we should just focus on rescuing more survivors and finding ways to gather food and other resources. Also, we should build a local night force that will ensure that no crimes will be committed in the capital. Brendan gave Est a serious gaze as he continued his explanation. Even though the majority of the survivors are children, some of them are also in their late teens. Their age might make them bully the younger kids and take advantage of them. This is something that we should prevent at all costs in order to gain peace within the city of Gladiolus. Understood. Est nodded. Is there anything else that we should do for the children? One step at a time, Lord Estate. If you focus on everything, Brendan replied, you will not be able to accomplish anything. Let's rescue the survivors first and form a night unit that will patrol the city. This will give the survivors a sense of security if they see that there are uniformed officers upholding the law. The two finished their meeting in half an hour and immediately went to action. Their role was to maintain the stability of the kingdom. The first thing S did was order Dave to travel to the Armstrong Duchy where Spencer and Wendy were located. Among the heirs of the high-ranking nobles, Wendy was someone that he could count on when it came to accomplishing the things that William wanted to have happen. Although he still felt conflicted about Wendy being William's first girlfriend, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only blame the curse that was placed on his body because he had met William as a boy and not as a girl. Brendan also sent some of his trusted subordinates, whom William had beaten up earlier, to use their manpower to reach out to the survivors on the edges of the Hellon Kingdom. Although they were still reluctant about Brendan becoming someone else's subordinate, they still decided to follow him. After all, as long as the one they were following was the person that was calling the shots, they would definitely get an opportunity to make a good impression and show Est how capable they truly were. As for William, he had already left the capital in order to gather forces to fight against the organization and the Elven army. The two were riding on the back of a lamassu as they headed towards the forest where William was planning to meet someone. Are you sure that leaving without telling the young master is a good idea? Ian asked while hugging William from behind. It will be fine, William replied. Est will understand because both of us have responsibilities now. Also, time waits for no one. Every second counts. What William didn't tell Ian was that he was still not used to suddenly being intimate with Est, even while she was in her girl from inside his sea of consciousness. The transition from becoming his best friend to a lover was so sudden that William struggled to accept it right away. For now, he planned to take his time to nurture their feelings for each other so things wouldn't become awkward for the two of them. Still, the night that Est had spent with William inside his spiritual world was not in vain. Her real name is Estelle. If I'm not mistaken, her name means star, William mused as they neared their destination. It's a very good name. Estelle had taken the initiative to tell William her real name, because she was jealous of Ash. She also wanted the boy she liked to call her by her real name and not the fake name that she had to use because of the curse placed on her body. You're thinking about her, right? Ian asked. William didn't need to turn around to know Ian's current expression. Jealous. Instead of answering him, Ian asked him another question. Ian already knew Est's feelings for William and had long accepted it in her heart. Since that was the case, why should she make things difficult for the boy she liked? Do you think the Lord of the Forest will accept your invitation? Ian asked. William quieted down as he pondered the answer to this question. After arriving at the capital, the first beast he wanted to invite was the diabolical hell ape that ruled the forest near the Hellon Royal Academy. He was Soglav's sovereign and a very powerful beast that would definitely bolster William's forces if it were to agree to his request. We'll know soon enough, William said softly as he guided the lamassu to where the most powerful aura was located. William had already communicated with Soglav and asked him to relay a message to his sovereign. The demonic dog agreed because it had already planned to hug William's thigh until it reached the millennial rank. Soon, a wide clearing appeared in their vision. Waiting for him in the wide clearing was the diabolical hell ape. However, it was not alone. Gathered around it were the other rulers of the forest. All of them were expecting William's arrival, and they were very curious whether their sovereign would accept his proposal or not. William stood in front of the diabolical hell ape, and his gaze never left the millennial beast's eyes. In the past, the ape had used its overwhelming pressure to knock him unconscious with a single stare. Now, that same powerful stare was aimed at his body once more. Although the pressure was the same as he remembered, he was not the same boy that had met this beast for the first time. He had undergone many battles in the time that he had spent at the academy, and it had further strengthened his ability to hold his ground against strong opponents. "Good," the diabolical hell ape said via telepathy. "Your eyes have more strength in them now compared to the first time we met. Now, tell me, child, why have you come to meet me?" William knew that if the diabolical hell ape wanted to harm him, he would definitely not be its match. He had a feeling that even Urketu, the giant white ox that was now part of his herd, would not be strong enough to face off against the sovereign of the forest. Unlike Urketu and the other powerful beasts in the continent, the diabolical hell ape wasn't affected by the spell. It was born from a place where miasma was everywhere. Its body had long surpassed the limits of ordinary creatures, making it almost immune to debuff spells that would weaken it. "I am here to ask for help," William replied after organizing his thoughts. He knew that he needed to pick his words wisely in order to command this mighty beast to lend its aid. "I am about to fight against the organization that was responsible for casting the continental spell, which has turned all the adults in the continent into statues. If possible, I would like to ask for His Excellency's help in dealing with them." The diabolical hell ape nodded in understanding. That spell was truly powerful. I have never seen a spell of such magnitude in my lifetime. However, this is an affair between humans. I don't see any reason for us to fight. Also, what can you offer us so that we will accept your proposal? William was expecting that the negotiation would head in this direction. Although he had a few treasures in his possession, he wasn't sure that the sovereign of the forest would be interested in them. Because of this, he decided to take a gamble. "Is there something that His Excellency wants in return?" William inquired. He knew that, as a being that had already reached the millennial rank, there were very few things that could pique its curiosity. "Oh, so you're asking me what I like? Now, this is something I didn't see coming." The diabolical hell ape smiled a devilish smile that matched its sinister profile. "I thought that you were going to present me with priceless treasures and allow me to choose from them. Although I do have those treasures, it will be best if I just give His Excellency what he truly wants. That way, I will be able to secure your help wholeheartedly." "Smart. But the question is, are you capable of giving me what I want? What is it that you desire, Your Excellency?" The diabolical hell ape looked down at William with a serious expression as he pondered the thing that he really wanted to possess. A few minutes passed in silence, but no one within the clearing said anything. William, Ian, and the rest of the creatures in the forest, waited for the giant ape to state what he wanted. Finally, the sovereign of the forest stated his demand. William's expression became serious, but he was not alone. Ian, Soglav, and the rest of the rulers of the forest looked at the giant ape in shock when they heard his wish. "I want to become human." 5 simple words. Yet those 5 words relayed how serious the diabolical hell ape was. William didn't dare to ask the millennial beast to repeat what it just said because he knew that the answer would be the same. If anyone who didn't know the temper of the diabolical hell ape were to hear this request, they would definitely laugh out loud. Why? Because it was a ridiculous request. A request that seemed impossible. But no one within the clearing dared to laugh. Because they know that the millennial beast would end their life the moment they did something disrespectful to it. After a few minutes of silence, William took a deep breath and asked the giant ape a question. "Your Excellency, I just want to confirm something," William said as he stared at the sovereign of the forest with a serious expression. "Do you just want to be able to take human form? Or do you really want to become a human? The diabolical hell ape replied firmly and without room for negotiations. A true human. However, I still want to retain the power I currently have. If you can make it happen, I will put my life on the line to aid you in your request. Your Excellency, may I ask why you want to become human? You don't need to know. The diabolical hell's ape carried a tone of finality. William knew that asking for more might jeopardize his chances of being able to ask it for help. Now that the millennial beast had stated its terms, it was now time for him to find a way to make it a reality. System. Is there a way to do this? Host, if we use the God Shop, we can definitely do it. However, the cost will be not lower than 100,000 God points, which we currently don't have right now. William sighed internally. He had just been given a loan of 1,000,000 God points by the gods in the temple. His face was not thick enough to ask for more. Your Excellency, I cannot grant your request, William replied honestly. The expression of the diabolical hell ape remained calm. It didn't expect that William would be able to grant his request. If it was easy, he would have already turned into a human long ago. Then we have nothing more to talk about, the diabolical hell ape stated. When you find a way to turn me into a human, you will know where to find me. Until then, you will be barred from returning to this forest. The giant ape was about to leave when a thought crossed its mind. If any of the rulers of the forest, aside from Soglav, want to accompany you, then I will allow it. However, once they decide to join you, they will no longer be welcome in my domain. The beasts in the forest looked at their sovereign, and the giant ape only gave them a light snort before walking away. It had already said everything it wanted to say. Whether the rulers of the forests wanted to join William or not, he had already given them his explicit permission, in exchange for being expelled from his domain forever. The rulers of the forest, who planned to discuss terms with William, hesitated because of their sovereign's ultimatum. Frankly, they were fine with the current lifestyle they had. They were just jealous of Soglav's increase in strength and ranking due to the resources that were given to him by the red-headed boy. They all had a difficult choice to make now. Should they join William and take a gamble? Or should they stay where it was safe and where they could live their lives without having to fight against strong opponents? The beasts were all pondering the answers to these questions while the half-elf stood in place. Only Soglav was grinning ear to ear. Naturally, he already knew the answer to these questions, but he had no intention of saying anything. For him, the less competition he had, the more rewards he would gain by staying by William's side. As the boy's first demonic business partner, Soglav had no intention of sharing his resources with anyone. It hoped that his comrades in the forest would all back down. That way, he would be able to cross into the centennial rank in the not-so-distant future. After all, he was not like the other rulers in the forest. He didn't want to stay in a small place for the rest of his life. Soglav also wanted to travel the world. It was a demonic beast that had a thirst for conquest. Although it liked to play it safe and stay away from dangerous situations, it didn't mean that it was a coward. It was only waiting for the right moment to open its razor-sharp fangs and go in for the kill. The Lamassu soared in the sky as William guided it to the southern region of the Hellon Kingdom. It had been 3 days since he had his meeting with the diabolical hell ape. As he expected, none of the rulers of the forest approached him after being given a stern warning by their sovereign. His next destination was the whimsical forest, the place where he met Ethon, tamed the hippogriffs, the griffin lionheart, met the centaur race, and captured the wyverns. After the battle with the were-hyenas, the centaur chieftain told William that he could ask them a favor as repayment for lending his hand to save their tribe. Although the red-headed boy felt a little guilty to use the favor in this manner, he didn't have much of a choice. What he needed now were fighters that would lend their aid to his cause. The matter of the diabolical hell ape would be put on hold for now. He had no time to worry about things that were outside of his control. The Lamassu soared above the trees as it traveled to their next destination. None of the creatures in the forest challenged its approach because it was a Class A beast. Although there were beasts that were of the centennial and millennial rank inside the forest, they didn't meet any of them along the route that William had chosen for them. The system had already detected these powerful beasts and had labeled their location on William's map Naturally, William avoided these places as he headed deeper into the forest. After the battle between the centaurs and the wyverns, the centaur race had decided to migrate deeper in the forest. Their allies, the hippogriffs, the deer, the moose, and the wild bison followed them as well. The centaur chieftain's good friend was a millennial beast. With its help, the centaur tribe was able to relocate and live peacefully within its domain. Bastion, the captain of the centaurs, had given William a special artifact that would lead him to their new home. Centaurs were prideful creatures. Once they had given their word, they would do it. This was why William was feeling very guilty, because he was going to use their favor to ask them to fight in a war that had no relation to them. 3 hours after arriving at the whimsical forest, William finally arrived at a grassland where hundreds of deer, moose, and bison were grazing. Not far from there were dozens of hippogriffs resting near a river. As soon as they sensed the lamassu approaching their location, the alpha of the hippogriff gave a war cry, and several of its companions soared into the sky alongside it to fight against the intruder that had entered their sanctuary. The sounds of running hooves resounded in the grassland as a platoon of centaurs rushed to the scene wielding their bows and arrows. The centaurs had already knocked their arrows on their bows when they heard a shout come from the rider of the lamassu that had entered their airspace. "Everyone stand down. It's me, William," William shouted. "Bastion, hold your fire." Bastion immediately raised his hand in a stopping gesture to prevent the centaurs from releasing their arrows. The alpha of the hippogriffs also recognized the shameless brat who had extorted him in handing over some of the members of its herd. Honestly, it wanted to attack William, but the boys, "I dare you to do it," glare deterred it from doing anything reckless. It only gave the boy a hateful shriek before returning to the ground to guard his herd. The alpha of the herd had already made a decision. If William came once again to snatch members of its herd, it would throw all caution to the wind and fight the half-elf to the bitter end. Fortunately, they were not the reason why William had returned to the whimsical forest. Although William was tempted, he didn't want to antagonize the alpha beast who was already glaring at him with hate. "Welcome, friend," Bastion greeted William as soon as the lamassu landed on the ground. William smiled. "Thank you. I have come to talk to your chieftain. Is he around?" Bastion nodded. "Did you come here because you are going to use the favor that has been rewarded to you?" "Yes." "Very well. Follow me." William didn't expect that Bastion would be this casual when it came to his purpose for coming to the whimsical forest. Although things were going smoothly, he was still feeling anxious about whether the centaur chieftain would honor their promise or not. Bastion guided William to a valley, not far from the grasslands. Hundreds of centaurs were hard at work as they skinned the wild animals that they had hunted down in the whimsical forest. When they noticed Bastion's approach, most of them greeted him. They also greeted William, whom they recognized as a hero that had helped save their tribe in their time of need. "Centaurs do not forget the favor we owe," Bastion said as he guided William towards the biggest structure inside the valley. "Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we will honor our pledge. We are the Chiron tribe. Never forget that, William." William nodded. Earlier, he was still doubting whether the Chiron tribe would honor their word. Now all of those worries disappeared completely. Bastion's words were filled with pride and determination. It would be disrespectful if William were to challenge his tribe's dignity. The residence of the centaur chieftain was quite big. It was as if it was built to host celebrations that could sit over 100 centaurs at the same time. When they neared the entrance, William felt an unfamiliar presence that made him raise his guard. A powerful beast, and its strength is even stronger than the diabolical hell ape. William couldn't help but be shocked at this unexpected development. For him, the sovereign of the forest was already at the peak of the millennial beasts. He didn't expect that he would find someone stronger than it during his visit to the centaur tribe. Could it be a myriad beast? William thought as he followed behind Bastion. "I have only met the myriad ant queen, but this presence is stronger than hers." Although William wasn't a studious person, he still knew that the Hellon kingdom didn't have a guardian beast protecting it. "There's no point in overthinking things," William sighed in his heart. "I just hope it won't turn hostile when it meets me." Soon they arrived at an imposing gate that Bastion said led to their great hall where their chieftain usually held his conferences. The powerful presence that William felt was undoubtedly behind the double gates. He took a deep breath to calm himself as Bastion opened the gates to lead him inside. There, he saw a creature that was over 4 meters tall. It had the head of a stag and antlers adorned with 2 golden bangles on each side. Its antlers looked so majestic that Spire's own antlers seemed to be dwarfed by its elegance. It had the body of a man, and a dark green snake had coiled itself around his arm, resting its head on its shoulder. Out of instinct, William had activated his appraisal skill to see the identity of the beast that was currently staring back at him. Cernunnos, the Horned One, Lord of the Wilds, Protector of the Forest. Threat level, SSR mid. Myriad beast. Can be added to the herd. Success rate, 0.000001%. William's pupils shrank as he read the information in front of him. He had only seen the first half of the myriad beast's information, but it was more than enough to tell him that his hunch was right. What he felt was an existence that was stronger than the diabolical hell ape. He stood in place, daring not to move, as he read the full information of the being that was in front of him. Cernunnos, the Horned One, Lord of the Wilds, Protector of the Forest. Threat level, myriad beast, high. Can be added to the herd. Success rate, 0.000001%. This myriad beast is often referred to as Horned One because of its majestic antlers that are second to none. He is a protector and a provider, which has also earned him the title the Lord of the Wilds due to his power and influence to control every beast living inside his domain. The torque on its antlers symbolizes life and death, and holds the power to control nature and life magic. This myriad beast has a dual personality. Due to being able to wield the power of life and death, it sometimes has a gentle personality and, at times, is a death god that will reap the lives of others. Just like the forces of nature that are wild and unpredictable, it is both a giver and taker of life. It would be best to tread carefully in the presence of the one who is said to also wield the power to summon the ancient Treants to fight by its side. FCK. William cursed internally. He didn't know if he should praise or slap himself for picking this time to visit the centaurs in the whimsical forest. The myriad beast in front of him was no laughing matter. It had a dual personality which made it very dangerous. The only advantage that William possessed at the moment was that this particular beast was also a herd-type creature. He hoped that out of respect for his profession, Cernunnos wouldn't do anything to harm him and Ian, who was right beside him. "Forgive me, Great One." Bastion pressed his closed fist over his chest as he greeted Cernunnos. Our friend William von Ainsworth had arrived. He came here to see the great Chiefta. Bastion wasn't able to finish his words because Cernunnos silenced him with a stare. It then looked at the red-headed boy who was also looking back at him with a calm expression. Ainsworth, you say? Are you related to James, perhaps? Cernunnos inquired. It had a neutral expression on its face, so William didn't know if it had a good relationship with his grandpa or not. He is my grandfather, William answered. Your Excellency? Do you know of him? Of course. How could I forget James? Cernunnos nodded. We've known each other for many years. In fact, both of us met 50 years ago. William smiled because it seemed that the myriad beast and his grandfather were old acquaintances. Since you are related to him, then you can die now. Cernunnos roared as the dark green snake that was resting on his arm increased its size and charged towards William with the intention of eating him whole. William hurriedly grabbed Ian's hand and vanished from where he stood. He had retreated to the Thousand Beast domain in order to escape the attack of the myriad beast who seemed to have a vendetta against his grandfather. Cernunnos clicked his tongue when he saw that William was able to escape his attack. It then recalled the dark green snake, which obediently coiled itself on his arm again and rested its head on his shoulder. Bastion's body became stiff as he stood in place. He didn't expect that their benefactor would be attacked by the guardian that ruled these lands. Your Excellency, He was the boy who had saved our tribe when the wyverns attacked, Bastion commented. Cernunnos paused before shifting his attention to Bastion. The pressure he was radiating earlier disappeared, and was replaced by a gentle and refreshing aura. Why didn't you say sooner? Cernunnos inquired. Your Excellency, you didn't wait for me to finish. Are you saying that it was my fault? Bastion hurriedly shook his head like his life depended on it. After living with Cernunnos for a while, they had realized how quickly its mood changes. However, most of the time it was gentle and kind. Sometimes, it would even mediate between the conflicts of the denizens of the forest when it affected the balance of nature within its domain. Due to its nature, it didn't mind if both sides killed each other because it was part of the natural cycle. Still, whenever Cernunnos was in his aggressive mood, it would still be lenient enough and not kill anyone right off the bat. Clearly, Cernunnos and James didn't have a good relationship and might even be enemies for the myriad beasts to instantly attack the young boy who was a guest of the Chiron tribe. Are you okay, Ash? William asked as he helped his mermaid lover, who had instinctively transformed to protect him when the dark green snake charged towards them. Ash had two forms, her usual mermaid form and her mermaid battle form. If she was on land, then she would stand on two legs and fight. However, her strength would be halved when fighting on land. Only when she was in the water could her full power be unleashed. She was wearing sea blue armor that seemed to be made from a metal that William wasn't familiar with. His only gripe was that the armor was quite revealing and showed Ash's curves, which the red-headed boy had already claimed for himself. Well, at least it's not bikini armor, William thought as he stared at Ash's battle regalia. Have you stared enough? Ash asked as she bumped her closed fist on William's head. What's wrong? Why did that millennial beast attack us? I thought it knew your grandfather. William raised both of his hands in order to calm the mermaid who was throwing a barrage of questions at him. Correction, it wasn't a millennial beast. That one is a bona fide myriad beast, William answered. Second, how was I to know that my old man and Cernunnos had bad blood between them? This is the first time I've seen the Lord of the Wilds, and the first thing it did after asking a question was attack me. Ash calmed down a bit after hearing William's explanation. However, that calmness soon disappeared as the words that William had said registered in her mind. That was a myriad beast? Ash stuttered as she covered her lips with her hand. How can you tell? It's because this is not the first time I have met a myriad beast, William replied. He trusted Ash, but the system had warned him repeatedly to not tell anyone about his appraisal ability because it might cause some problems if people were to discover it. There were also appraisers in the world of Hestia, but most of them could only appraise weapons, armors, jewelry, accessories, and artifacts. However, none had the ability to appraise beasts and people. The system even added that if William were to upgrade his shepherd job class to its final form, he would gain the ability to appraise the true name of any mortal in the world of Hestia. Having the ability to know the true name of named beings was a priceless ability because it would give William the power to control their lives. This was why the system had advised him to never tell a soul about it. Not even to his family, masters, and lovers. If that was a myriad beast, and it's on bad terms with your grandfather, then what do we do now? Ash asked anxiously. If we leave this domain, won't we appear in the same place we were standing a while ago? William once again nodded his head to affirm his lover's worries. Don't worry. I'm not going to harm you again. At least, not until after you finished your business with the Centaur chieftain. William's and Ash's bodies stiffened when they heard the voice of the beast they had tried to speak to just a few minutes ago. The two exchanged a glance before their heads slowly turned to the side to see the 4-meter-tall Cernunnos standing a few meters away from them. William summoned his staff and Ash summoned her sword. The two of them took a fighting stance as they faced the myriad beast who had, for some reason, appeared inside the 1,000-beast domain. How did you get here, Your Excellency? William asked. How did you manage to enter my domain? This was the first time someone had entered his domain without his permission. Not only that, the one who entered it was the Lord of the Wilds that had attacked with the intention of killing him earlier. Good question, Cernunnos replied with an amused expression on his face. Very well. I will tell you the reason as compensation for attacking you earlier. The myriad beast casually sat cross-legged in front of William, as if the domain belonged to him. The other inhabitants of the Thousand Beast domain had sensed his presence and immediately gathered to William's side, with the exception of Ella. Although Ella had sensed the myriad beast, she remained inside the magic crystal cavern to watch over the three sleeping beasts. Even so, she was paying attention to the uninvited guest and would immediately come to William's aid if Cernunnos tried something funny. First and foremost, the entire whimsical forest is my domain, Cernunnos explained. The moment you entered the forest, you were already inside my jurisdiction. Since this is my domain, I have absolute control over whatever I want to do inside it. William was surprised to hear this. He never thought that the forest that could be visited by anyone in the Hellon Kingdom was actually a domain that belonged to a myriad beast. I wonder if the Sword Saint is aware of the existence of this myriad beast, William thought as he looked at the myriad beast, who seemed to be keen on telling him how he managed to enter his domain without permission. The second reason is because when the entrance to a domain opens, it will remain open for less than a minute. Cernunnos continued his explanation. Even if the entrance disappears, it is still there, only invisible. Do you understand? William frowned. This was the first time he heard of these things, and it made him anxious. Seeing the red-headed boy's reaction, Cernunnos chuckled. Relax. Not everyone can enter a domain that easily. Even myriad beasts and demigods can't enter someone else's domain that easily. Like I said earlier, you entered my domain, then opened the gateway to your own in order to escape my attack. This caused a rift in my domain. As a domain master, I have the ability to fix or pry open the rift that appeared in my territory. Before I forget, not all myriad beasts and demigods have domains. I just so happen to be one of those few beings that has my own domain. William nodded. Although he didn't know if Cernunnos was telling the truth or not, it didn't change the fact that the myriad beast was now inside his domain. Based on the information he gathered from his appraisal skill earlier, the Lord of the Wilds had two sides. Right now, it was the good side of Cernunnos that was talking to him. This gave him a little peace of mind, but he knew that this myriad beast's mood could flip any time, so he didn't want to act disrespectful to it. Your Excellency, is there a way for me to prevent any uninvited guests from entering my domain? William inquired. Those who have the same abilities as you? Cernunnos shook his head. No. The only way to prevent anyone from entering your domain is by choosing a safe location before you open the gateway that leads inside it. The Lord of the Wilds then gave William an appraising stare. He could feel James' bloodline flowing inside the boy's body and determined that he was indeed the annoying man's grandchild. Well, even though you made a mistake in allowing someone to enter your domain without your permission, it wouldn't change the fact that, if you hadn't done what you have done, you'd be dead by now. This is also a fact. So, good job in surviving the attack of a myriad beast. William didn't know if Cernunnos was complimenting him or pitying him. All he knew was that the Lord of the Wilds didn't seem to want to kill him right now. After finishing his explanation, Cernunnos scanned his surroundings. Its eyes, that could see every nook and cranny of the whimsical forest, weren't able to examine William's thousand-beast domain in detail. This was a normal thing because this particular domain didn't belong to him. After seeing that further prying would bear no fruit, Cernunnos once again shifted his attention to the boy, who was looking back at him with a guarded expression. Boy, unlike the Minotaur race, there are beasts that won't bat an eye in killing the disciple of the Eternal Guardian, Cernunnos stated. Although I will pay a hefty price in doing so, make no mistake that not even you are safe from beings that far surpass your current level of strength. Even if they were to fall under the jurisdiction of the Eternal Guardian, they would not bow to you and give you face. William's expression remained serious throughout Cernunnos' explanation. He already understood that not all herd-type creatures would get along with him. Even so, he still nodded his head to acknowledge the myriad beast's sincere warning. Thank you for the wisdom you have imparted to me, Your Excellency, William replied. Cernunnos nodded and stood up from the ground. Let's go back to the Great Hall. The Centaur Chieftain is waiting for you. The Lord of the Wilds didn't wait for William's reply and disappeared from where he stood. William immediately asked the system to find the myriad beast's location. He also extended his senses throughout his domain to see if Cernunnos decided to take a stroll inside it. Half a minute later, the system and William confirmed that their uninvited guest had truly left the Thousand Beast domain. "Let's go together," Ash said. "Don't even think about leaving me here while you deal with that myriad beast by yourself." William looked at his mermaid lover before reluctantly nodding his head. The thought of letting Ash stay inside his domain while he negotiated with the Centaur chieftain crossed his mind. However, before he could even say his thoughts out loud, Ash had already shot it down. "Very well. But stay close to me, understand?" William asked. Ash nodded firmly. She didn't want to be baggage for William, but she didn't want her lover to face his challenges alone. After holding each other's hands, both of them returned to the great hall where the Centaur chieftain and the moody Cernunnos were waiting for them. William hoped that the negotiation with the Centaur race would proceed smoothly now, so that he could leave the whimsical forest as soon as possible. "Welcome to the Chiron tribe, young William," Vrol, the Centaur chieftain of the Chiron tribe, said as he extended his hand to shake William's hand. William extended his own hand and held Vrol's hand firmly. The two smiled at each other as they finished their handshake. "Bastion told me everything," Vrol said in an apologetic tone. "Cernunnos is prone to mood swings. I hope you don't hold a grudge against him." William gave a sidelong glance towards the myriad beast that sat cross-legged in the corner of the great hall. If possible, William wanted to have a private talk with Vrol, but Cernunnos seemed to be interested in the reason for William's visit. Knowing that he had no other choice but to negotiate with Vrol alongside Cernunnos, William steeled himself and replied with a smile. "How can I possibly hold a grudge against His Excellency?" William replied. "I am someone that holds a grudge. But if I say that out loud, this moody myriad beast will slap me into meat paste." The Centaur chieftain nodded with a smile. However, before they could continue their discussion, Cernunnos opened his eyes and glanced at William. "Ah, I forgot to tell you, I can read people's minds as well," Cernunnos commented. "So you like holding grudges? What a coincidence. I like holding grudges as well." William's body stiffened as several beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He wanted to curse out loud and give the bastard beast the middle finger for not telling him that he could read minds. "Ha! Ha ha ha!" William laughed. "So His Excellency also likes to hold grudges. They say that birds of the same feathers flock together. When I saw His Excellency for the first time, I knew that the two of us would get along well." Cernunnos laughed as well. "Ha ha ha. You're just saying that so I won't slap you and turn you into meat paste, right?" "Yes. Honesty is a virtue. Make sure to remember that in the future, little Will." Ian, who was watching from the side, covered his lips with his hand. This was the first time he had seen the narcissistic and arrogant William become timid. He found it funny enough that he could barely restrain his laughter. Usually, it was the half-elf who always had the final say on things. Even when the two of them were inside his spiritual world, William would always tease and bully her, and she was unable to fight back. Seeing this is so refreshing, Ian thought as he glanced at the red-headed boy who was squirming in his seat like he was suffering from diarrhea. Fortunately, Vrol was a good host and immediately threw an olive branch to save William from his current predicament. "Young friend, you visited us here to ask us to repay the favor we owed you, right?" Vrol asked. "Tell me, how can our tribe be of service to you?" William looked at the Centaur chieftain that was at the peak of the centennial rank and gave him a thumbs up in his heart. He was finding it hard to take the initiative to open the discussion in regards to his reason for visiting the Chiron tribe due to Cernunnos' presence. "Sir Vrol, I came here to ask for the tribe's aid in fighting against the organization that was responsible for casting the continental spell that affected the entire continent. I don't know if you are aware, but all the adults have turned into crystal statues. My goal is to find a way to break the curse and free the adults from their crystal prisons." Vrol rubbed his chin after he heard William's explanation. Naturally, he had also seen the continental spell as it descended upon the land, But it didn't affect them much because Cernunnos had shielded his domain from the effects of the aurora borealis. Vrol was also not aware that the adults in the human lands had turned into crystal statues. As a creature of the forest, it didn't really care about the affairs of men. But hearing such a story made him frown. Let me get this straight. You plan to fight against this organization with the members of our tribe, right? Yes. Also, aside from this organization, you also want our help to resist the invasion of the elves as well. That is indeed the case, Sir Vrol. William nodded. The red-headed boy was currently at his wits' end about how to fight against the organization and resist the elven invasion at the same time. The half-elf didn't believe that the current Hellon kingdom could withstand an elven invasion even if all the survivors were to fight with their life on the line. Vrol closed his eyes as he pondered how to deal with the current situation. Naturally, he was duty-bound to send some of his warriors to assist William because this was the promise that their tribe had made. The problem the centaur chieftain was facing at the moment was the number of warriors that he could assign to William's cause. After the Wyvern incident, their tribes had suffered many casualties. Many of their warriors died in fighting against the wyverns and were-hyenas, and he couldn't send a lot of men to aid William in his quest. After careful consideration, the centaur chieftain opened his eyes and gave his answer. I will place Bastion's company under your command, Vrol stated. His subordinates only number 100, but all of them are seasoned fighters. I apologize, but I cannot send more warriors to assist you in your endeavors. William knew that the current Chiron tribe was unable to give him many warriors. Frankly, he had already prepared himself to accept any reinforcements that they could give him, but the force that was assigned to him still exceeded his expectations. Although 100 centaurs was only a tenth of the Chiron's tribe current forces, it didn't change the fact that all of them were Class C, mid, beasts. Bastion, their leader, was a Class B low centaur, and William had seen how proficient he was in commanding his subordinates. He was very happy with the centaur chieftain's generosity and thanked him for the help that he had given him. After the two finished their discussion, Cernunnos cleared his throat as he stared at the half-elf that was itching to leave his domain. Although I don't know how strong this organization is, it is very clear that 100 centaurs are not enough to fight them, Cernunnos said. Also, the elven race is superior to humans. Even if you manage to beat the organization you spoke of, you have no chance of beating the elves. In my eyes, this endeavor of yours is fruitless. Your best alternative is to surrender and ask for favorable conditions. William could understand why Cernunnos thought like this. In the face of the elven prodigies, the human survivors were like toddlers that were waiting to be bullied by adults. They just didn't have the ability to resist their invasion, especially when they succeeded in finishing the teleport gates they were building. According to Takam, this gate is a one-way gate that would allow elves from the Silvermoon continent to teleport to the southern continent. This very notion made William very anxious. This was why he planned to sabotage the elven teleport gates once he finished dealing with the organization. It's futile, Cernunnos declared as he read the plan in William's head. But I'm curious as well. How will you, the grandchild of that bastard James, be able to pull it off? This remains to be seen. The Lord of the Wilds stood up and took one of the bangles hanging on its antlers off and gave it to William. Wear this in your arm, Cernunnos said in a tone that wouldn't accept no for an answer. Treat this as a lucky charm. Who knows? This might save your life once. William gingerly took the golden bangle from the myriad beast's hand and wore it on his arm like a bracelet. The bangle adjusted its size to match William's arm size and stayed in place. The half-elf didn't feel anything special about the bangle, but he had no doubt that it was not an ordinary accessory. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your generous gift. William bowed respectfully. Ian, who was standing beside William, also bowed his head to thank the myriad beast. Cernunnos didn't say anything else and left the great hall without a second glance. The Lord of the Wild had stayed inside his domain for hundreds of years without interacting with the outside world. Although Cernunnos didn't mind who got to rule the human lands, he was very keen on witnessing the struggles that would take place during this chaotic time. The golden bangle was a life-saving item. It would save William's life once before returning to Cernunnos' hand. However, until that time arrived, the Lord of the Wild would be able to see the world through William's eyes. It was looking forward to seeing the battles that James' grandson would be fighting in the future. Perhaps, by doing so, it would learn more about human emotions. Emotions that it still couldn't understand after so many years of living in the whimsical forest. Bastion and the rest of the Centaur warriors marveled at William's thousand-beast domain. Although it couldn't compare to the size of the whimsical forest, it was still spacious enough to fit their entire tribe, and still have space for more. Bastion looked at the towering Urkitu, who was looking back down at him. The two stared at each other for a while before introducing their names to each other. Urkitu. Bastion. After that brief exchange, they chatted with each other, while William purchased log houses for the centaurs to live in. Fortunately, each house only cost him 2 god points each. After careful consideration, William placed the centaur camp in the south where the quiver trees were located. Since the centaur race were also proficient archers, William bought 7 more quiver trees that would supply them with normal and elemental arrows. This made Bastion and the other centaur warriors look at William more favorably. God points, 2080. Because William had been too busy in the real world, he wasn't aware of the changes that had happened inside the Thousand Beast domain. When the Hidden Valley was relocated to William's domain, some of the animals weren't able to flee and had been trapped inside ever since. Naturally, these beasts had nowhere to run and were forced to submit to the Thousand Beast domain's local tyrants. Ella personally visited the valley, which had been renamed the Thousand Beast Valley, and talked to its inhabitants. Although the animals that had been trapped in the valley numbered almost 300, the good news was that all of them were magical beasts. William was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the list that the system had prepared for him and checked its contents with anticipation. Class D beasts. Vicious hunting swines equals 23 individuals. Red-horned rabbits equals 47 individuals. Malevolent berserker bees equals 168 individuals. Class C beasts. Black-winged panthers equals 10 individuals. Crimson cavern wolf spiders equals 38 individuals. Class B beasts. Supreme killer koalas equals 6 individuals. Very nice, William exclaimed as he saw the list of monsters that were now part of his beast domain. Aside from the black-winged panther, that had tried to eat him when he was doing his archery training, the rest of the beasts in the lists were unknown to him. He was very curious to meet them all, especially the supreme giant killer koalas whose name made William wonder if they were really the cuddly koalas he remembered back on Earth. William didn't waste any time and visited the valley to see the new additions to his King's Legion. Ian followed behind him because she was also curious about the beasts that had been added to William's domain. When the two of them arrived at the valley, he saw several blood-red bees that were at least a foot long. The flora of the valley had been untouched, so the malevolent berserker bees had no problem with their food supply. These beasts were omnivorous and preyed on both flowers and beasts alike. Naturally, they still preferred flowers over meat, but they would not hesitate to kill in order to protect their hive from any intruders. William marveled at the hive that was as big as a 3-story house. The bees immediately encircled him when he approached their hive, but none of them attacked him. Ella had forbidden them from attacking anyone inside the Thousand Beast domain, and the queen bee agreed to her orders. Since they were now part of William's King's Legion, he was able to communicate with them even though they weren't part of his herd. William talked to the bees and asked them if he could get some of their honey. The half-elf was very curious about what kind of honey the bees produced. However, before he could even get what he wanted, several bees returned to the hive carrying goblin body parts. William watched as the bees chewed on the goblin flesh before flying to the hive to produce their honey. After seeing that scene, William's craving for honey vanished completely. He then bid the bees goodbye, while the latter insisted that he take some of their honeycombs with him. William shuddered when the bees gave him 2 honeycombs filled with honey that they produced from eating goblin meat. The half-elf wasn't able to decline their kind offer and hurriedly stored the honey inside his storage ring. He didn't plan to eat this honey personally, but since he already had it in his possession, he might as well use it as a syrup for pancakes that he would serve to pesky guests that come to annoy him. The next place he visited was the nest of the crimson cavern wolf spiders. Just as their name suggested, they lived in the caverns that were located in the caves of the valley. The half-elf didn't have any arachnophobia. Even so, he still wasn't able to stop himself from shuddering when the 2-meter-tall, black and red-striped, spider wrapped its hairy legs around his body when it gave him a hug as a greeting. William endured its warm greeting for half a minute before he politely backed away and bid it goodbye. Ian stayed over 20 meters away from the spider because she was not fond of insects, especially spiders the size of a carriage. The black-winged panther's den was at the heart of the valley. William was already aware of how strong this beast was because he had fought against it inside the forest. If not for Blitz, the hawk and John's animal companion, he might not have been able to escape its pursuit in one piece. Panthers didn't usually live in groups. But black-winged panthers were different. They were prized for their cubs, and blacksmiths liked to use their steel wings as ingredients when forming weapons and armor. William's arrows were forged from the wings of a black-winged panther, and they were very durable. Adventurers usually captured them because of this. So these magical beasts had forsaken their solitary ways and banded together to repel anyone who would dare to hunt them down. After meeting the alpha of the panthers, William made his way to the last creature on his list, which was the supreme killer koala. They were located in the western part of the valley where giant eucalyptus trees could be found. Ian's eyes became gentle when she saw the meter-tall cuddly beast gnawing on leaves as they leaned their backs against the tree. The koala had gray-brown fur that seemed very soft to touch. Ian was very tempted to touch it, so she approached it without thinking much. Ian had completely forgotten that the name of this beast was Supreme Killer Koala, and not Supreme Gentle Koala. As soon as Ian was 10 meters away from the cuddly koala, it immediately bared its fangs and grew in size. The meter-tall koala transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant with razor-sharp fangs and claws. A wall of ice appeared in front of the Supreme Killer Koala and stopped its mad charge towards the panicked Ian, who was caught completely by surprise. William summoned his wooden staff and didn't show any mercy. He pummeled the beast's head left and right until it returned to its original form. Just like the malevolent berserker bees, the Supreme Killer Koalas were omnivores. However, when given the choice, they would happily eat meat instead of leaves. After regaining its senses, the koala hurriedly apologized to William and Ian, whom it had attacked earlier. It insisted that it lost its rationality for a moment because it hadn't eaten meat for a long time. Because of this, William gathered all the koalas in the western part of the valley and transferred them into the Goblin Crypt. This way they could feast to their heart's content and no longer lose control of their bloodthirsty nature. After parting ways with the Chiron tribe and the myriad beast that was prone to mood swings, William continued his journey to gather allies. This time, his destination was towards the north of the Hellon Kingdom. According to Takam, there was a giant trollhound that was hunting around the base of the Kirinter Mountains. Since this particular beast wasn't doing anything out of the ordinary, Takam ignored its existence. Naturally, William knew the identity of this giant trollhound. This time, it had the perfect bait to make it join his team, since he was about to fight against the same organization that had made it and its kin suffer. They had been traveling for 4 days before they decided to rest at a valley they found along the way. William had allowed the centaurs and some of the other creatures inside his 1,000-beast domain to hunt the wild beasts that inhabited the area. Centaurs liked to eat meat as well, but they didn't like eating goblin meat. For them, it was disgusting, so William accepted their proposal to hunt every now and then when an opportunity arose. Ash was also weary of their long days of traveling, and William couldn't bear to let his lover suffer. The two spent some tender moments in a hidden hot spring on the northern side of the valley. After that, they had a light dinner before sleeping in the villa inside the 1,000-beast domain. When William opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Ashes sleeping beside him. She was sleeping peacefully in William's embrace. The red-headed boy looked at her with a gentle gaze, as he moved away the strands of hair covering her beautiful face. William knew that if his current self traveled to the past, and told his younger self that the person whom he always quarreled with would end up becoming his lover, that younger version of himself wouldn't believe it, and would even spit on him and say, "You mad, bruh?" William chuckled internally as he thought of this scene, because he himself found it hard to believe. While he was pondering about such things, a notification appeared on his status page. Ding! Happy 15th birthday, host. I wish you more experience points to level up all your job classes and enough stamina to keep your lovers satisfied. The system also played a happy birthday song that made William realize that he had completely forgotten that it was indeed his birthday. He checked the date on the lower right side of his status page just to be sure that the system wasn't pranking him. Day 13, month of strength. William looked at the date for a few more seconds before shifting his attention back to the sleeping beauty in front of him. To think I'd be celebrating my 15th birthday with you. Lady Fate sure knows how to crack a joke. William planted a kiss on Ash's forehead as he held her firmly in his embrace. I guess we can spend one more day here to rest before we go to the north, where it is cold year-round. The two of them would always sleep inside William's sea of consciousness during the night. Ash insisted that, even when resting, she wanted to help speed up the recovery of William's spiritual world. William welcomed her proposal because Ash had a habit of hugging him tightly as she closed her eyes to sleep. This habit had rubbed off on William, and he too looked forward to hugging his mermaid lover every night. 2 hours later, Ash finally stirred from her slumber. Good morning, William said with a smile. Ash sleepily kissed his lips before returning his greeting. Good morning. What time is it? Around 8 in the morning. You must be very tired if you oversleep this much. I'm not used to traveling nonstop and going from place to place. William smiled as he kissed her lips before helping her to stand up. The half-elf decided to hold a little celebration to commemorate his birthday, while also giving Ash some time to recover from their hectic traveling schedule. What? Ash looked at William in a daze. Today is your birthday? Why didn't you tell me sooner? William scratched his head. He wanted to say that he had completely forgotten about his birthday and was only reminded by the system. However, he couldn't do that, so he just said that he suddenly remembered that it was his birthday after waking up. Sorry, I don't have any gifts that I can give you, Ash said as she looked at William with a pout. I would have been able to prepare something if you had told me a few days ago. William pulled the pouting mermaid to his embrace and kissed her forehead. Silly, you've already given me the best gift of all. William then held Ash's hand and placed it over his chest. The blue gem embedded in William's chest glowed as its previous owner touched it. Thank you, William said softly. This is the best gift that someone has ever given me. I will properly repay you with my body 3 years from now. 3 years from now? Ash looked up at William because she didn't understand what the half-elf was hinting at. William nodded as he whispered something in Ash's ears, which made the mermaid blush from the nape of her neck up to the tip of her ears. The red-headed boy thought that Ash would get mad at him for teasing her, but contrary to his expectations, the mermaid only rested her head on his chest and replied in a volume that William could barely hear. I'll be waiting. That was what Ash said, and because of that, the two left William's spiritual world an hour later. Sounds of merrymaking echoed inside William's thousand-beast domain as William's companions ate and drank their fill. The half-elf spent 50 god points to buy delicious food and wine for everyone that made them extremely happy. I never tasted wine as good as this, Bastion exclaimed. And this meat, just what kind of meat is this? It literally melts in my mouth and the aftertaste is simply out of this world. That's right. This is amazing. I wish I could bring this wine back to my brothers in the tribe. They would definitely love this. Cheers to William. I pray for more birthdays to come. Cheers. Everyone ate happily and William looked at Urketu, who was wholeheartedly eating roasted boars one by one. This giant white ox was the first millennial beast that had joined William's herd, and the half-elf wasn't able to stop himself from thinking of the possibilities of having more millennial beasts to bolster up his legion. William imagined himself standing on top of a hill overlooking a mighty beast army numbering in the hundreds of thousands. They were all part of his king's legion and allowed him to move unhindered across the land. If only it were true, William thought as he gazed at the magical beasts that were happily celebrating his birthday. Currently, William's legion was less than 1,000 strong. It was a mere drop in the bucket compared to the majestic scene that he had envisioned. However, someday in the future, he was sure that he could make it a reality. The party lasted until the evening. William had decided to retire for the night because he still needed to continue his journey in the morning. Also, Ash had tried the delicious wines that William had suddenly procured out of nowhere and became dead drunk because of them. She liked them all, but it didn't take long before she got drunk because of her low alcohol tolerance. William decided to take her back to the villa so that she could rest properly. Unfortunately, he underestimated the effects of the wines that he had purchased from the god shop. William would soon realize that it wasn't only Cernunnos whose moods could switch without warning. That night, he would understand that a drunk mermaid was a very dangerous mermaid in more ways than one. William gently laid the drunken Ash on the bed and took off her shoes. After doing that, he took off his own and laid beside her. Will gently pressed his forehead against Ian's in an attempt to synchronize so they could enter William's spiritual world. The half-elf had just entered his sea of consciousness when a pair of arms wrapped around him and a pair of seductive eyes stared up at him. "Will, do you love me?" Ash asked. William marveled at the light blush that spread on Ash's cheeks, heightening her already beautiful features. "I love you," William replied. "I love you too," Ash said as she kissed William's lips. William was quite surprised because usually it was him who initiated to kiss Ash on the lips. The beautiful mermaid would only kiss him on the forehead and cheeks, but never on the lips. Perhaps due to the effects of the wine, Ash had suddenly become bold and daring. At first, she started to kiss William's lips with small pecks. However, it then escalated to ravenous and passionate kisses, causing both of them to gasp for breath the moment their lips parted. Of course, this was not the first time that the two of them had kissed. What was different was that Ash was the one taking the lead and William was allowing his mermaid lover to do whatever she wanted. Seeing that William was not resisting her advances, Ash pinned him down on the blue sea that was the same color as her hair. Her hands suddenly ripped off his clothes off as if they were made of paper, which caught the half-elf by surprise. "Fortunately, we are inside my sea of consciousness," William thought. William could easily create clothes inside his spiritual world, so he didn't mind having his shirt ripped apart. However, he just didn't expect that Ash had this side to her that she had never shown him before. Ash didn't know what William was thinking, nor did she care. She was busy kissing her significant other all over the place. The drunk mermaid kissed his forehead, his cheeks, ears, nose, lips, chin, neck, and didn't stop there. She had become a complete kissing addict after getting drunk, and her kisses were slowly going down towards William's lower half. William hurriedly stopped the drunken mermaid before she crossed the point of no return. He was afraid that his willpower wouldn't last long if little William was kissed by Ash, who seemed to be dead set on marking every inch of his body in her drunken state. Ash tried to resist William, but the half-elf was stronger than her. In the end, William had no choice but to hold her firmly in order to prevent her from waking the sleeping dragon that had already started to stir. "Something is poking me." "You're drunk. You're just imagining things," William admonished the little guy who had woken up to poke their drunk lover. He took deep breaths in order to clear his mind and prevent himself from eating the delicious fish that had landed on his plate. The minutes passed by before Ash finally settled down and laid on top of William. The half-elf didn't dare to let her go and allow her to do anything she wanted anymore, because he was also close to reaching his limit. He drank a few cups of wine himself and his body had started to heat up due to Ash's sensuous actions. "Will, whom do you love the most?" Ash asked as she playfully caressed William's chest. "Is it Wendy, Est, or me?" "Of course I love you the most," William replied. He was doing his best to not focus on the playful hand that was stoking the fire that was starting to blaze inside his chest. According to the goddess of lust, William must always focus on the lady in front of him and not think of other girls whenever he spends some quality time with them. She added that a lady would always want the man they love to say that they love them, no matter the situation. "Really? Are you telling me the truth?" "Yes." Ash raised her head and gazed at her reflection on William's clear green eyes, which proved that he was only looking at her at this point in time. "Well then, why don't you prove it to me?" Ash laid her head on William's chest once again, where the other half of her heart was located. "Tell me the name of the girl you love the most, and swear it upon my true name." William's body stiffened when he heard the drunken mermaid's challenge. Ash was asking him to give her an honest answer with her true name on the line. This caught William completely by surprise, and he was at a loss on how to properly respond to his drunk lover. The half-elf could feel Ash's warm breath as she breathed softly. Her soft and delicate hand rested over the jewel that was embedded in his chest. This was the half of her heart that she had given to William in order to prevent his spiritual world from collapsing completely. If William were to lie to her now, wouldn't that be tantamount to stepping on her trust and the affection that she had given him? William took a deep breath before finally making up his mind. Since Ash wanted to know the truth, then he would give it to her. This was also a form of love. "Ash, I..." Snore. William wasn't able to finish his words because the drunken mermaid had fallen asleep on top of him. Not to mention, she was even snoring loudly, which had never happened before. This just proved the potency of the wines that William had bought from the god shop. Since they were being sold there, their quality was superior to the common wines that could be found elsewhere. William held Ash's warm and soft body firmly in his embrace as he planted a kiss on her head. Although his feelings for the girl in his arms weren't as strong as his feelings for Belle and Wendy, they were starting to take shape. "I know that you won't believe me, but this I swear is true," William said softly. "I promise to love you just as much as you love me. So, give me some time to fully show you just how much you mean to me." The corner of Ash's lips raised slightly into a sweet smile. Perhaps it was due to William's words, or perhaps she was having a good dream. However, one thing was sure. The hearts that were beating on both of their chests were slowly, but surely starting to beat as one. A swarm of flying ants entered the airspace of the capital of Frisia, but none of the defenders barred their way. Prior to her arrival, Princess Sydney had written a letter and asked Priscilla to take it to the commander of the Creator Empire, Prince Jason, who was currently commanding the city. After Prince Jason received the letter from his cousin, he personally went to meet her and tell her about the mission that was given to him by his grandfather, Emperor Leonidas. There had been a subtle change in Princess Sydney's attitude and presence after she had left the Kirinter Mountains. She no longer hid her face behind a veil and allowed her beauty to be seen by all. The power of her charm had also increased twofold, which would turn average people into mindless slaves who would follow her every command. Naturally, Princess Sydney held this power back, only allowing a tiny bit of her power to be released into the surroundings. Even so, it was still more than enough to make those with weaker willpower infatuated with her beauty. Prince Jason came prepared and was wearing many protective artifacts that decreased the power of charm spells. Even so, when he first saw Sydney, he wasn't able to stop himself from drawing a deep breath because of her sensuous beauty. Princess Sydney didn't care whether her cousin would be charmed by her beauty or not. For her, those with weak willpower were just meant to be used as cannon fodder deletus in order to accomplish her goal, which was to make William see her as the greatest threat he was going to face. "I've been warned by our spies that your beauty can bring down nations," Prince Jason said as he stared at the sensuous beauty in front of him. "However, I didn't expect that they still failed to accurately describe how beautiful you truly are, cousin." Princess Sydney's lips curled up into a sweet smile. In the past, she didn't like it when people flattered her because of her beauty, but after being firmly rejected by William, she lost a bit of her confidence. Hearing people affirm that she was beautiful once again sparked the flames that burned inside her chest, fueling her seductive powers to grow by the day. "I already read the plans in the letter, but is it true that grandfather planned to make me the empress of the southern continent?" Princess Sydney inquired. "I find this hard to believe." Prince Jason pressed his closed fist over his chest as he stared straight into the princess' eyes. "This is what the emperor decreed," Prince Jason stated with pride. I swear upon my dignity and honor that there is no falsehood in his desire to make you the ruler of the southern continent." Before he set out on his journey, Prince Jason was still doubtful about why his grandfather decided to ask his distant cousin to become the ruler of an entire continent. Prince Jason would be lying if he said that he didn't have any complaints about his mission. However, all of those complaints vanished the moment he laid his eyes upon the most attractive lady he had seen in his life. As a prince of the Creator Empire, Jason never lacked the company of beautiful women. He was also not a vegetarian. He had spent many nights with these beauties to quell his sexual desires. This was why he became enamored with the princess, who was also his cousin. In the Creator Empire, it was not forbidden for relatives to get married. The royal family of the empire had a bloodline trait which made their offspring immune to any disability or genetic defect that came from marrying their relatives. There were also times when such practices were favored because countless powerful members of the royal family had been born due to this method. Although Princess Sydney was unaware of the thoughts that were currently swirling inside Prince Jason's mind, she was able to sense the desire that had bloomed inside the prince's heart. Morgana giggled internally as she teased her other half about making Prince Jason their mister. "Thank you, cousin, for your praise," Princess Sydney replied with a smile that was sweet enough to rot anyone's teeth. "I'm tired from my journey. Can you please escort me back to the capital?" Prince Jason unconsciously drew in a deep breath before taking hold of his senses. Princess Sydney's smile made his heart skip a beat, and he had to use all of his willpower to stop himself from kneeling at her feet. "It will be my pleasure, cousin," Prince Jason replied. "Please follow me." The bronze dragon that the prince was riding led the way towards the capital. The flying ants returned to their formation with the flying carriage at the center. If Princess Sydney's father, King Redmond, saw her right now, his heart would definitely be filled with pride. His daughter had managed to make a myriad beast her beast companion, which was something that not everyone could do. Only a handful of emperors and empresses that ruled the central continent had achieved such a feat, and none of them had been able to do it when they were only 16 years old. Princess Sydney was warmly received by the Creator army. The princess' little brother, Prince Carl, hugged his elder sister the moment she stepped out of the flying carriage. Morgana had already placed a spell on her other half-sibling to prevent Prince Carl from getting charmed by anyone. Both of them were born from the same mother, and Princess Sydney, as well as Morgana, loved him very much. "Don't leave me again, sister," Prince Carl said as he hugged his sister tightly. Princess Sydney could feel her clothes becoming wet from the tears of her little brother. She affectionately patted the crying child's head as she assured him that she would stay in the capital for the time being. Prince Jason watched this scene and wished that he could swap places with the young prince. His desire to hold the princess in his arms burned deep inside his chest. The Princess of Frisia excused herself and dragged her little brother to her room. She didn't want the members of the Creator Empire to witness Prince Carl's sorry state, so she decided it best to have a talk with him in private. Priscilla followed behind the princess since all of Sydney's other attendants had been left in Ravenlord Citadel when she escaped. Both of them could only hope that they didn't suffer at the hands of the Crown Prince as he vented his anger due to the princess' escape. Princess Sydney's goal was to rally the Creator army and start her own conquest of the southern lands. Her first target was the Inauthentic dynasty where the Ant Queen resided. This was her first step in the master plan that she had prepared to ensnare the arrogant red-headed boy who had dared to reject her. A half-elf that dared to reject the most beautiful lady in the southern continent. Princess Sydney vowed that the next time she met William, she would make him understand that he had made the wrong choice in not choosing her as his main lover. Head Prefect Estate is gathering volunteers to evacuate the survivors on the outskirts of the kingdom. Spencer raised his head after reading the scroll that Dave had personally handed to him. Dave nodded his head. "Right now, we are gathering volunteers from all over the kingdom to bring the less fortunate survivors to the capital. Of course, we understand that you are busy with managing your own duchy right now, so we will not force you to help us." Before Spencer could answer, the door of Spencer's office burst open as Wendy stormed in with an excited expression on her face. "Is it true? Will has regained consciousness." Wendy walked straight towards Dave to demand an answer. She had always been thinking about her boyfriend ever since she left William to head to the front lines to protect their kingdom. Wendy had wanted to see him after she returned to the academy from the Ravenlord fortress. But William was no longer there. She felt sad when she learned that Ash had taken him to the northern regions while the war was underway. Ash had left a letter in the room they used in the academy just in case someone were to go there to try and see them while they were away. Because of the urgency of the situation, Wendy and Spencer returned to their duchy to supervise the rescue efforts for the survivors in their territory. Now that she knew that William was already awake, she wanted to be by his side as soon as possible. Yes, the commander is now awake, but he is not in the capital, Dave replied. Unfortunately, the commander has left the capital, only leaving a letter behind. Dave explained the contents of the letter after Est angrily threw it on the floor after reading it. On that day, Est wanted to strangle the half-elf that had dumped all of the responsibilities onto him. If not for the fact that William had given him a valid reason for doing so, Est might have left the capital to hunt down the red-headed boy with a vengeance. In William's letter, he had mentioned that he would be traveling the Hellon Kingdom, looking for strong allies to help them in their cause. William added that even with the forces they currently had, they would immediately be crushed by the Elven army who was busy consolidating their forces in the nearby Zealand dynasty. Because of this, Est reluctantly accepted his role as the temporary leader of the kingdom, assisted by the son of the Prime Minister, Brendan. Wendy sighed in disappointment because she had missed the chance to reunite with her handsome boyfriend. She felt a little envious of Ian because he was always by his side. However, she also understood that this was for the best. He just woke up and he's pushing himself once again, Wendy muttered softly as she placed her hand over her chest. I just hope that he takes better care of himself. I'll make sure to pamper him the next time we meet. Spencer and Dave looked at the love-struck lady, who was already thinking of the handsome half-elf who was currently headed to the north. As Wendy's older twin brother, Spencer had developed a dislike for his knight commander. This was because he was very overprotective of her and didn't want her to hang around with dangerous people who might bring her harm. William was the very definition of someone who liked to court danger. For Spencer, this was someone that shouldn't be connected to their family, especially his twin sister who was currently pining for the half-elf whose current whereabouts were unknown. Dave, on the other hand, already knew that Wendy and William were in a relationship, so he didn't think her actions were out of the norm. In fact, he was very jealous of William because a strong and beautiful girl like Wendy was head over heels for him. He hoped that he would also find the love of his life if he survived the war. Tell Head Prefect Estate that we will send a few knights in training to the capital to assist in the rescue operation, Spencer said. I apologize in advance if their numbers are low. We are currently short in manpower. Big brother, how about? No, you're staying here. Wendy pouted, but didn't insist on leaving with Dave to the capital. She knew that their own duchy still had many problems and leaving her big brother behind would only increase his burden even more. In the end, she could only sigh in her heart. However, before Dave left the Armstrong duchy, Wendy had given him a handwritten letter to be passed to William. Dave promised that he would hand the letter to their knight commander as soon as they met each other. He still had many others to visit, so he didn't stay to enjoy Spencer's hospitality. Time was of the essence and many children were starving in places that were far beyond their reach. So, are you in, or are you out? William asked. After arriving in the north, he asked the system to find the whereabouts of the titanic green-scaled trollhound that he had banished from the barony of Brandford. Are you telling the truth? The titanic trollhound growled as it looked down on William. Of course. I wouldn't waste my time trying to find you otherwise. I still don't trust you. William crossed his arms over his chest as he gazed at the towering trollhound who was looking down on him. Then tell me, what should I do for you to believe me? William asked. The titanic trollhound pondered for a bit before answering William's question. Truth be told, it didn't trust humans because the ones that had made it suffer were humans. Although the one it was talking to was a half-elf, it was still wary of William's character. I have heard from the humans that the people of the Kirinter Mountains have a demigod watching over them, the titanic trollhound replied. I don't trust you, but I am willing to believe in a demigod. If he says that you can be trusted, then I will come with you. That's it. William raised an eyebrow. If you get to talk with the demigod, then you will join me in the battle against the organization? Yes. Do I have your word? Yes. The Titanic trollhound nodded. If the demigod can vouch for you, then I will fight with you against the organization. Bear in mind that I won't become your subordinate. I don't want to serve anyone again. After the organization has been dealt with, we will part ways. William was half tempted to use one of his pocket cubes to capture the stubborn Titanic trollhound, but in the end he didn't do it. Forcing it to become his subordinate would leave a bitter aftertaste, so he agreed with its proposal to only join him to fight against the organization. It's a shame that I can't count on it against the elves, but this is also a good compromise, William thought. Very well, let's go. Let's go meet the demigod of the Kirinter Mountains. That way you will know that I am not lying. The Titanic trollhound nodded. The members of its pack also had a vendetta against their captors, so they were itching to pay them back. All of them followed William as they made their way towards the first peak of the Kirinter Mountains, where Takam was already waiting for their arrival. William and the Titanic trollhound, along with its pack, arrived at the first peak of the Kirinter Mountains. Just like always, the leader of the trollhounds had a unique dislike for humans. However, it still gave William a chance because the half-elf said that he was going to fight against the organization that was responsible for their torture and suffering. The half-elf thought that this was already in the bag since Takam and him were on the same page. However, what greeted him at the peak of the Kirinter Mountain was, "Can you please repeat that one more time?" William's eyes were almost bloodshot as he stared at the oracle of the Kirinter Mountains. "The sovereign is currently taking a number 2. Olivia," the oracle of the Kirinter Mountains, said with a calm expression on her face. "His Excellency explicitly told me that he is not going to receive any guests until he is finished with his business." William almost laughed out loud due to anger after hearing the bullshit excuse of the demigod that refused to meet with him. "Lady Olivia, do demigods take a dump?" The corner of William's lips twitched as he used all of his willpower to stop himself from cursing out loud. "What kind of bullshit excuse is that? Even if you kill me, I won't believe that a demigod takes a dump." "Yes." "Are you for real?" "Young Will, don't you know? This is general knowledge," Olivia stated as if it was a very obvious thing. She even gave William a weird look as if he had no common sense. The Titanic trollhound stared at the red-headed boy with contempt as if mocking him for his lack of knowledge. This made William want to give it the middle finger because it had easily been hoodwinked by the straight-faced oracle, who was in cahoots with the demigod she served. In order to get a second opinion, William transferred his consciousness inside his thousand-beast domain and asked Kasaganaga if demigods actually pooped. "Are you stupid?" Kasaganaga asked. "How can a demigod poop? Something must be wrong with your brain. Come out with me for a second," William pleaded. "Help me explain to the oracle and Titanic trollhound that they are behind hoodwinked by Takam." The rainbow-colored anteater pondered for a bit before firmly shaking its head. "There are rules between demigods. It is the rule of non-interference," Kasaganaga said with a serious expression on its adorable face. "Since we are inside this demigod's domain, I can't just randomly come out because it would think my action was a declaration of war. Right now, I am not at my peak. Also, my instincts are telling me that meeting this demigod in my current state is not a good idea. Although the chances are low, I don't want to risk giving it an excuse to capture me and lock me up. I just regained my freedom. There's no way I'm letting any demigod imprison me again." Kasaganaga was firm as it stood its ground. William could tell that it wouldn't go back on its word, so he couldn't expect any help to come from it. After that short discussion with Kasaganaga, William finally understood that Takam wasn't meeting him on purpose. Perhaps the demigod had a reason for doing so, but it made things difficult for William. Then, when will His Excellency finish his business? William had no choice but to compromise. Whatever sick joke Takam was playing, he decided to play along for now. This was to ensure that the Titanic trollhound would join him in his fight against the organization. "I don't know," Olivia shook her head. Sometimes it takes weeks to months before His Excellency finishes his business. If you want to wait, you are welcome to wait on the peak of enlightenment. Is there no other way to communicate with him? William insisted. He only needs to talk to this wonderful trollhound by my side for a few minutes. It won't take too much of his time. Olivia frowned as if William's proposal was very difficult to achieve. At that moment, a scroll appeared in front of the oracle. The one who serves the sovereign of the Kirantar Mountain reads its contents before looking at William with a smile. His Excellency said that it will take a while for him to finish. However, he added that if you are in a hurry to meet him, you should read his letter first. William sighed as he took the letter from Olivia's hands and read its contents. He didn't know what the demigod was up to, but Takam had always been good to him, so he decided to just play along and see what was written in the letter. Dear little Will, if you are reading this letter, it means that I am currently busy with you-know-what. It will take a while for me to finish, so while you wait, why don't you visit the Goblin Crypt in the town of Hartlepool first? Clearing a low-level dungeon is not that hard. So, why don't you clear 2 Goblin Crypts at the same time? Make sure to press your father's keepsake over the dungeon core when you reach the last floor. Also, it might be a good time for you to raise the ranks of your army. I think I'll be done with my business after you have cleared the 2 Goblin Crypts and raised 5 of your beasts to the centennial rank. Best of luck to you, Takam. William read the contents of the letter with a dumbfounded expression. First of all, he was surprised because Takam knew that there were 2 Goblin Crypts. Of course, William thought that the demigod was just teasing him. However, the words written on the letter were too precise to ignore. The next thing that confused him was the fact that Takam also knew about his father's keepsake, which was the Ring of Conquest. The last part about having 5 centennial beasts also made him painfully aware that he currently didn't have any beasts in his legion that had stepped into the centennial rank. This reminder was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. William contemplated as he went over the information of the 2 Goblin Crypts that he had explored in the past. His own Goblin Crypt consisted of 20 floors, while the Goblin Crypt in the town of Hartlepool had 30 floors. William had already gained the floor map of the upper floors, so it was only a matter of time before he could clear this condition. He believed that, with the current forces under his disposal, clearing the 2 dungeons simultaneously would be easy. Fine. William decided to take a step back and run Takam's errand first. He was also very curious about what would happen after he cleared the 2 dungeons at the same time. His instinct was telling him that this was not a random errand that the demigod was sending him on because he was bored. Could it be? William thought a possibility appeared inside his head. The half-elf looked at the Ring of Conquest which had once belonged to his father. It was the keepsake that his mother had given him when they parted ways, and it had remained with William to this day. Like the final piece of a puzzle falling in place, William clenched his fist as he looked in the direction of the Hellon Kingdom. Although it was exhausting to travel back and forth between the Kirantar Mountains and the capital, he was willing to do it as long as he could gain the power and allies that would help him accomplish the task he needed to do. I just hope that my hunch is correct. William caressed the ring on his hand in anticipation. Because William couldn't prove that he could be trusted, the Titanic Trollhound didn't accompany him in his return to the Hellon Kingdom. After resting for a day in the Great Chieftain's residence on the 3rd peak of Chivalry, and making sure that Brianna and Prince Ernest were doing well, William and Ash once again journeyed towards the Hellon Kingdom. They planned to make a detour before going to the town of Hartlepool. Their destination? It was none other than the Armstrong Duchy. Although it didn't show on his face, William was very worried about Wendy. He had already seen Est, but he still hadn't seen his first girlfriend since he had woken up from his coma. Surprisingly, Ash even supported his decision. Her reasoning was simple. Wendy is your girlfriend, Ash said firmly. It's only natural for you to see her and lessen the burden in her heart. I'm sure that she's also very worried about your current condition. Because of this, they didn't waste time and traveled 4 days in order to reach the Armstrong Duchy, which had found some kind of stability amidst the hardships that they had faced in the first few weeks after the continental spell had descended upon the land. When the Lamassu flew over the Armstrong residence, The young knights immediately sounded the alarm that an intruder had arrived. Spencer and Wendy came hurrying towards the front doors with their spears firmly held in their hands. When Wendy saw the new arrival, she screamed like a little girl and ran in William's direction. Spencer, on the other hand, frowned, but he made a gesture for the knights to lower their weapons. Some of these young knights were the local trainees of their retainers, so they didn't know who William was. They just looked at him in envy when they saw their lady. Wendy jumped into his arms with tears streaming down her face. The beautiful lady wailed and pounded William's chest, calling him a cheater, a womanizer, and a playboy. William didn't care that they were being watched by many people as he cupped Wendy's face and kissed her lips. Spencer was very tempted to stab William's bum with the tip of his spear, just like the half-elf had done when he tried to capture the griffin, Lionheart, back in the whimsical forest. The young knights, who had a crush on Wendy, felt their hearts breaking as William kissed the apple of their eyes right in front of them. Although she was caught off guard by William's passionate kiss, the blonde beauty didn't fight back and even wrapped her arms around William's neck. The two kissed for a minute before reluctantly parting from each other. Ian watched this scene with a calm expression because she understood that Wendy was the first girl whom William had opened his heart to. She had a feeling that even if her seal had been broken earlier, she would have found it difficult to find an opportunity to get close to William and make him treat her as his lover. Sometimes, Ash even thought that William's current state was a blessing in disguise. If not for it, she wouldn't have had an excuse to give him half of her heart, which would automatically make him her partner for life. After their public display of affection, Spencer urged the two annoying lovebirds to come inside the residence before the young knights cried a river for their loss. Ian followed a few steps behind William and Wendy in order to give both of them some privacy. The blonde beauty clung to William's arm like a leech that wouldn't let go even if one were to spray salt on her. Naturally, the half-elf enjoyed his girlfriend's affection and whispered words of love in her ear, making Wendy's face beet red. After arriving in the Duke's office, Spencer immediately asked William for his reason for coming to their territory. Naturally, William didn't hide his purpose for coming. I came to see Wendy before I continued my journey to gather allies that will help us resist the organization and the elven invasion, William replied. We only have a few months to prepare, and I'm afraid that we won't have enough forces to stop them from their conquest. Est had already informed everyone about the foreign invaders that had arrived in their kingdom, the Elven race and the Creator Empire. However, between the two superpowers, the Elven race's threat was more profound because the distance between the Hellon Kingdom and the Zealand dynasty was not that far from each other. The only reason why the elves hadn't attacked yet was because they were busy consolidating the territories of the Zealand Kingdom and also focusing their efforts on building the teleport gates that would allow reinforcements from the Silvermoon continent to arrive in the southern continent. When William said that he planned to go to the town of Hartlepool in order to explore the Goblin Crypt, Wendy's and Spencer's expressions immediately turned grim. The twins had suffered terribly during their first dungeon expedition inside the Goblin Crypt. Although they had been captured, Wendy's fate would have been terrible if not for William's and the other students in the academy timely rescue. The Goblin Crypt gave the two of them a very bad memory and, if possible, they didn't want to go there ever again. Do you have a reason for going there? Wendy asked. William nodded and explained the situation concerning Takkum's condition. He didn't mention anything about the gigantic trollhound because he was not sure if this information would leak and reach the organization through different channels. It's better to be safe than sorry, William thought as he hugged Wendy, who was seated beside him on the couch. Ian sat on the chair right next to them and focused his attention on eating the snacks that had been served to them. The constant travels had taken a toll on him, and he just wanted to relax for the time being before accompanying William in his dungeon expedition. I'm coming with you. Everyone in the room glanced at the blonde beauty, who was looking at William with a determined expression on her face. I'm coming with you to the Goblin Crypt, Wendy declared. This time, I will not let you fight alone. Whatever you plan to do, I will go with you. William frowned. He didn't come to the Armstrong Duchy to get Wendy to accompany him in his travels. He just wanted to let her know that he was safe, then leave as soon as he could to travel to the town of Hartlepool. Wendy's eyes were very determined and William couldn't find a reason to prevent her from coming with him. Deep inside, He missed her company and also wanted her to be with him in his quest to gather allies from all over the Hellon Kingdom. Spencer rubbed his forehead because he had already anticipated that his twin sister would do something like this. The Siscon shifted his attention to William and the latter met his gaze. Half a minute later, both boys nodded their heads in understanding. Although Spencer was reluctant to part with his sister, he knew that William would do his best to keep her safe. Although he disliked the red-headed boy, he had recognized his strength. He just hoped that the twin sister he cared about the most wouldn't suffer terribly as she followed the person she loved. William found himself being used as a hug pillow by two beautiful ladies inside his sea of consciousness. They decided to stay for a night in the Armstrong Duchy, before going to the town of Hartlepool in order to start their dungeon expedition. I can get used to this, William thought as he held the two beauties in his arms. He listened to the soft, sleeper breaths of the two girls that loved him as he basked in their warmth and softness. Ash's spiritual energy transfer was still in effect even when she slept. Wendy's magical powers traveled through her, before being transmitted to William's body as spiritual power. Both of them were nourishing his body and speeding up the recovery process of his spiritual world. For William, these two girls in his arms were very precious. He had long decided to do his best to make them happy and return the love they were showering him with in full. When Belle said that she would allow him to have 9 wives, he thought that she was kidding. Now that he was holding not one, but 2 girls in his arms, he started to realize that there might be some truth in the words of his star-crossed lover, who was still thinking about him from Earth. 9, William mused. There's est, so that's already 3. William recalled all the ladies that he had a close relationship with and felt a minor headache. Aside from his 3 lovers, there were several other girls that came to his mind. One of them was the Princess of Frisia, who had openly declared that she wanted his babies. I should stop thinking about this. William sighed internally. He still had to deal with the problems at hand and had no energy to think about his future wife candidates. For the time being, he decided to just focus on his 3 lovers. In regards to the other 6 possible wives, he decided to cross the bridge when he got there. After breakfast, William, Ian, and Wendy wasted no time and teleported to the town of Hartlepool using the teleport gate in the Armstrong Duchy. It had been many months since their last visit, but Wendy still unconsciously flinched when she saw the entrance of the Goblin Crypt. Don't worry, William said as he firmly held her hand. I'll protect you. William cringed internally after he realized that he just said one of the cheesiest lines in existence. In the past, he would snort whenever he read this line in a light novel or heard it in T.V. shows. Why? Because all of them sounded unrealistic. He just didn't expect that he would be saying the same words in this lifetime. Thank you, Wendy replied as she returned a firm squeeze on William's hand to tell him that she was really fine. William nodded and closed his eyes. It was now time to form the teams that would explore the dungeons. Urkitu, along with the Minotaur race, would take care of the Goblin Crypt that was connected to the Thousand Beast domain. The half-elf was confident that the Millennial Beast would easily bulldoze through anything that stood in its way. As for William's own party, there was Ian, Wendy, Ella, and the goats. Saglav, Kasaganaga, and the Circipes monkeys also joined in for fun. Kasaganaga sat on top of Kronos, because the rainbow-colored anteater had become good friends with the denizens of the Thousand Beast domain. Aside from its hatred for the elven race, Kasaganaga had no problem getting along with anyone. Although it was not part of William's legion, it decided to accompany the half-elf during his war against the elven prodigies, who were just outside the Hellon Kingdom's borders. William knew that with the lineup he had prepared for the 2 dungeons, a mere Goblin Crypt wouldn't be able to stop them. 10 minutes later, the goats ran straight towards the lower floors of the dungeon and ignored senseless killing. Since William had already acquired the maps, he just focused on reaching the lowest floors as fast as possible. The same thing was happening to the Goblin Crypt where Urkitu was stationed. According to Takam, both dungeons must be conquered within 24 hours after setting foot inside them. The Hobgoblin leader didn't even last 5 seconds after it appeared in the boss room. As soon as the boss landed on the ground, it received a mega kick from Ella which sent it slamming towards the wall head first. Ian hurriedly opened the chest and grabbed the pair of windborne boots and stored them inside her storage ring. Last time, she had surrendered the windborne boots to EST. This time, she wasn't planning on compromising. Even now, William still wore the boots that he had acquired inside the Goblin Crypt. They had an auto-size function and were very sturdy. Because of this, the elf didn't think about replacing them with other footwear, unless he was wearing the golden armor that was forged from the golden-scaled crocodile that attacked Lant when he was still young and powerless. Wendy didn't know the meaning behind the boots, and only thought that Ian was taking them in order to not waste the treasure chest. After that short interlude, the group traveled straight towards the 14th floor where the goblin shaman spawned. When they came across a party with a goblin shaman, William didn't bat an eye and immediately skewered it with a glacial lance. Although this creature, that had once terrorized him during his childhood, was no longer a threat to him, he still didn't want to take any chances and killed it on the spot. "Don't worry, I'll let you fight one later," William said as he held Wendy's waist. He knew that his lover had a vendetta against goblin shamans, but he was under a strict time limit. The half-elf was confident that he wouldn't need 24 hours to clear the dungeon. Even so, he didn't want to be careless, so he dealt with the immediate threat before things got out of hand. An hour later, they arrived at the 20th floor where the second boss of the Goblin Crypt was waiting for them. This was the first time that William would see the boss on the 20th floor of the dungeon. William didn't want to admit it, but he had always wondered what the second boss would be like. Soon, the torches in the arena blazed and a 2-meter-tall goblin appeared in front of them. William raised his brow when he saw the boss that was flanked by 24 hobgoblins composed of shamans, warriors, and hunters. William's appraisal skill buzzed as the information of the boss appeared on his status page. Goblin Chieftain. Dungeon Boss. Goblin Overlord. Threat Level. Class B, High. The Great Chieftain of the Goblin race is known for its wild and chaotic side. It is very accustomed to bullying those who are weaker than it and will often go on warring expeditions against other goblins in order to assimilate them into his tribe. The Goblin Chieftain also likes to pillage human villages in order to capture the women and young girls to serve as his tribe's broodmares. They are well known for being lustful creatures and have always been on the list of top 10 creatures that the adventurers should eliminate at all cost. With a guttural roar, the Goblin Chieftain charged towards William like a mad beast. It became jealous of William because there was one beautiful girl by his side. As a lustful beast, it wanted to capture the girl and have its way with her. William snorted and was about to fight the Goblin Chieftain head-on. However, he wasn't able to do that because Ian and Wendy, who stood by his side, had already charged at the Goblin Chief with their weapons drawn. Ian's sword whip and Wendy's spear collided with the double scimitars that the Goblin Chieftain was wielding. Ash transformed into her mermaid form at the same time that Wendy unleashed her magic. The two girls worked together in order to keep the monster at bay, while the rest of the goats cleared up the Goblin Chieftain's subordinates. William knew that Ash and Wendy were not fragile flowers that had to be locked up in crystal vases to be admired. Both of them were warriors, and they had their pride as warriors. The two girls were giving William a subtle hint, and the half-elf understood their intentions. "We will not just watch from the side and let you do all the fighting," Ash said internally as the sword in her hand transformed into a whip made of water. Wendy firmly gripped her spear as she prepared to use one of her powerful attacks in order to deal with the Goblin Chieftain who had entered a berserk state. "Watch me, Will. I'll show you what I can do." Wendy channeled her magic power to the tip of her spear and exchanged a glance with Ash before going in for the kill. Rain Cutter. Infinity Spear. The water whip in Ash's hand blurred as it lashed out towards the body of the Goblin Chieftain, leaving deep gashes in its chest. Wendy thrust her spear forward and several steel spikes embedded themselves in the Goblin Chieftain's body. Both girls were still not finished with their merciless combination and pummeled the berserked Goblin Chieftain over and over until it drew its last breath. Both girls were at the initial stages of the gold rank, while William was in the initial stages of the platinum rank. Originally, the two of them were only at the peak of silver rank. However, due to their desire to become stronger during the war, they trained hard and absorbed magic crystals in order to finally advance to their next rank. This happened while William was still in a coma, and he was pleasantly surprised to see that girls had increased their fighting prowess. "Great job, both of you!" William praised the two girls who were panting for breath. The Goblin Chieftain was a rank higher than both of them, but due to their combined efforts, they were able to neutralize its threat by bombarding it with spells that made it unable to utilize its strength to the fullest. Also, there was a certain red-headed boy who was using subtle dark magic spells to weaken the Goblin Chieftain without letting the two girls find out. As someone that had trained with Celine for many years, the boy had learned a few tricks from her. Oliver, who was hiding in William's shadow, nodded his head in appreciation. He had been with William many times to act as a bodyguard, so he was well aware of the red-headed boy's personality. His actions to help the two girls made Oliver realize how much William cared about them. The parrot monkey sighed in his heart and wished that his ward, Celine, was there to see how much the boy had grown. He was also starting to doubt if William was really the prince in the prophecy. At the beginning, Oliver wanted William to be the Prince of Darkness. Why? Because if that happened, then he would definitely choose Celine over Celeste when that time came. However, after being with him for so long, he wished that it were not true. After all, in order to become the prince who wielded the power of darkness, William must allow himself to be corrupted by darkness and accept it wholeheartedly. Celine and the parrot monkey had already seen William's state when he had lost all hope for humanity. Both of them didn't want to see him like that ever again. "I'll just let nature take its course." Oliver sighed for the second time. "There's no use worrying about things outside of our control." Oliver watched as the two girls exchanged a high five before looking back at William with smug expressions on their faces. William smiled and looked at his two lovers with gentle eyes. The parrot monkey hoped that the time would come when someone would also look at Celine with eyes filled with love and affection. "If William isn't the prince, then so be it," Oliver thought. "However, if any other bastard prince dares to harm my mistress, I will rip him apart and feed him to the fishes. I don't care if he's the Prince of Darkness or Prince of Blackness. Anyone who makes Celine cry will die in my hands." It was still a few years before the prophecy was to be fulfilled. Until then, Oliver would watch over his prince candidate and see for himself if the red-headed boy, whom he had personally trained, would fall into despair and allow himself to be corrupted by darkness. We are now inside the room of the dungeon core. Urkitu's telepathic message echoed inside William's consciousness as he made his report. "Understood," William replied. "Stay there for the time being. We just finished beating the boss on the 20th floor." After finishing his short chat with Urkitu, William urged his team to step up the pace. After the continuous battles they faced in the Goblin Crypt, William's quick-shot Shepherd job class had increased its level and was now at level 16. They didn't focus on killing monsters, and prioritized going to the lower floors as fast as they could. Finally, when they reached the 30th floor, William felt that something was off. They didn't meet any goblins along the way as they headed towards the boss room. He was expecting staunch opposition from the monsters once they arrived on the last floor, but so far nothing blocked their way, which made William and the rest of his team confused. "Stay alert," William reminded everyone as they delved deeper on the last floor of the Goblin Crypt. In time, they finally arrived at their destination. A 4-meter-tall golden gate barred their path. This was the boss room and the final hurdle in clearing the dungeon. William glanced at everyone in his group, and they all nodded their heads in unison. Ian and Wendy held their weapons firmly, and Soglav had already summoned its clone. The Angorian ibexes and the Circapes monkeys had also prepared themselves for the last battle inside the Goblin Crypt. William pushed open the gates, and what greeted them was pitch-black darkness. Even with his dark vision, William couldn't see past 2 meters in front of him. He summoned his wooden staff and took a step forward. His party followed him inside with bated breaths. When the last Circapes monkey had entered the boss room, the 2 golden gates immediately closed. Darkness descended upon the party for a brief moment before the torches hanging on the walls flared up one by one. William drew a deep breath when he saw the final challenge that he was about to face. Thousands of hobgoblins composed of warriors, hunters, shamans, berserkers, hobgoblin leaders, and a hobgoblin chieftain appeared before their very eyes. William raised his head to look at what seemed to be an elevated platform at the very back of the arena and saw a hobgoblin that was 2.5 meters tall. It held a jeweled bronze staff in its hand and its light green eyes glowed with power. William had fought a similar hobgoblin in the heavenly domain, but this creature in front of him was vastly different from the one he faced. It was as if it was more intelligent compared to other hobgoblins, which made William very wary. Immediately, he activated his appraisal skill to check the final boss that he needed to defeat in order to conquer the goblin crypt. Hobgoblin Witch Doctor. Contracted Monster. Humanoid. Threat Level S. Centennial Low. Centennial Monster. Hobgoblin Witch Doctors are considered as one of the most powerful mages in the hobgoblin world. They are dual element casters which would be very hard to defeat unless you had protective gear that could resist curses and other mind-affecting spells. They are highly intelligent creatures that will use anything to their advantage. It is advisable to fight them with strong and experienced warriors who have fought against them in the past. This will increase the chances of your party beating this monster with minimal casualties. A contracted beast. William frowned. This was the first time he had seen a contracted monster acting as a leader of a monster army inside a dungeon. William was very curious to know how this happened, but he wasn't in the right environment to find answers. Right now, there was only one thing he needed to do, and that was to fight. Ian, Wendy, eat the chocolate lollipops I gave you earlier, William ordered. The two girls didn't question William's order, and immediately took out and ate the lollipops that they had stored inside their storage rings earlier. William summoned Stormcaller and firmly gripped it in his hands. Gate open, William shouted. Several portals appeared behind his back, and Fenrir, the Trollhounds, the Rainbow Birds, the Blood Eagle Skadres, the Centaurs, the Crimson Cavern Wolf Spiders, 5 Blackwing Panthers, and the Supreme Killer Koalas appeared inside the dungeon. William summoned all the members of his King's Legion that were above rank C in this fight against the thousands of goblins that ranked from the peak of rank D up to the Centennial rank. William's Quickshot Shepherd job class had 16 levels. Because of Gavin's blessing, each time the level of his job class increased, he would receive 3 skill points instead of 2. This gave the half-elf a total of 48 skill points, which he used to max out some of the skills in his skill tree. Among the skills that were at their max level were Quickshot War Art. Requires 10 skill points to unlock. Active skill. Allow the Quickshot Shepherd to employ his own war arts. The maximum number of war arts that can be created is 13. Heroism. Requires 10 skill points to unlock. Passive skill. When members of the herd are fighting against opponents that are a rank or several ranks higher than them, all of their stats will increase by 50%. Shepherd's Blessing. Requires 10 skill points to unlock. Active skill. The shepherd may choose one blessing to bestow upon the entire herd. Each spell gives a corresponding plus 20 enhancement to their respective stats. Only one blessing can be active at a time. Ox's Strength. Feline's Grace. Hawk's Splendor. Wolf's Cunning. Turtle's Wisdom. Beacon of Hope. Requires 10 skill points to unlock. Passive skill. Every member of the Shepherd's Legion receives plus 50 enhancement to all stats. Herd Immunity. Requires 5 skill points to unlock. Passive skill. All members of the King's Legion gain all of the Shepherd's natural resistances. If the Shepherd has an immunity to status ailments or diseases, all members of the herd would share this immunity. The 3 remaining skill points were added to his Beast Taming skill. Beast Taming. Skill level 3/5. Active skill. Throw an orb of light to any beasts that can be tamed. The chances of taming will increase if the beast is weaker than the shepherd. The chances of taming will increase if the beast has a good impression of the shepherd. The chances of taming will increase if the beast is in a weakened state. Only applicable to herd-type beasts. Ox's Strength. William chanted, and the members of his King's Legion suddenly had their strength stat increased by 20 points. This skill was only supposed to work for herd-type creatures. However, David and Issei worked together to upgrade the skill in order to allow William to buff his entire King's Legion, instead of limiting it to the members of his herd. The collaboration of the two gods allowed William to make all the empowering spells in his skill tree to work with the members of his King's Legion as well. Another skill that had received an upgrade from the two gods was the Beacon of Hope that increases all the stats of William's Legion by an additional 50 points. The herd immunity was also another skill that made William's King's Legion very impressive. Since the half-elf had powerful resistances against dark magic and mind-affecting spells, the members of his legion also benefited from this. Last but not the least was the heroism skill. This passive ability was probably one of the most amazing skills in William's Quickshot Shepherd job class. This skill boosted all the stats of the members of his King's Legion by 50%. What did that mean? It meant that his already strong army would receive an additional boost if they were facing an enemy that was stronger than them. In this case, the centennial-ranked monster they were facing counted as a monster stronger than them. But, aside from this 50% boost, there was also an additional boost that came from his basic shepherd job class. His first skill, Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, gives an additional +10 to all stats to the member of his legion. His other stat-boosting skill, Way of the Shepherd, gave a 20% increase to the stats of the members of his King's Legion as well. Name, Kronos. Race, Angorian War Ibex. Level 40. Health points, 47,600/47,600. Mana points, 9,350/9,350. Strength, 101, plus 207. Agility, 158, plus 213. Vitality, 80, plus 158. Intelligence, 50, plus 137. Dexterity, 40, plus 130. Due to the additional buffs, Kronos had jumped from a Class C beast to the initial stages of a Class A beast. This incredible skill lineup would make any member of William's King's Legion wolves in sheep's clothing. The stronger members of William's Legion also received these buffs, which made them more formidable. Soglav had entered the pseudo-centennial rank category due to the massive boost in its own stats. The demonic dog laughed out loud as he faced the thousands of hobgoblins as if they were 5-year-old kids waiting to get spanked. William and the hobgoblin witch doctor glared at each other before giving the order to attack. The two sides collided and the blood of friends and foes alike stained the floor of the boss room in a dark red hue. William switched his subclass to Ice Wizard and buffed all the members of his King's Legion with ice armor. Although they were already strong enough to resist the disparity in numbers, he didn't want to take any chances and bolstered their defenses as well. After imparting the defensive buff to everyone, William jumped on Ella's back and charged through the 1,000-strong goblin army. His target was the hobgoblin witch doctor that was busy casting enhancement spells on its army. Ironically, this particular hobgoblin witch doctor's second elemental magic was life magic. Life magic specialized in healing and providing beneficial buffs to anyone, which made the 1,000-strong goblin army more formidable. The only saving grace was that the hobgoblin witch doctor had just recently reached the centennial rank and its pool of mana wasn't large enough to give its entire army strong buffs. However, it was highly intelligent and focused its powerful buffs on the elites of its army, namely the hobgoblin leaders, berserkers, goblin shamans, and hobgoblin chieftain. The violent collision of weapons, horns, claws, fangs, talons, and magic erupted inside the boss room. William knew that taking out the greatest threat would ease the burden on his legion. It was quite unfortunate that he couldn't summon the members of the Minotaur tribe that were currently inside the room of the dungeon core, inside the other goblin crypt. A powerful barrier seemed to be in place which prevented this from happening. William entrusted Ian's and Wendy's safety to the black-winged panthers that were known for their all-around offensive and defensive abilities. "I'm rolling!" Kasaganaga's adorable voice was drowned out by the war cries of the hobgoblins that were dead set on turning it into chopped tofu. Fortunately, the rainbow-colored anteater was not a vegetarian and flattened everything that blocked its path. Its protective scales were among the hardest scales in the world of Hestia, which had earned it the moniker of Rolling Calamity among its peers. The rainbow birds cursed out loud as they used their lollipops to fire magic missiles to decimate the bulk of the goblin army. Stupid hobgoblins. Shit-faced, green-skinned pussies. FCK off. They were the loudest beasts among William's legion, and their curses made all the hobgoblins mad with anger. Because of this, their numbers were thinned greatly by the hobgoblin hunters that targeted them specifically because of their obnoxious mouths. Fenrir and his pack of trollhounds were at the very front of the battle, engaging the hobgoblins in a deathmatch. Due to their powerful regeneration ability, they were able to stand back up even after being hacked repeatedly. The most notorious fighters among William's party were none other than the supreme killer koalas, that had turned into giant rabid beasts, that ripped apart everything that was within the reach of their massive claws. Their skin was very tough, and even though there were dozens of arrows embedded in their bodies, their onslaught never stopped. If they could speak in human language, all of them would just say, "'Tis but a scratch," and continue their killing spree. The centaurs, on the other hand, used their amazing marksmanship and rained arrows upon the goblin army. William's buffs had also been applied to them, and they had jumped from being Class C beasts to rank A beasts. Bastion and his comrades were very surprised by this additional boost in their strength. However, this was no time to consult William about it. They just focused on thinning out the goblin army with their long-ranged attacks. Meanwhile, deep inside the magic crystal cavern, Thor and Ragnar started to stir. Magical energies gathered inside their bodies like a whirlpool as their bodies glowed. Jia, who was sleeping beside her two brothers, remained asleep. She was not aware of the changes that were happening in her surroundings. Ian and Wendy fought back-to-back while being guarded by the 5 black-winged panthers. These magical beasts were some of the latest additions to William's herd, and their powers had also increased due to William's buffs. The pantheress, whom William called Shala, was the biggest panther among the group. She had opted to accept William's invitation to join his legion rather than leave the 1,000-beast domain. The reason? The pantheress had a feeling that if she let go of this opportunity, she would miss out on a lot of things. Although black-winged panthers were generally solitary creatures, they had decided to stick together and form a group in order to survive inside the hidden valley where the entrance of the Undying Lands was located. Because of this, they remained as one of the dominant groups in the hierarchy, and none dared to mess with them. Shala also understood that she needed to make contributions in order for William to recognize them. Right now, her task was to protect the half-elves' lovers, and she and her team of black-winged panthers ensured that the two ladies were safe. They used their wings that were as hard as steel to block the rain of arrows that were aimed at the two girls. The panthers also went out of their way to block the dark magic spells that were aimed at William's lovers with their bodies. Due to the resistance that William had towards dark magic, these spells only left minor scratches on their tough, magical bodies. Ian and Wendy understood that William had assigned the beasts to protect them, so they didn't charge into the center of the fray like William and the war ibexes. They only fought at the front lines, helping the trollhounds and the Circipes monkey to decrease their enemies' numbers. Stormcaller rumbled in William's hand and icicle shards flew in the air. The hobgoblin chieftain, and leaders who were guarding the hobgoblin which Doctor clashed with William and his goats. "Go, Will," Ella said as she stomped her hooves at the hobgoblin chieftain who brandished its scimitars at her. "Leave these hobgoblins to us. Take down their leader first." "Understood. Take care, Mama," William replied as he jumped off her back and charged towards the contracted monster that was surrounded by hobgoblins on all sides. Stormcaller shone brightly as lightning bolts emerged from its tip. William thrust his spear and blasted away the hobgoblins that were blocking his way. The smell of charred flesh permeated the air, but that didn't stop the hobgoblins from closing the gap as they charged at William with bloodshot eyes. "Icicle Realm!" William roared, and everything around him was surrounded in razor-sharp icicle spikes that jutted out of the ground. The Icicle Realm is William's territory spell. Similar to a battle domain, it allowed William to create a field of razor-sharp icicles that would soon explode and turn into sharp projectiles that would pierce, slash, and cut anything they come in contact with except for William and his allies. The hobgoblin defenders screamed in pain as sharp icicles pierced their bodies. Using this brief lapse in their formation, William brandished his spear and cut their heads off from their bodies. The hobgoblin witch-doctor pointed its gnarled fingers at William, while chanting a spell. William smiled evilly as he held the spear in his hands and aimed it at the defenders that had formed a wall in front of the hobgoblin witch-doctor in the distance. "Quick shot, Shepherd Fourth Form," William shouted. "Grand Bazooka!" A powerful explosion erupted from the tip of Stormcaller and blew away the hobgoblins that had formed a wall to protect their leader. Due to the spear's elemental power of lightning, the Grand Bazooka was infused with the lightning element. All of William's quick-shot shepherd skills have no elemental affinity. They were empowered by William's aura. It is similar to the cases where he had infused his weapons with aura to allow them to attack like a remote-controlled weapon. William skidded a few meters away due to the recoil of this war art, but his strong body prevented him from getting seriously injured. As soon as the smoke of the explosion cleared, several void arrows flew in William's direction which the red-headed boy dodged with ease. He didn't waste this opportunity and used his movement technique to close the gap between him and the hobgoblin witch-doctor. Soon, the jeweled bronze staff and Stormcaller clashed against each other. To William's surprise, the staff actually managed to withstand his full-powered spear strike with ease. The hobgoblin witch-doctor slammed the end of its staff towards the ground, causing a magic circle to appear under its feet. From it, a 2-meter-tall, black-scaled salamander emerged. As soon as it appeared, it lashed its massive tail out at William, which the latter dodged by a hair's breadth. After its attack ended, it immediately released a scorching fire breath towards William as its second greeting. The red-headed boy immediately backed away as he raised his hand to cast a 5-layered wall of ice to block the salamander's attack. The walls of ice exploded, but it was able to cancel the fire breath, which gave the hobgoblin witch-doctor time to create spectral hands and a doppelganger of itself, which allowed it to cast a barrage of dark spells towards William whose ice walls had fallen apart. William clicked his tongue as he dodged the volley of spells that forced him to once again distance himself from his opponent. The half-elf activated his appraisal skill to see the information of the summoned beast that made his battle more difficult. Black-scaled salamander. Fire-breathing amphibian. Summoned beast. Threat level: Class A mid. This giant salamander usually lives near active volcanoes because they prefer extremely hot regions to strengthen their bodies. They are able to swim and dive in lava that is hot enough to completely melt a human's body within half a minute of submersion. They are very aggressive creatures and will even fight their own kind when their territories are intruded upon. Their bites are also very poisonous, so extreme care is needed when fighting against them. Just great, William thought as he held Stormcaller in a fighting stance. This contracted beast sure has many tricks under its sleeve. Frankly, William was very impressed with the master of the monster that he was fighting right now. Clearly, the salamander was the contracted beast of the hobgoblin witch-doctor, which was the contracted monster of its master. The half-elf frowned as he briefly scanned his surroundings. Most of the hobgoblins around him were being held back by Ella and the goats, creating a clearing for him to fight against the hobgoblin witch-doctor without worrying about outside reinforcements. If he had wanted to kill the hobgoblin witch-doctor, William would have definitely used his fatal techniques like Gaebolg to attempt to kill it, or at least give it a serious injury. However, William didn't do that. He was very curious about how a contracted beast was able to take command of the monsters inside a dungeon. Also, Williams was also very curious to know the identity of the master that had turned the hobgoblin witch-doctor into its servant. William didn't know that the witch-doctor that he was fighting was the same monster that had secretly attacked Wendy, Spencer, Brutus and Bruno during their dungeon exploration. While the war between the Hellon Kingdom and the two dynasties was underway, Kent snuck inside the dungeon and gave his pet plenty of resources. The contracted hobgoblin shaman used this opportunity to make its breakthrough, and evolved into the hobgoblin witch-doctor. Kent was one of the captains of the organization working under Connor and Callum. These two gave him the opportunity to spoil his pet and increase its rank. With the hobgoblin shaman's help, he was able to collect slaves and sell them to Deus. Kent's endgame plan was to use his pet to take full control of the goblin crypt and use it as his own personal reserved army that he could use whenever he wanted. The plan succeeded, and the hobgoblin witch doctor had become the hobgoblin's leader. Unfortunately, Kent was sent to the faraway kingdom of Frisia to capture the royal family once the continental spell had been invoked. Unfortunately, their victory was short-lived and they were forced to retreat due to the arrival of the Creator Empire. William eyed the arrogant hobgoblin witch doctor that was currently riding on the black-scaled salamander's back. While he was thinking of a way to subdue the contracted beast that had summoned its backup, an idea popped inside William's head. He had long wondered if it was possible, but he hadn't put it into practice. He had also forgotten to ask Sancus, the god of contracts, if his idea was possible. Only one way to find out, William muttered as he narrowed his eyes. Icicle Realm. A field of icicles erupted from the ground and trapped the salamander and the hobgoblin at its center. A magical barrier enveloped the hobgoblin witch doctor while the black-scaled salamander endured the razor-sharp icicles that weren't able to penetrate the scales of its body. William used this opportunity to close off the distance and, "Pocket cube, go!" William shouted as he threw one of magical cubes that had been gifted to him by Sancus. The cube expanded its size and enclosed the hobgoblin witch doctor which was still inside its own magical barrier. The cube immediately shrank in size as it flew back to William's hand. William grabbed the cube firmly in his hand as the hobgoblin witch doctor tried to break free from its prison. William sneered at its futile attempt to escape. Sancus had given him a guarantee that any beast that was of the centennial rank and below would be captured without fail. What the half-elf wanted to find out was whether it was able to capture contracted beasts as well. He wondered if the runes personally inscribed by the god of contracts himself could forcefully break the contract of others. Soon, the cube stopped shaking and stayed still in William's hand. William smiled evilly as he tossed the cube in front of him, releasing his newly acquired hobgoblin witch doctor. The black-scaled salamander had a dumbfounded look on its face as it looked at its contractor. Could still sense the connection between the two of them, but something felt different. "Tell everyone to stop fighting," William ordered. The hobgoblin witch doctor gave the half-elf an unwilling gaze before uttering a loud shriek which reverberated inside the boss room. As soon as the hobgoblins heard this cry, all of them stopped fighting. The black-scaled salamander also lowered its head in submission to its master's order. The battlefield quieted down as both sides stopped their attempts to kill each other. They all looked at the red-headed boy who had a scammer's smile plastered on his handsome face. "It works! Ha 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 ha! I'm so awesome!" William laughed out loud because his suspicion had been confirmed. The half-elf's joyous laughter resounded in the battlefield, which made both friends and foes alike look at him weirdly. William didn't care about the stares of everyone around him as he laughed out loud due to happiness. Along with ending the battle inside the boss room, William had also gained a powerful hobgoblin witch doctor in the process. Not only that, he was also able to make hundreds of hobgoblin elites part of his king's legion as well. With this, William's private army numbered in the thousands. On that day, William's 1,000-beast army had finally become a reality. After the great battle on the 30th floor, William, Ian, and Wendy entered the room where the dungeon core was located. This was not the first time that William had seen a dungeon core because he had already dealt with two during the dungeon outbreak months ago. Following Takum's orders, he pressed the ring of conquest against the dungeon core of the goblin crypt. The core glowed brightly and illuminated the entire room. William closed his eyes because the brightness was too much for his eyes. When the light receded, he found himself face to face with a man who seemed to be in his mid-20s. The man had red hair and silver-gray eyes that seemed to be looking straight at him. William was about to say something, but the man had beaten him into it. "Welcome, my son or my daughter," the man said with a smile. "Forgive me, but I have no idea if you are a boy or a girl. All I know is that, if you are seeing me right now, then you are definitely my child and Arwen's." The corner of the man's lips raised a little as if he was fondly remembering his beloved. William's heart was beating wildly inside his chest. His initial suspicion about this dungeon expedition had finally become a reality. "I am your father," the red-haired man declared. "Maxwell von Ainsworth, the one and only dungeon conqueror in the entire world of Hestia." There was a brief pause before Maxwell continued his explanation. As you may have already guessed, this is just a recorded message that I have left inside the Ring of Conquest, Maxwell explained. The reason why I did this is simple. I want you to inherit my powers and become the new dungeon conqueror. I don't know how old you are right now, but since you are seeing this recorded message now means only one thing. You are strong enough to meet the requirements to become my rightful successor. There can only be one dungeon conqueror at any given time, but I found a way to bypass this rule. Maxwell smiled mischievously as he winked at William. Seeing his father's playful behavior made William feel that the two of them would definitely get along if they were to meet in real life. Along with this realization, the half-elf felt sad because of the missed opportunity of being able to live as a whole family with his mother and father. I have transferred my power as the dungeon conqueror inside the Ring of Conquest, which has prevented anyone from acquiring this rare profession, Maxwell stated. And now, I will bestow this hard-sought profession onto you. Although it isn't much, this is the only thing that I can give to you as your father. The Goblin Crypt was the very first dungeon that I ever explored when I was young and foolish. Have you met the Goblin Shaman? That bastard sure plays dirty. Maxwell chuckled. When I finally reached the 20th floor and beat the boss monster, I came face to face with the dungeon core. Maxwell crossed his arms over his chest as his expression became serious. The moment I touched the dungeon core was the same moment that my life changed forever, Maxwell said. That was when I acquired the power of the dungeon conqueror. However, I didn't have the strength or the qualifications to conquer the Goblin Crypt at that time. Because of this, I left my mark on the dungeon core before leaving the dungeon. Many years have passed since then, and I had forgotten to return and recapture the first dungeon that I had cleared. Instead, I captured other dungeons and they became part of my power. Fortunately, I forgot about the Goblin Crypt at the time because, if not, I would not be able to give you this opportunity. Maxwell raised his hand and the ring on William's hand glowed brightly. William felt an incredible surge of power enveloped his entire body before a series of notifications appeared on his status page. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired a unique prestige class. Prestige class. Dungeon Conqueror. Host has acquired skill. Dungeon Conqueror. Host has acquired skill. Dungeon Management. Host has learned the skill. Dungeon Search. Host had acquired the title Dungeon Master. Dungeon Conqueror. A unique profession that allows its bearer the ability to subjugate, manipulate, and control the dungeons that they have conquered. Thousands of years ago, there was a dungeon that had 100 floors and went by the name Ascalon. It was a dungeon where dragon-type monsters spawned, and was also considered to be humanity's greatest adversary during the dark era of mankind. The strongest heroes of that time worked hand in hand in order to conquer the dungeon. One of these heroes became the first dungeon conqueror. Whenever the dungeon conqueror dies, the power he possessed will disperse into the world and look for its next successor. Only one dungeon conqueror can exist at any given time. Dungeon Conqueror allows the ability to conquer a dungeon and make it a part of your power. Requirements: beat the last boss of the dungeon and absorb the dungeon core. Dungeon Management allows the dungeon conqueror to manage any dungeon that he has conquered. Dungeon Search. Teleport to one random dungeon anywhere in the world of Hestia. Once the skill is activated, the dungeon conqueror could no longer use it unless they conquered the dungeon that had been randomly chosen. Dungeon Master. I come as one, but I stand in the tens of thousands. Adds an additional 50 points to all stats. Increase the spawn rate of dungeon monsters by 20%. William took deep breaths as he reigned in the new power that he had acquired from his father. Maxwell simply stood still as if he was already expecting this to happen. 5 minutes later, the red-headed man continued his explanation. Congratulations, you are now a dungeon conqueror, Maxwell said, his voice laced with pride. As expected of my child. Maxwell clapped his hands as if to praise William for a job well done. Half a minute later, he stopped clapping and a teasing smile appeared on his handsome face. Your first dungeon is the Goblin Crypt, but it is only the beginning. Unfortunately, you won't be able to conquer another dungeon because of the limitations that I have placed in the Ring of Conquest. In order to break this limit, you need to travel to the central continent. Once you're there, one of my acquaintances will come find you. You don't need to look for him, because he will immediately sense your presence once you step into the lands where the true powers in this world congregate. He may not appear right away, because he is a stubborn bastard, but rest assured he will appear when he has determined that you have met the next requirement as Dungeon Conqueror. Maxwell's image started to fade and William reached out his hand unconsciously in order to touch his father, whom he was seeing for the first time in his life. My child, I don't know what kind of challenges you will have in the future, or the enemies you have to face, but know this, Maxwell said as William's hand passed through his body. A Dungeon Conqueror never fights alone. We are never alone. Maxwell's powerful voice reverberated as his projection faded completely. However, there was one final message that reached William's ears as the pure white world crumbled into pieces. I come as one, but I stand in the tens of thousands. Arslan, what do we do now? A pretty girl asked the teenage boy who was seated on top of a boulder. Arslan sighed as he looked at the map in front of him. Surrounding him were over 200 young men and women who were waiting for him to make a decision. They were considered to be the elite among the young generation of the Zealand dynasty. However, against the might of the elves, there was nothing they could do. The capital and the 4 surrounding cities around it have already fallen to the elves, Arslan said in a serious tone. According to our friends that are staying in the north, the elves seem to be building a teleportation gate. The faces of everyone surrounding him immediately turned grim. They were geniuses in their own right, so they fully understood what building a teleportation gate meant. They plan to bring in more reinforcements? The pretty girl gasped. What do we do now? This was the question of everyone who had followed Arslan, who was hailed to be the best prodigy of the Zealand dynasty. This same prodigy gathered all of his acquaintances and escaped the capital, which was now being controlled by the elves. In the beginning, they thought about helping their other friends who had been captured by the invaders. However, after a few skirmishes, their numbers had dwindled in size due to the elves' superior strength in battle. After a series of defeats, they escaped to the edges of their kingdom and hid in a forest near the Hellan border, where the fortress that James had defended was located. Arslan scratched his dark brown hair as he looked at the map in front of him. They had already retreated far enough in the hope that they could organize a mobile army that could do guerrilla warfare with the elves. However, after their first few skirmishes, they finally understood that the elves outclassed them both in physical and magical prowess. The elves were also proficient in forest warfare, which made things very difficult for Arslan and his team of freedom fighters. Paul, you said that the crown prince left for the Hellan kingdom, right? Arslan asked. Where in the Hellan kingdom was he headed? Paul, one of the prince's loyal subjects, stood up to answer Arslan's inquiry. Back then, I was with the royal guards who bought time for the crown prince to make his escape, Paul replied. His Highness said, If I am able to escape the elven pursuers, I will head to the town of Lant located in the Hellan kingdom. Do you know its exact location? According to the Crown Prince, it is found on the outskirts of the western part of the Hellan kingdom. Arslan rubbed his chin as he contemplated their next course of action. This was the first time that he had learned of the town of Lant and wondered why the prince left to go to that place. There must be a reason why he decided to go there of all places, Arslan thought. I guess we should meet up with His Highness first and think of a way to make a comeback. Arslan rolled the map and returned it to his storage ring. He then scanned the faces of the survivors who had resisted the elves alongside him. I'm sure that all of you have realized it by now, but we don't stand a chance against the elven prodigies, Arslan said. I hate to admit this, but they are stronger than us. The teenagers around him reluctantly nodded their heads in agreement. This was the truth, and there was no use in trying to deny it. Our crown prince had fled to this town called Lant. Arslan continued his explanation. It would be best if we reunite with him and plan our next course of action. Do any of you have any objections? Arslan waited for someone to object, but a minute passed and no one said anything. After this brief silence, he nodded his head and gave out his order. Paul, go to. Arslan immediately dodged to the side as an arrow passed through the spot where he sat a while ago. Everyone, follow Paul and retreat, Arslan ordered. Paul, I'll leave them in your hands. Find His Highness. What about you? Paul asked as he summoned his short sword and shield to stand beside Arslan. Several whistling sounds echoed inside the forest as a storm of arrows rained upon Arslan and the other survivors. I'll hold them back, Arslan said as he created a dome of earth to block the arrows aimed at them. Go now. I'll buy you as much time as I can. Paul gritted his teeth as he ran, leading the other survivors with him. The other children looked back at their leader who had created a great wall of earth in order to delay the elves' advance. The sounds of explosions resounded in the forest as Arslan fought tooth and nail against an elven platoon that was sent to look for their whereabouts. The elves had played a little game among themselves and made bets on which team would be able to catch Arslan and his subordinates. Due to their superior strength and abilities, they didn't even bother to call their comrades to assist them in capturing the freedom fighters. Arslan was at the peak of the platinum rank and was a match for an elven prodigy. However, this was not a one-on-one battle. He was fighting against 30 elven prodigies. The word fighting was an exaggeration. What he was doing was merely buying some time for his comrades to escape as he created a spiked wall of earth to prevent the elves from crossing over. The sounds of explosions resounded on the other side of the earthen wall. Aslan, on the other hand, who had his hands pressed against the earth, was sweating buckets. He was channeling all of his strength into keeping the wall from falling apart due to the elven bombardment. 10 minutes later, the bombardment stopped and the earthen wall collapsed. Arslan panted as he held two short swords in his hand as he faced the hateful elves who had made his friends prisoners. Looks like we got lucky, Captain. A handsome elf whistled as he looked at Arslan. We caught the big fish. A delicate-looking elf girl smiled as she appraised the sole human teenager who was standing before them. Well, I guess his looks are above average in terms of human standards. However, they are still not good enough, the elf girl said as ripples of wind magic formed around her hands. Capture him alive. Commander Elandor has given us strict orders to bring him back to the capital. You can break his arms and legs, but none of you are allowed to kill him. Yes. The elven fighters grinned as they charged towards Arslan, who had already taken a fighting stance. For them, this game of cat and mouse was a very entertaining way to spend their time in the human lands. They had grown bored because those who tried to resist them had failed miserably. Only Arslan and his band of freedom fighters were able to survive their repeated attempts to capture all of them in a dragnet. Arslan stood his ground. He knew that it was only a matter of time before he was captured. Even so, he was the type that wouldn't go down without a fight. When the first elf came within his strike range, he unleashed the earthen trap he had prepared beforehand. When he set up the wall, he had also prepared a nasty surprise for the arrogant long-eared brats who looked down upon the human race. An explosion followed by a cry of pain reverberated in the forest as Arslan's special ability, Earth Bomb, exploded upon the unsuspecting elf who had stepped onto it unknowingly. The explosion decimated the elf's entire leg and stained the ground in red. Arslan's victim screamed in pain and rolled on the ground, making the other elves back away from him. Arslan stomped his foot and an earth spike pierced the screaming elf's chest, which ended his life. You elves always talk about how superior you are to humans, Arslan snorted. In the end, the color of your blood is the same as mine. Arslan then made a taunting gesture using the short sword in his right hand. Whoever wants to die next, please, step forward. The true prodigy of the Zealand dynasty raised his head in arrogance. Power gathered in his hand and feet as he prepared to fight the elves with everything he had. Although he was outnumbered, the elves had made a mistake in attacking their camp. The reason why many people in the Zealand dynasty hailed Arslan as its top prodigy was not because of his strength, but his uncanny ability to predict his enemies' movements and place earth bombs in their path. His earth bombs didn't radiate magic, making them difficult to detect even if someone used a powerful magic detecting artifact. This made Arslan's earth bombs very lethal to his enemies. This was why no one in the Zealand dynasty wanted to fight against Arslan and his team during group warfare, because of his uncanny ability to place undetectable traps that were strong enough to kill anyone below the platinum rank. Several other explosions reverberated in the forest as Arslan and the elves fought. It only stopped half an hour later when more than 200 teenage boys and girls had safely left the borders of the Zealand dynasty. Paul and the rest of the freedom fighters traveled for 2 days before they reached the fortress that stood between the Helon kingdom and the Zealand dynasty. They didn't take the time to look at the tens of thousands of crystal statues because they had already seen plenty of them in their own kingdom. Paul assigned his group to loot the fortress for food, water, and other things that they could use on their trip to reunite with Prince Alaric, who was assumed to be in the town of Lant. Luckily, there were still many horses in the stables, which they used to travel towards the west. All of them rode their mounts with a heavy heart, knowing that Arslan had either been killed or captured by their elven pursuers. A few days ago, when a single elf scout found their base, hundreds of elves gathered to capture them. If not for the fact that Paul's special ability, Eye of the Scout, had accidentally seen the hundreds of elves, who were stealthily headed into their direction, they would have all been captured by now. This was why Arslan decided to make an unwritten rule that at the first sight of even a single elf, all of them would make a hasty retreat. They didn't know that the elves had decided to treat their capture as a game and decided to spread out and search for them as platoons. If they only knew of this sudden change in their pursuer's strategy, they might have stayed behind to help Arslan deal with the elves that had discovered their last camp. "Human scum!" the pretty elf girl shouted as she kicked the chained Arslan on the ground. Although they managed to subdue him, Arslan still managed to kill 8 elves because of his lethal earth bombs that exploded without warning. They had journeyed using special means to return to the capital as fast as possible, but she was still feeling irritated because of the loss of her subordinates. This would reflect poorly on her record as a commanding officer, and she might even get a demotion. Arslan was chained using a special metal that prevented him from using his abilities. The prodigy of the Zealand kingdom had wounds all over his body, but they were not serious enough to be fatal. The elves didn't even bother to treat his wounds to prevent him from recovering and finding a way to escape the chains that bound him. 2 more hours passed, and they finally arrived at the palace where Elandor was expecting their arrival. The commander of the elven forces sat on the throne where the king of the Zealand dynasty used to sit. Elandor looked at the injured human teenager with interest, while the other elves looked at Arslan with hatred. All alone, but still managed to kill 8 elven hunters. "Not bad," Elandor said with praise. "Too bad you were born a human. If you were an elf, you would definitely be among the top elites that serve under me." Arslan didn't say anything as he was forced to kneel on the ground. He didn't react to the jeers and taunts of the elves who were also present in the throne room. Elandor nodded his head in appreciation and made a gesture to one of his attendants. The attendant respectfully bowed to Elandor and presented him with a wooden box. Elandor gave the attendant a brief nod before walking towards Arslan with box in hand. The elven guards who had been forcing Arslan to kneel held his arms firmly as Elandor took out the contents of the box and showed it to the prodigy of the Zealand kingdom. "Are you familiar with this?" Elandor asked in a teasing tone. He waved the black collar that was inscribed with elven runes. The moment Arslan saw the slave collar in Elandor's hand, he knew what was coming next. Because of it, he gathered all of his strength and tried to smash his head on the floor to commit suicide. Unfortunately, Elandor had already seen this coming and gave the human a quick kick on his jaw, which made Arslan world spin around him. 2 more guards came to secure him in place as Elandor placed the slave collar on the teenager's neck. "Stop," Elandor ordered. "From now on, you are not allowed to commit suicide. You are not allowed to escape, and you are also not allowed to hurt any elves in any manner. Do I make myself clear?" Arslan bit his lip as he tried to prevent himself from answering Elandor's inquiry. However, the runes on the collar on his neck glowed brightly, sending immense pain through his body. Even so, Arslan refused to yield, which made Elandor, as well as the other elves, admire his strength of will. "Not bad." Elandor nodded in appreciation. "I've always wanted to meet the so-called true prodigy of this kingdom. I thought that all of the praise they had for you was mere exaggeration. I guess There is some truth in their words as well. Blood dripped down Arslan's lips as he kept his mouth shut. He was enduring the excruciating pain that made him feel like dying. But he would rather die than submit to the elves who had treated the Zelanians like grass that they could weed out whenever they felt bored. Even though the elven princess had said that such an act was not worthy of a superior race like the elves, many of the elven elites still tortured and beat up the survivors of the kingdom behind closed doors. This was their way of making the humans understand that they were simply rags that the elves could keep or dispose of at their leisure. This excessive amount of torture and beatings had made the survivors lose all hope. In the end, the majority of the survivors had chosen to act servile to the elves instead of choosing to be beaten to death. What happened to those who refused to acknowledge the elven rule? Those who had refused had either been killed in public executions or sent to prison to receive humiliation and torture. Naturally, these public executions were held when the elven princess was away from the capital to inspect the other human cities that had fallen under their rule. These public executions were witnessed by all the survivors in the capital because those who refused to participate would suffer the same fate. After seeing several executions, the desire to rebel against their invaders had long disappeared in the teenagers who had chosen to become slaves of their own free will. The elves didn't have an infinite supply of slave collars. Ilandor chose to only use them on special people, like Arslan who had fallen into his hands. He didn't need to waste his limited number of slave collars on the children and teenagers who had chosen to submit to their rule out of hopelessness and desperation. This was the tactic that the elves had used in order to make the human children submit to them. Ilandor glanced down at Arslan who was still refusing to submit to him even with the power of the slave collar. He was about to give the human prodigy an order when the door of the throne room opened. The elven princess Owen entered and looked at the injured and kneeling prodigy on the floor. Owen knew that she was only a supervisor and had no right to get in Elandor's way. This was why she just looked at Arslan with a sad expression and didn't say anything else. "Welcome back, Your Highness." Elandor greeted Owen with a smile. "You should have told me that you were returning. I would have escorted you back to the palace personally." "Thank you, Commander Elandor." Owen nodded. "I apologize for coming at the wrong time." Elandor smiled brightly as he walked towards Eowyn. "Princess, you can come and see me anytime. I was just enslaving this human because he committed a crime punishable by death. However, since you didn't want senseless killings, I decided to just enslave him." Owen stared at Arslan whose body was trembling every now and then due to the pain he was experiencing. "What did he do?" Owen inquired. Elandor gave the human a sidelong glance before shifting his attention back to the beautiful princess. "He was the leader of the rebellion and has killed many elves. Just today he killed 8 elves before he was captured on the outskirts of the kingdom. He is truly a very troublesome individual." Owen frowned. Although she was a pacifist, hearing that elves died at the hands of the young man made her impression of Arslan change. No matter how good her heart was, she was still an elf and they were her people. "What do you plan to do with him, Commander?" Owen asked. "Whether he lives or dies will depend on Her Highness' wishes," Elandor said with a carefree smile. At first Eowyn wanted to order Elandor to execute Arslan. However, her teacher, Lady Arwen, had told her that violence was not always the answer to resolve disputes. After a brief inner struggle, Eowyn sighed and gave her verdict. Elandor seemed half amused by the princess' choice, but since he had plans on wooing her, he decided to agree. This way, the princess would feel indebted to him, which he could use to form a closer connection with her in the future. "Congratulations," Elandor said as he used his foot to raise Arslan's head. "Our princess has chosen you to become her manservant. Make sure to serve her well. I mentioned this earlier, but I will repeat it again. You are not allowed to harm her in any way. Also, you will risk your life to protect her when she is in danger. This is an absolute order." The collar on Arslan's neck glowed brighter. Soon Arslan fell to the ground, unconscious. He had reached his limits in resisting the power of the slave collar. Elandor made a gesture for one of the elven healers to take care of the teenager's injury before he invited the princess to have lunch with him. Owen accepted Elandor's proposal. She knew that the commander had spared the human slave because of her, and because of this, she felt obligated to return the favor. Elandor smiled brightly as he held the elven princess' hand. If giving her a human slave would make her happy, then he didn't mind sending more slaves in order to gain her good graces. After all, he was not content with just being the commander of the elven race. No, Elandor's ambition was greater. What he wanted was to become the future king of the elves. That way, not only would he rule the Silvermoon continent, but all the lands that they had conquered as well. Inside of the goblin crypt in the town of Hartlepool, William stood still with his eyes closed. The words that his father had told him still reverberated in the core of his being. I come as one, but I stand in the tens of thousands. The red-headed boy pressed his hand over his wildly beating heart as an image appeared inside his head. A man stood proud on the back of a chimera-type dragon with black horns and wings spread wide. He had his arms crossed over his chest as he looked fearlessly at the massive army that belonged to the demon race in front of him. Suddenly, several portals appeared behind him. Resounding roars and shrieks pierced the air as dragons, ancient beasts, and other behemoths descended on the battlefield with fury. More portals appeared around Maxwell as a fearless grin appeared on his handsome face. Thousands. Tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. Millions. The sky darkened as Maxwell's army of dungeon monsters poured out from the massive portals en masse. It was as if he was summoning all the monsters in the world to fight for him. The demon army momentarily stopped their advance as the countless dungeon monsters roared simultaneously. It was at that moment when William understood why there could only be one dungeon conqueror to exist at a time. No army, kingdom, or empire would be able to withstand an attack of this magnitude. Dozens of myriad beasts, hundreds of millennial beasts, thousands of centennial beasts and other strong monsters that were Class B and above. The scene made William's blood boil due to how awesome it was. Frankly, the word awesome was an understatement. Words couldn't describe the feelings that were rising inside his heart. Maxwell turned his head to look at William. There was a playful smile on his father's face as he gave him a brief nod. Soon, an earth-shaking roar resounded across the battlefield as the massive monster army charged towards the demon army. William watched as the dragons rampaged in the sky. He watched as the eight-headed hydras fired dragon breaths of different elements from all of their heads. He watched as giants brandished their weapons left and right, sending demons flying in all directions. He watched until the demons sounded their bugle horns to signal their retreat. The monsters didn't waver and pursued relentlessly as their enemies retreated like the tide. William breathed a long, deep sigh before opening his eyes. His father had shown him the possibility that was waiting for him at the end of his journey. The half-elf clenched his fist as he made a vow to himself. One day, I will come and see you, father, William said in his heart. Till then, watch over mother for me. It was at that moment when he realized that a delicate hand held his arm and a pair of anxious eyes looked straight at his own eyes. What happened? Wendy inquired. The dungeon core disappeared after you pressed the ring against it. After that, you stood in a daze, and no matter how much we tried to wake you up, you wouldn't budge. William patted Wendy's head to assure her that he was fine. Let's go back. Our mission has been accomplished. Wendy nodded her head and held William's hand. Ian gave the two of them some space as he followed behind them. This was her way of compensating Wendy for the time that she had spent with William inside his spiritual world. William and Ian didn't need to say anything to each other. Both of their hearts were connected, so the red-headed boy understood what Ian was trying to tell him. Thank you, William said through telepathy. Ian smiled as he walked behind William. You're not getting any sleep tonight. Is that a threat? Does it sound like a threat? The two bickered via telepathy as they exited the goblin crypt. Now that the dungeon core had merged with the goblin crypt inside the Ring of Conquest, the dungeon in Hartlepool would slowly disappear over the passage of time. Although William felt sorry that the townspeople would lose a source of income, he didn't have the leisure to wait for the curse to be undone before he increased his private army. William, Wendy, and Ian returned to the Armstrong Duchy to report to Spencer that they were going back to the northern regions. Spencer made one last futile attempt to convince his sister to stay, but Wendy was adamant to stick to her boyfriend like glue. Naturally, William welcomed Wendy's company, which gave Spencer a headache. In the end, Spencer finally agreed and even gave them one of the flying carriages that belonged to their duchy. Instead of a griffin, the one that pulled their flying carriage was the lamassu. As the magical beast soared towards the north, Wendy and Ian laid beside William on the comfortable bed inside the flying carriage. William hugged both of them as he discussed with the system what their next course of action should be. According to the Dungeon Conqueror job class, William wouldn't be able to conquer a dungeon as easily as he had the Goblin Crypt. However, that restriction didn't prevent him from adding another dungeon to his Ring of Conquest. Takkum's second condition was for William to raise 4 Centennial ranked beasts. William understood the importance of this because right now, he lacked powerful allies that had the Centennial rank and above. Takkum also added that although William should also increase the ranks of the Minotaur race to strengthen his forces, the 4 Centennial rank beasts should not be counted on their side. Urkitu was already a millennial beast, and the Lamassus were all Class A beasts. Takkum's condition stated that he didn't care where William acquired these 4 Centennial beasts, but any beast from the Minotaur race wouldn't be counted among the 4. Although William found this second condition to be unusual, he didn't mind doing it because he wanted to form a strong force to contend with the enemies he was about to face. William checked his status page and found an empty slot right next to his Goblin Crypt. The very first dungeon that he had visited had now turned green, which meant that it was an ally dungeon. After merging the recorded Goblin Crypt with the real Goblin Crypt, William had unlocked the true power of the Ring of Conquest as well as the hidden ability Dungeon Conqueror. What was that power? It was the ability to randomly teleport to any dungeon in the world of Hestia that would serve as a dungeon that he could conquer next. This was a heaven-defying ability because it allowed William to practically travel anywhere and capture any dungeon he wanted. This job class is insane, William thought. He was quite thankful that his father had prepared adequately to transfer this power to him. If this power landed in the hands of those who would use it for world conquest, then the chances of them succeeding were very high. Fortunately, there can only be one dungeon conqueror at any given time. William sighed in relief as he looked at the ring in his hand that had accompanied him since he was a baby. It was the ring that had taken William inside the Goblin Crypt and forced him to acquire the Shepherd job class. If not for the Ring of Conquest activating at that time, William might have spent his childhood living a carefree life free without facing anything dangerous. The half-elf took a deep breath as he made his decision. He planned to have the new dungeon serve as the place for his 1,000-beast army to increase their ranks, in preparation for the battle against Deus, the elves, and the undead army that threatened the peace of his own 1,000-beast domain. So, I just need to activate the dungeon search ability, and synchronize it with the Ring of Conquest to make a connection to that dungeon. This way, I can allow my 1,000-beast domain to access it as well. Am I right, system? William asked. Yes. However, once a dungeon is chosen, we can't remove it from the Ring of Conquest no matter what. Are you fine with this, host? Okay, let's do this. William closed his eyes and used the dungeon search ability. At the same time, the system synchronized with him and activated the Ring of Conquest. Activating Ring of Conquest. The ring on William's hand glowed as a golden thread shot out from its center. It flew towards the window of the flying carriage and traveled northeast. Half a minute later, it crossed the border of the southern continent and headed out to the wide ocean. The system monitored the golden thread's trajectory as it searched for a random dungeon that would be connected to the Ring of Conquest. According to the system, William would be able to travel to that dungeon no matter where it was located. Simply put, he could travel across continents and back if the dungeon that the Ring of Conquest picked was on another continent. 5 minutes later, the empty slot beside the Goblin Crypt glowed as the new dungeon was registered. William looked at the form of the dungeon that slowly materialized on his status page. It didn't take long before a majestic city appeared in front of him. He read the bold blue letters that appeared above the picture of the new dungeon and frowned. It was a name that he was familiar with, and it was considered to be a legendary city back on Earth. The notification of the system resounded inside his head as it proclaimed the name of the new dungeon that they had acquired. New dungeon acquired. Dungeon name. Atlantis? Atlantis? William muttered as he looked at the information of the new dungeon that had been registered inside his ring of conquest. Atlantis. In times long forgotten, there was once a legendary city known for its advanced culture and technology. Many tales abound about how this city disappeared from the face of the world. Some said that, due to its advanced technology, the city traveled towards new worlds and frontiers unknown to many. Some said that it was submerged somewhere in the vast ocean, waiting for someone to discover it once again. Countless people throughout the years have searched for this city born from myths and legends, but none of them were able to find it. Only its name and legacy remained, and even that, too, would also be forgotten in due time. The city of Atlantis. The lost empire of a forgotten world. Difficulty rating SSR. Number of floors, 100. Monster types, unknown. William felt anticipation as he finished reading the information of this ancient city. Deep down, he was looking forward to discovering the secrets that it held. Wendy stirred in her slumber as she sleepily raised her head to look at William. "Our journey is still long," William said as he kissed her forehead. "Sleep. I'll wake you up when it's time for dinner." Wendy sleepily nodded her head and kissed William's cheek before she closed her eyes to sleep once more. The battle inside the goblin crypt had made her, and Ian, very exhausted. It would take a few more days before they reached the north, where William decided to stay for the time being. The half-elf didn't want to disturb Est and Brendan while they worked to rescue the survivors on the outskirts of the kingdom. Although he didn't know why Deus decided to withdraw quite a few of their forces from the Hellon capital, William had a hunch that it was due to Connor's order to look for the Undying Lands, which was now inside his thousand-beast domain. He wasn't worried about Est's safety because he had already briefed Brendan on what to do in case the members of Deus returned to take back their control of the capital. Also, Ezio was there to mentor Brendan as the latter underwent his assassin training. Yes. William decided to make Brendan a disciple of his fourth master, Ezio. This way, the son of the Prime Minister's talents wouldn't be wasted. Also, having someone as capable as Brendan would become a big boost to William's private forces in the future. William also decided to bring Ian and Wendy to train the Dungeon of Atlantis in order to help raise their rank and allow them to gain real battle experience. "I almost forgot the advice that Issei had told me back in the Temple of the Gods," William thought as he opened the Familia option in his status page. Familia. First Familia member, Ashera di Cordelia. Host is able to use Wave Rider skill. Host is able to use Water Whip skill. Host has acquired Familia Oversoul skill. Increase plus 15 enhancement bonus to all stats. Strength of stats and abilities will increase or decrease, depending on the synchronization rate between the host and his Familia member. Synchronization rate, 45%. William didn't stop there and accessed Ash's personal information. Name, Ashera di Cordelia. Race, half-nymph. Age, 16. Job class, Spirit Fencer, level 32. After checking the information that he was looking for, William consulted the system to help him conduct an experiment. "Host, you want to try adding a subclass to Ash's main profession?" "Yes," William replied. "Can you test if it's possible?" "Understood." Connecting to the Familia database. Activating the divinity of the King's chess piece and CPU core. Connection established. Subclass integration commencing. William waited patiently for the system to finish tweaking the Familia settings using the power of the two divinities. He wanted to know if it was possible to bestow a job class that he currently possessed to Ash to allow her to wield its power. According to Issei's theory, if this experiment succeeded, the mermaid would be able to help William increase the levels of his other professions, while that class was equipped to her. Not only would William be able to increase its levels, but Ash would also benefit from it because she would be able to wield the power of whatever profession William wanted to bestow upon her. It didn't take long before William heard the familiar notification sounds of the system, announcing the result of their experiment. Ding! Subclass integration has been successfully added to the Familia settings. Host may now add any job class to his familiar member and allow them to use its power. Would you like to add a subclass to Ashera di Cordelia? Yes/no? William laughed internally as he planted a kiss on the sleeping mermaid's head. Ash didn't react because she was a very deep sleeper. She was not aware that her lover was doing something behind her back that would benefit her in the future. William looked at the job classes that were currently available to him with a serious expression. He wanted to give Ash a compatible job class that would work well with her Spirit Fencer job class. This way, not only would it strengthen his mermaid lover, he would also be able to increase the level of a job class that he was not currently using. After careful consideration, William decided to give Ash the job class Geomancer. However, he still hadn't met the requirements for this profession. The Geomancer profession required the Fighter job class and Earth Mage job class at their max level. Currently, William's Fighter job class was only at level 30. He wasn't able to upgrade this job class to its maximum potential because he didn't have much time to train it before leaving Lant. System: set Fighter as Ash's subclass and split the experience point allocation to 50-50. Understood. Subclass integration successful. Name: Ashera di Cordelia. Race: half-nymph. Age: 16. Job class: Spirit Fencer, level 32. Subclass: Fighter, level 30. William nodded his head in appreciation. This way, Ash would be able to increase the level of her main class, alongside her new subclass. Due to their experiment, Ash had also gained the ability to gain experience points as a means to increase her rank faster. Usually, people in the world of Hestia became stronger through real-life battles, and the use of beast cores, magic crystals, and spirit stones to increase their ranks. William felt sad because the only one that could benefit from the familiar setting was Ash. Because of the bond that they shared with each other, the mermaid was recognized by the King Chesspiece as William's familiar member. William's only regret was that he had to wait until he came of age before he could add Wendy, and S to his familia as well. The requirements for the familia member were strict, so William was helpless against it. For now, he could only focus on increasing Ash's job levels, while giving resources to Wendy in order for her to increase her own profession, which was Magic Lancer. As the Lamassu pulling William's carriage headed towards the northern regions, Princess Sydney and Morgana were also hard at work in the Kingdom of Frisia. Now that she had arrived at the capital, the Creator Empire started to march west. Their target was to conquer the Inauthentic dynasty, which was currently under the control of the part of Deus that belonged to Connor's faction. The myriad Ant Queen opened her eyes as her ant soldiers prepared to battle. Although she was once the protector of the Inauthentic dynasty, she didn't bat an eye and rallied her army to answer her call. Her master, Princess Sydney, had ordered her to send her troops in a pincer attack in order to take control of the capital. This was the first battle where the Creator Empire and Princess Sydney's ant army had collaborated to gain control of one of the 4 kingdoms that had once held total dominion over the southern continent. Big brother! Brianna jumped into William's arms as soon as he stepped out of the flying carriage. William held the little lowly in his arms and patted her head. You shouldn't always do this. Your image of being the temporary great chief of the northern tribes will diminish if others were to see your current expression. Brianna took a few steps back as she stuck out her tongue. William could only shake his head in helplessness as he helped Wendy and Ian disembark from the flying carriage. It took them 3 days to reach the 3rd peak of the Kirinter Mountains from the Armstrong Duchy. How long are you going to stay here, big brother? Brianna asked after William and his entourage settled inside the living room of the great chieftain's residence. We will stay for a while, William replied. There are some things that I must take care of before meeting with your sovereign. Brianna nodded in understanding. She knew better than to pry into the affairs of her big brother, especially when it had something to do with their sovereign, that protected the entirety of the Kirinter Mountains. You can stay here for as long as you like, big brother. Brianna patted her chest with confidence. I am the one that calls the shots here right now. William smirked as he playfully rubbed Brianna's hair with his hand. You sure talk big now, huh? Fine. I'll accept your hospitality and stay here for a while. By the way, how are the tribes? All of them have already relocated here. At first, they were reluctant to leave their ancestral lands. However, they changed their minds when I told them that it was the order of our sovereign. You sure know what words to say to your people. Brianna giggled as she closed her eyes to accept William's act of spoiling her rotten. Prince Ernest sighed beside Brianna because he had already come to terms with his fiancé's and William's close relationship. Ian and Wendy also didn't mind this show of affection because they understood that William only saw Brianna as a little sister and not as a lover. "Oh, I almost forgot," William said with a smile. "Can you give us a room with a large bed? I'm planning to share the room with Ian and Wendy." Brianna tilted her head as she looked at Ian and Wendy. She could understand why William would like to share the same room with Wendy, but she didn't understand why Ian would also join them as well. "Am I just overthinking things?" Brianna thought as she nodded her head to acknowledge William's request. "We have a room just like that, big brother. It has a bed big enough to fit 6 people. After all, the warriors of the northern tribes usually have 2 or more wives." Brianna suddenly remembered the event that happened not long ago. If William hadn't appeared in the Kirinter Mountains back then, Brianna's uncle, Connell, would have married Princess Ayla and a few other ladies from the different tribes after the bride selection ceremony. Also, Brianna would have also been forced to marry the second prince of the Inauthentic dynasty, who had been turned to ashes by William during their duel. "I'll have your quarters prepared right away, big brother." Brianna stood up. "For now, I'll let you talk to Ernest. I'm sure that the 2 of you have many things to talk about." Brianna didn't wait for William's reply and left the living room. She also ordered her maidservants to follow her as they prepared William's, Ian's, Wendy's, and Dave's lodgings. "You'd better take care of her properly, Prince Ernest," William said as he faced the youngest prince of the Hellon Kingdom. "I'll make you sorry if you make her cry." Prince Ernest gave William a curt nod before asking about the affairs of the Hellon Kingdom. William didn't hold back any information because the youngest prince had the right to know. Prince Ernest showed a rare expression of anger when he heard that his big brothers had been in cahoot with the organization that was responsible for the war and the continental spell that turned the adults into crystal statues. The youngest prince didn't doubt William's story because he knew that the half-elf wouldn't waste his time to fake a report just to frame his brothers. "Where are they now?" Prince Ernest asked after a brief period of silence. "They're no longer in the capital," William answered. "According to credible sources, the organization took them back to their headquarters. Right now, Est and the son of the Prime Minister are handling the affairs of the capital city of Gladiolus." Prince Ernest nodded his head. He was quite familiar with the 2 people that William had mentioned. "Brendan is very capable," Prince Ernest stated. "He was raised by his father to take his place the moment he retired from service." As for head prefect to state, Prince Ernest's expression softened when he thought of the one that led the first years of the magic division. "He is a good choice to lead the people in the absence of the royal family," Prince Ernest commented. The young prince then looked at William with a serious expression before asking a question. "Can I go back to the capital? Maybe I can help ease their burden," Prince Ernest asked. "My presence will also pacify the survivors. Although I am not as popular as my older brothers, the citizens will still recognize me as their prince." William rubbed his chin as he pondered Ernest's suggestion. It was true that having the young prince return to the capital would give the citizens some peace of mind. After careful consideration, William told Prince Ernest that he would think about it. The only reason why he didn't say yes right away was because of the threat of the organization. Although they had pulled back the majority of their forces from the capital, they could still return at any time, which might put Prince Ernest in danger. Prince Ernest also understood this, so he didn't force this issue. The reason he proposed such a thing was because he was feeling useless. Brianna was currently responsible for taking care of her tribe, while he, on the other hand, had nothing to do but accompany her. This sense of helplessness, and not getting any news from the capital, was making Prince Ernest feel depressed. It was as if he was sent to a foreign land to act as a hostage, never to return to his own kingdom again. Nighttime in at Asgard. Wendy opened her eyes and found herself in a familiar room. This was not the first time that she had a dream like this and had gotten used to it. Her face reddened in expectation as she waited for William and her adult self to do the deed. What she didn't know was this night would be different from the ones she had experienced in the past. William came out of the shower room with only a towel covering the lower half of his body. Wendy almost drooled when she saw the adult William's lean and toned body that still had a few water droplets sticking to it. This was the body of the man that had made her face turn beet red countless times in the past. "What's wrong?" William asked. "You're surprisingly quiet today?" Wendy turned her head to look behind her, expecting to see her adult self, but what she saw was her own reflection in the full body mirror inside the room. She then turned to the side, expecting to see the Valkyrie captain sitting on one of the chairs inside the room, but it was empty. A dawn of realization fell on Wendy at the same time that William's hand caressed the side of her face. "Are you sick?" William asked in a teasing tone. "Why are you acting so meek right now?" Wendy's body shuddered as she immediately took a few steps back. She then raised a hand in an attempt to keep the silver-haired man at bay and prevent him from coming close to her. Wait. Something is wrong here," Wendy exclaimed. "Why, you've got the wrong Wendy." "What are you talking about?" William frowned. "What do you mean, I've got the wrong Wendy?" Listen. It's not what you think. I mean, I am Wendy, but I am not the Wendy that you are looking for." "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I mean, I am not the Valkyrie captain Wendy that you married," Wendy exclaimed. "I'm not her." A soft chuckle escaped the silver-haired William's lips. Of course he knew what Wendy was talking about. Although the hair color he had right now was silver, the one inside the body was none other than William, who had used the power of his incubus job class to enter Wendy's dream. He was curious to find out what Wendy was dreaming about right now, so he entered her dream to take a peek. To his surprise, he found himself in the same familiar setting where he would usually make love to the adult Wendy in his dreams. From her words, this means that this is not the first time that she has been here, William mused. Interesting. William watched as the adult Wendy, who used to beat the crap out of him, looked at him with caution. His goal was to only take a peek at Wendy's dream, but the current scenario opened up a possibility to him. What if? William thought as he gazed at the beautiful lady in front of him. Well, I'll find out soon enough. William smiled sweetly, and his smile made Wendy shudder. It was the smile of a wolf that was about to eat a snow-white rabbit that had unknowingly wandered close to its lair. Clearly, tonight would be a different night for the two of them. Don't come any closer. If you come closer, I'll scream, Wendy said as she backed into the corner of the room. She was currently wearing a semi-transparent, black, one-piece night dress that covered her curvaceous body. The night dress made her want to bury herself inside a hole due to embarrassment. When she had seen her adult self wearing this night dress for the first time, she had secretly felt jealous because the silver-haired William looked so happy when he saw her in that attire. She had also witnessed how the two shared a passionate night that lasted until 4 in the morning before they decided to stop their lovemaking. Now that she was wearing the same night dress, and was in the body of her adult form, Wendy felt like she was about to get eaten whole. She had seen how capable the silver-haired William was in her dreams. Although she had looked forward to being embraced the same way, her heart only wanted her beloved half-elf and not the handsome silver-haired William in front of her. Please, there is someone else that I love, Wendy pleaded. I want him to be my first. I can't make love with you. The silver-haired man stopped walking and the teasing expression on his face disappeared. Wendy thought that the handsome man would not listen to her and continue to approach her if she let her guard down. However, the man didn't move from where he stood. Instead, he looked at Wendy with eyes filled with affection. I'm sorry for teasing you, Wendy, William said. I didn't know that you loved me this much. William waved his hand over his face and the adult version of himself appeared in front of Wendy. Wendy looked at the man's red hair and the light green eyes that looked back at her with love. The blonde beauty's eyes then stared at the semi-pointy ears that proved her lover's race, which was indeed half-elf. Will? Wendy asked, half hoping that what she was seeing was true. It's me, William replied. Wendy was about to go to him to give him a hug, but hesitated in the end. She didn't want to make a mistake, so she decided to ask questions first to confirm whether this was the half-elf she loved or was just a figment of her imagination. "How old are you?" Wendy inquired. "I just turned 15 a few days ago," William answered. "You did?" "Yes." "Why didn't you tell me?" Wendy frowned. "Does Ash know?" William nodded. "She celebrated my birthday with me. She even got drunk and started to kiss Dash." The half-elf abruptly stopped his words, which made Wendy quite curious. "Go on. Continue. Let's talk about something else." William walked towards Wendy and pulled her into his embrace. Although he didn't mind talking about how proactive Ash was in her drunken state, he didn't want to talk about other women in front of Wendy. Owen and the goddess Eros told him that talking about another woman in front of another lady would definitely lead to a bad ending. In order to prevent that from happening, William decided to take the lead and stir the conversation away from the topic. Wendy tried to resist at first, but William's whispers of love in her ears made her resistance not last long. In the end, the two sat on top of the bed, while hugging each other. "Do you always have this kind of dream?" William asked. Wendy nodded her head as her face reddened in embarrassment. "How often do you have this dream?" William inquired. He wanted to know if the frequency of Wendy's dreams of Asgard matched his own. "At least twice a week," Wendy admitted. "However, after returning to our duchy, the frequency of my dreams increased to 4 or 5 times a week." Wendy raised her head to look at William. "How about you?" 2 to 3 times a week as well," William replied. "They started on the night I gave you my lollipop." "The night where they did 30 rounds?" Wendy asked. "Yes, I did it with her 30 rune." "What? How did you know that we did 30 rounds?" "You did it with her 30 times." William suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. "At that time I thought that it was only a dream," William replied. As she pleaded that I make love to her while being tied to the bed. Wendy snorted. Of course she remembered that scene. How could she possibly forget? It was a very memorable night for her. It taught her a lot of things about how lovers showed their affection to each other. The blonde beauty then held William's shoulder and pinned him down on the bed. "Even if that was only a dream, and the adult me begged you to do it, you still made love to a different version of me. That is considered cheating. Do you plead guilty to your crime?" "Why yes, I plead guilty." William didn't know why, but Wendy's current strength was similar to the strength of the Valkyrie captain in his dreams. It was as if a mountain was pressing on his shoulders, and he couldn't budge from her hold. Wendy knew that William wasn't at fault, but she wasn't able to stop herself from feeling a bit irritated because the adult version of her managed to make love to the boy she liked first. Also, the one thing that made her unable to forget that particular dream was the fact that William had done it 30 times. She was about to nag at the boy when she felt something warm and hard poking her backside. Wendy turned around to see that the towel that had been covering William's lower body had been cast aside when she suddenly pinned him down. Wendy looked at little William, who was standing tall and proud. It was as if it was challenging her to go 30 rounds with him. The blonde beauty's face immediately blushed when she remembered that night of intense passion that had been locked away inside her heart. "I'm sorry," William said as he placed his hand on the back of Wendy's neck and gently pulled her close to him. "I was wrong. I didn't think properly back then." His lips pressed over Wendy's and the latter reluctantly returned his kiss. William coaxed his lover with soft kisses and words of love that made Wendy temporarily forget the crime he had committed. The next thing she knew, she was lying on the bed with the half-elf on top of her. William's hands and lips wandered all over her body, and it sent a shiver down her spine. The grudge and reasoning that she tried to hold on to melted away due to William's soft and relentless attacks that made her writhe in pleasure. This was not the first time that William had made love to the body of the adult Wendy in his dreams. However, this time it was different. Although the body was not hers, the person inside it was the first girl who had confessed her love to him in this world. The person that William had recognized as his first wife. William kissed, licked, sucked, and bit Wendy all over. He left his mark on his lover's body to affirm that she belonged only to him. Wendy had long lost her strength as William used the skills he had learned from Owen and Lady Eros to bring the lady he loved to the peak of pleasure. The blonde beauty's body trembled the moment the two of them became one. William was currently in his incubus class. The techniques he learned from the goddess of lust herself made Wendy's sweet and sensual voice reverberate inside the room. "Will, I'm scared," Wendy said as she wrapped her arms around William's neck. I feel weird." William momentarily paused as he kissed Wendy's lips. "Don't be scared. I love you, Wendy." Wendy looked at her beloved's eyes and smiled. "I love you too, Will. Please, make me yours." With his lover's permission, William once again lowered his hips, building up the pleasure with each thrust. Suddenly, Wendy's body shivered at the same time that William released his essence deep inside her. The blonde beauty could feel her beloved's seed filling up her womb, and it almost made her lose consciousness due to its intensity. A minute passed as William and Wendy panted for breath. Both of them didn't expect that their first union, inside a dream world, would be so intense that they thought that their spirits were leaving their bodies. After regaining his composure, William looked down at his lover with a fiery gaze. Wendy saw the hungry look in her lover's eyes, and her body trembled in fear and anticipation of what was about to come. "You're not getting any sleep tonight," William declared. Wendy sighed as she surrendered herself to the man she loved. Both of them knew that this was only a dream, but they didn't care. They didn't care that it would take them a few years before they gained the adult bodies that they had right now. What was important was that, tonight, they reaffirmed the love they had for each other, while they waited to come of age. When that day came, William vowed that he would no longer hold back and make love not only with Wendy, but to all the women who loved him as well. But, for now, all of his attention was focused on the girl that had made him open his heart. A girl whom he would treasure for the rest of his life, now and forever. Ash looked at Wendy, who was sitting inside the big bathtub. The blonde beauty had a very satisfied smile on her face and was currently humming a tune as she soaked herself in hot water. "You seem happy today," Ash said with a smile. "Did something good happen?" Wendy giggled before nodding her head. She even gave Ash a mischievous gaze which piqued the latter's curiosity. The mermaid also noticed that Wendy was like a changed person after she had woken up. Ash could sense that the current Wendy was brimming with confidence and energy, which was quite different from how she had been just a few days ago. "I wonder what happened?" Ash was genuinely curious about this sudden change in her friend's character. She also linked Wendy's current bubbly self to the half-elf who was currently inside the Thousand Beast domain to take care of some important matters. "What happened?" Ash inquired. "Spill it." "Not telling." Wendy playfully stuck out her tongue as she dreamily closed her eyes. The events that had transpired inside the dream were still in her memory. Originally, she thought that she would forget about this passionate dream the moment she woke up. She had told this worry of hers to William as they held each other after their passionate lovemaking. William smiled and promised her that he would ensure that she would remember the dream even when she was awake. Although she didn't know what William did, the events of what happened last night were very fresh in her memory. In fact, she felt that she could recall this memory any time, and the images would flow inside her head as clearly as the night they whispered words of love to each other. Ash knew that she wouldn't be getting any answers from Wendy, so she decided to just interrogate William later. She had a nagging feeling that whatever was causing Wendy's radiant expression was something major. "I will get into the bottom of this later," Ash vowed as she joined Wendy inside the bathtub. "Whatever is making Wendy act this way, I want some of it as well." Inside the Thousand Beast domain, a sudden chill passed down William's spine as he checked the conditions of Dia, Thor, and Ragnar. "Mama, did you suddenly feel a cold breeze pass through here?" William asked. "Cold breeze?" Ella tilted her head. "I don't feel anything. Must be my imagination. Make sure to take a hot shower later just in case. We are high up in the mountains, so it's natural to feel cold from time to time." William nodded his head. Although his body was already strong, and he had Lily's lollipops to protect him from the common cold, he still thought that he should take precautions just in case there was something wrong with his body. He had visited the Thousand Beast domain because there had been changes in Thor's and Ragnar's bodies. The stripes on Thor's body had become more pronounced as if they were real lightning bolts. Ragnar, on the other hand, had grown a little bit. He was now about the same size as Thor. Only Dia remained the same and there were no visible changes in her body. "Do you think they will wake up soon?" William inquired. Ella nodded her head. "Yes, I can tell that Thor and Ragnar are about to finish their growth phase. I'm worried about Diameter. She's still in a deep sleep and I see no changes in her body." "Don't be. Dia is fine. Her body is taking sufficient magical energy from the magic crystals. Perhaps her next phase requires more energy, so no visible changes can be seen at the moment." William scratched his head because he was not an expert in magical beasts. If Ella was telling him that Dia was fine, then it must be true. "Have you connected the new dungeon with the Thousand Beast domain?" Ella inquired. "Kronos, Aslan, and the others are getting excited about their new playground." William shook his head. "I'm still in the middle of relocating the bestiary from the Goblin Crypt to the first floor of the Atlantis dungeon. It is a very delicate process. According to my estimate, it will take at least 6 more hours before everyone can travel there." Ella nodded her head in understanding. She didn't ask how William was able to do the things he was able to do because there was no need for her to ask him. David had already passed all the information he knew about William's divinities to her, so she left him to his own devices. "Mama, are you also excited to explore this new dungeon?" William asked. "Yes," Ella replied. "I think the other goats are also nearing their limit. Perhaps they will be able to evolve in a month or 2. William smiled. "I hope for that as well." Ever since the wolf tide, he hadn't raised any other goats again aside from the 13 survivors of his herd. He made sure that they gained enough experience points so that they would become stronger and evolve just like Ella did. The only dungeon that they had officially explored was the Goblin Crypt. William was looking forward to leveling up his job classes in order to prepare for the inevitable war that would come knocking on their doors sooner or later. William bid Ella goodbye and left the magic crystal cavern. There were many things that he had to take care of, and one of them was the good news that he received from the system after waking up. After his passionate night with Wendy, the system had come across a very interesting development that made William extremely happy. Familia over Soul allows the host to harness the power of his bond with his Familia members. Depending on the strength of the bond, the host will be able to use his Familia member's ability and vice versa. Familia. Ashera Di Cordelia. Wendy Cy Armstrong. Not available. Not available. Not available. Familia. Second Familia member. Wendy Cy Armstrong. Host is able to use Steel Spike skill. Host is able to use Steel Wall skill. Host has acquired Familia Oversoul skill. Increase +10 enhancement bonus to all stats. Strength of stats and abilities will increase or decrease, depending on the synchronization rate between the host and his Familia member. Synchronization rate, 35%. For some unknown reason, Wendy was registered as William's second Familia member. Although they did the deed inside the dream, William didn't expect that the king's chess piece would activate and register Wendy's name as part of his Familia. This opened up new possibilities for William because it allowed him to add a subclass to his first wife candidate, which would increase her battle prowess. Not only that, Wendy would also be able to use the experience points inside the dungeon to increase her rank as well as increase the levels of her job class. However, there was some additional information in Wendy's stats that made William feel like scratching his head in confusion. Name: Wendy Cy Armstrong. Race: human. Age: 16. Job class: Magic Lancer. Level 28. Subclass: None. Locked prestige class: Valkyrie. Requirements not met. Valkyrie. Requirements to unlock job class: Soul Mate skill. Imperial Lancer. Celestial bloodline. William didn't know whether he should laugh or cry after seeing this hidden prestige class that Wendy could unlock once its requirements were met. The Imperial Lancer was easy to understand, because it was the second stage of the Magic Lancer. However, he didn't know where he could get the soulmate skill and the celestial bloodline that was also needed to unlock this prestige class, which William believed had a deep connection with Wendy. Asgard? William thought. At the beginning, he thought that the dreams were just dreams. But now, he felt that he needed to keep an eye out for any developments that might happen in his dreams. Wendy's hidden prestige class was a clear indicator that there was a deeper meaning behind the dreams they were encountering. It was quite possible for Wendy to live her life without discovering this hidden power inside her body. However, since William had already discovered it, he would certainly do his best to help Wendy unlock this power inside her. William exited the Thousand Beast domain and returned to his room within the Great Chieftain's residence. He was just about to look for Wendy when he noticed Ian sitting on the bed. "Are you finished with your tasks?" Ian inquired. William nodded. "There are still things that need to be done, but I am free for now." Ian smiled and walked towards Will. "Since that is the case, can you explain to me what happened to Wendy? She's practically glowing today as if she had been injected with some kind of powerful serum that will keep her young and springy for years." William's body stiffened when Ian transformed into her mermaid form and pressed her hand over her chest. Although he was wearing clothes, Ash's hand rested directly over the gem embedded in his chest. "I don't know what special serum you gave her, but I want some of it too," Ash demanded. "Will, you can't play favorites. Are you going to give it to me? Or must I make you give it to me by force?" Ash's hands then wrapped around William's waist as she gave him a firm hug. Clearly, she had no intention of letting the half-elf go unless her demands were met. William started to sweat buckets as his mermaid lover demanded that he give her whatever special serum that he had injected into Wendy, that made the blonde beauty look so bright and springy today. "What's wrong?" Ash inquired. "Are you saying that I'm not qualified to have it? Whatever Wendy can do, I can definitely do better." William stared into Ash's light purple eyes before making his resolve. He lowered his head to whisper something in her ears that made the body of the young lady who was hugging him firmly shudder. "Ash, are you sure you want to do it?" William asked softly. William didn't know if he could recreate a dream world for Ash, but he was willing to give it a try in order to meet his lover's demand. Ash lowered her head and didn't say anything. William waited patiently for her answer because he didn't want to force her to do anything that she didn't want. Finally, a voice that was barely audible escaped Ash's lips. "Want it?" Even with William's powerful hearing, he was barely able to understand the words that Ash had just said. Even so, the redness that had extended up to the tip of Ash's ears was more than enough to tell him what he wanted to know. However, William still wanted to hear it clearly and coaxed the blushing mermaid to repeat what she just said. "I want it." Ash finally relented as she buried her head on William's chest. "In the eyes of the mermaid race, I am already your wife. It is only normal that we—" Ash wasn't able to finish her words due to embarrassment. Instead, she pounded William's chest with her closed fist in order to hide her bashfulness. What she didn't know was that this gesture of hers only made her look more endearing in William's eyes. He wrapped his arms around her waist and whispered something in her ears. Ash then raised her head and stared at William's eyes. The half-elf nodded and lowered his face to kiss her lips. The two of them were so lost in their own world that they didn't notice the door of their room opening. William and Ash continued their passionate kiss, disregarding those around them. Only when their kiss ended did they finally realize that they were no longer alone inside the room. Two pairs of eyes stared at the half-elf and the blue-haired girl who were holding each other in a firm embrace. "Go on. Don't mind us," Wendy said as she chewed on some walnuts. She was currently seated on top of the bed and she was not alone. Sitting right next to her was Brianna, who was looking at William, and the beautiful lady that she had never seen before with genuine curiosity. "Big brother, I didn't know that you were such a good kisser," Brianna praised. "Can you teach me?" The adorable Loli threw a grenade that could be interpreted the wrong way intentionally. Clearly, the little troublemaker wanted to see how her big brother, Wendy, and the lady in Willem's arms would react to her innocent request. William knew that if he agreed to Brianna's request, Even in a joking manner, he would be sleeping on the floor tonight. He also felt Ash's 2 fingers subtly shift on his waist and knew that he would be in a world of pain if he gave the wrong answer. "Brianna, kisses are for adults," William said in a righteous manner. It was as if he was a monk who was free from worldly desires. "You are still too young. Save your kisses for when you grow older." Tisk! Brianna clicked her tongue as she grabbed a walnut to eat. Her little prank had failed, so she decided to eat while looking at her big brother in a mischievous manner. However, the next scene that unfolded before her eyes made her drop the walnut in her hand to the carpeted floor, as her jaw dropped in surprise. Ash had reverted back to her boy form and looked at Brianna with a smile. She knew that Brianna was a person that William trusted, so she didn't mind sharing this secret with her. "Why, you are a girl?" Brianna gasped in shock as she stared wide-eyed at Ian. Ian nodded and pressed a finger over her lips. "Keep this as a secret. You understand, right, Brianna?" Brianna hastily nodded her head in understanding. She was there when Princess Sydney had interrogated Ian. Back then, she just thought that William and Ian only had a close relationship because he was one of William's knights. She never thought that Princess Sydney's accusation was spot on. William felt Wendy's gaze, and the latter was looking at him with a very sweet smile plastered on her face. He could tell that his first girlfriend wasn't the least bit bothered by the kiss that Ash had shared with him. This change in Wendy's mindset surprised William. All of a sudden, she felt more mature in his eyes. The Wendy he was familiar with had a hidden inferiority complex that she had openly exposed to him. He used to always assure her not to compare herself to others, especially to his fiancée, Rebecca, because in his eyes, she was already very beautiful. Now, that same Wendy was looking back at him with confidence, knowing that William truly loved her with all of his heart. "I guess she stepped into adulthood last night," William thought as he approached his first lover to give her a kiss as well. Ash had already given her consent and William wanted to meet her expectations. The only question was, what kind of scene he would see when he visited her dream tonight. Although he wasn't sure of how far he could take the Incubus job class, he was willing to do some experiments in order to understand how the dream world worked. Somewhere in the Hellon Kingdom, Connor surveyed the land from the sky while riding a griffin. He was currently at the southeastern side of the Hellon Kingdom, looking for any signs of the dungeon that had vanished without a trace. With the Oathkeeper key in his hands, he was looking for any kind of reaction from the artifact as he did a systematic sweep over the ground. Ever since the Hidden Valley had disappeared, the majority of the members of Deus had split up to look for the signs of the monument that served as the entrance to the Undying Lands. Their comrades, who had accompanied Connor when he inspected the domain, had assured them that it was a domain filled with priceless treasures. This information was enough for the members of Deus to take this mission seriously as they looked for the Hidden Valley in the territories that had been assigned to them. Connor was getting agitated with each day that passed without results. It was as if he was presented with a very delicious dish from a high-class restaurant. However, before he could even take a bite from his plate, the waiter decided to take it away and clean up the entire table, without leaving anything behind. This made Connor very depressed and his temper also grew by the day. After another day of fruitless labor, Connor decided to rethink his plans for the Hellon Kingdom. Now that the Creator Empire and Elven armies had arrived, his plan to take over the entire continent was no longer possible. In fact, he was quite pissed off on how things turned out the way it did. After all the resources he had spent, and all the years that he had planned to secure the Oathkeeper key and activate the Continental spell, the gains he got were abysmal. The faces of his 2 colleagues flashed inside his mind. Connor cursed them inwardly because the 2 of them had taken advantage of all of his hard work, and conquered 3 of the 4 factions that ruled over the southern continent with very little effort. The ridicule and contempt had been very evident in Berthold's and Alessio's eyes when they came to see him. How he wanted to gauge their eyes out at that time, but he held back because fighting the 2 of them at the same time was a very stupid thing to do. Connor felt very helpless. He understood that Alessio and Berthold would not spare him if they succeeded in conquering the Hellon Kingdom. He only had 2 choices and they were to flee or to fight against them. The only reason why he was still hesitant to leave the Hellon Kingdom to its fate was the possibility of finding the Undying Lands after their relentless searching. His teeth ached at the thought of having his two acquaintances accidentally find the hidden domain after they took over the kingdom. The only solace he had about all of this was that the Oathkeeper key was in his hands. Berthold and Alessio weren't aware of the existence of the Undying Lands. Even if they were to find the monument by accident, they would just think that it was just a structure from the distant past. After pondering for a while, he decided to continue his search for the hidden valley for a few more days before returning to the Hellon capital. He had already invested too much to find the secret of immortality that he was unwilling to give up in his search. This gave Est and Brendan enough time to bring all of the survivors, who remained on the outskirts of the Hellon Kingdom, back to the capital city of Gladiolus. Host, the bestiary has been successfully relocated on the first floor of Atlantis. Also, the connection between the Thousand Beast domain and the new dungeon has been successfully established. William was currently having an afternoon nap on Wendy's lap when the system notified him of the successful connection between the Goblin Crypt, the Thousand Beast domain, and the new dungeon Atlantis. This allowed the members of his legion to travel unimpeded to the new frontier that was waiting for them. Ian and Wendy still didn't know about Atlantis, and he was planning to tell them about it as well as show it to them as soon as the system finished with the initial preparation. Now it was done. It was time for him to share his secret to his two lovers, who would not allow him to leave to go on a dungeon expedition without taking them with him. "There is something that I want to show you girls," William said as he propped himself up. "What are you going to show us?" Wendy asked. Ian, who was drinking tea not far from them, raised her head to look at William. She had already seen a few of the half-elf secrets. However, since William was saying that he wanted to show something to Wendy and her, it meant that it was something that she didn't know about before now. William smiled and extended his hands to his two lovers. The two girls, in turn, held his hands firmly. Wherever William was going, they would definitely accompany him no matter what. The scenery changed immediately as William teleported the three of them inside the Thousand Beast domain. This was not the first time that Wendy had been to this place, but her surprise was still reflected on her face when she saw William's personal army gathered around them. The giant white ox, Urketu, and the Minotaur races stood on one side. The centaurs, who were already equipped with their bows, arrows, and lances, were standing at the ready. The Angry Birds and Blood Eagle, Skadres, circled around them waiting for the order to depart. Mohawk and the Circapes monkeys sat on the ground while holding the hollow concrete blocks in their hands. Fenrir and his trollhounds had a look of excitement on their faces as they eyed the red-headed boy whom they chose to follow. Kasaganaga and Saglav were also present. The two of them definitely wouldn't miss the opportunity to tag along and see what the new dungeon was about. Ella and the rest of the Angorian ibexes were also raring to go. The new residents of the Thousand Beast domain, namely the black-winged panthers, supreme killer koalas, crimson cavern wolf spiders, were also gathered to embark on this expedition. As for the goblins, they were still inside the goblin crypt and waiting for William to summon them. Wendy looked at this sizable force with awe and admiration. They were all the subordinates of her lover, and it filled her with pride. She was also very happy that William was willing to share his secrets with her. Wendy unconsciously tightened her grip on William's hand, and the latter gave hers a gentle squeeze that put her heart at ease. "I gathered all of you today because we will be exploring a new dungeon," William declared, as he let go of Wendy's and Ian's hands. "This dungeon has 100 floors, and I'm sure that it will not be an easy task to clear all of its floors. However, I am confident that no matter how long it takes, we will be able to conquer it without fail." Cheers, grunts, howls, and shrieks of approval greeted William's declaration. He then waved his hand and a giant portal appeared a few meters away from him. It was a portal that led to the first floor of the dungeon of Atlantis, and the members of his herd and King's Legion eyed it with anticipation. "Everyone, let's move out," William ordered. He then walked towards the portal holding Stormcaller in his hands. Wendy and Ian walked beside him like shield maidens, accompanying their chosen warrior to battle. The next to follow were Ella and the war ibexes. They were William's core team members and their role was to always be by his side. Fenrir and the Trollhounds were the next to cross through the portal. William had already assigned their positions in his legion, and the Trollhounds served as the vanguard of William's army. Next to enter the portal was the Minotaur race. They were William's heavy infantry that would charge at his foes and trample them under their feet. The Cercopes monkeys and the Centaur race followed afterward. They were the range units of William's legion that would attack their enemies from a distance. With a powerful shriek, Skadres, along with the Angry Birds, entered the portal. They served as William's air support that would attack from the sky when needed. The system had already informed William that the Dungeon of Atlantis was a high-grade dungeon. Each floor was very spacious and even had a sky that allowed flying creatures to roam freely. This proved that this dungeon was definitely different from normal dungeons like the Goblin Crypt that only had a high ceiling. Soglav swaggered inside the portal with a smile. He was looking forward to the treasures that he would find within its depths. Kasaganaga, on the other hand, sat on Shala's back, the lead pantheress of the Black-Winged Tigers. The leader of the Panthers was already acquainted with the little rainbow-colored demigod and allowed him to mount her back as they joined William on this expedition. The Supreme Killer Koalas and the Crimson Cavern Wolf Spiders were the last to enter the portal. They served as William's rearguard. For the time being, William decided not to include the goblins in this expedition. They were put on standby in case something unexpected happened. William didn't dare to underestimate the Dungeon of Atlantis. A dungeon that had 100 floors and was rated as an SSR dungeon would definitely have a myriad beast as its final boss. The system also informed William that there was a low possibility that instead of a myriad beast, the final boss of the Atlantis dungeon was a pseudo-demigod. William agreed with the system's conjecture. Atlantis was a legendary dungeon. It was not far-fetched for a being of such power to be the top dog of a 100-floor dungeon. It reminded him of the Dracolic inside the Undying Lands, who was also a pseudo-demigod. The only silver lining was that the Dracolic was imprisoned and would stay that way for a few more years. William hoped that when that time came, he would be strong enough to fight against a being that had been alive since the era of the gods. William looked at the clear blue sky above him for a brief moment before looking at the marshland in front of him. Just like the system had informed him, the first floor of the dungeon was very spacious and extended for miles. The map in his status page was still shrouded in darkness, but it was slowly clearing up with each passing minute. Skadres and the Angry Birds had split up in several directions to help explore the first floor of the dungeon. This allowed William and the system to identify the first batch of monsters that they were about to face. When William saw the monsters that spawned on the first floor of the dungeon, he wasn't able to stop his lips from twitching. The reason? He was quite familiar with this monster because it was the typical beginner mob in most RPG games. Slimes, William muttered. Blue slimes. William looked at the jelly-like creatures who were approaching them very slowly. He still didn't know their abilities, but if his guess was correct, these low-level monsters wouldn't pose much of a threat to them. Fenrir and the Trollhounds immediately charged forward to engage the slimes. The Trollhounds bit them and the blue slimes exploded in their jaws like gelatin. Gained EXP points, 1. William wasn't surprised by this outcome. After all, a single slime couldn't possibly give that much experience, especially to their current numbers. So any experience points that the half-elf, his familia, his herd, and the members of his king's legion gained by killing monsters inside this dungeon would automatically be shared by all of them. Go and explore the first floor, William ordered. All of you group up in teams of 4 and above. If you find anything suspicious, let me know. The members of his king's legion voiced their agreement and they formed their teams to explore the first floor of the dungeon. Ella stayed behind to accompany William, Ian, and Wendy. This was a new dungeon, and she didn't feel safe leaving the half-elf behind. When the 4 of them were about to choose a direction to head in, the system notified William that the exit of the dungeon had been found. Just as the name suggested, the exit of the dungeon led to the outside world. It was different from the pathways or stairways that led to the second floor of the dungeon. William didn't hesitate and led his group to where the exit was. The ones that discovered it were the Angry Birds as they flew around the skies of the dungeon. When William arrived at the location, he found a shiny teleportation gate that seemed to be untouched by the passing of time. He didn't know how old the dungeon was, but the structure he was seeing in front of him looked so clean that it made him doubt his understanding of Atlantis. Even so, he was curious to see what the outside of Atlantis looked like. "Stay close to me," William said as he looked at Ella, Ian, and Wendy. "I don't know what is on the other side of this gate, but no matter what happens, let's stay together." Ella, Ian, and Wendy nodded their heads in unison. William took a deep breath before taking a step towards the teleportation gate. Ella, Ian, and Wendy followed behind him. After a brief moment of discomfort that could be felt right after using a teleportation gate, William, Ella, Ian, and Wendy found themselves standing on a structure overlooking a domed city that seemed to be submerged under the water. The water above their heads was as dark as the night, but the fishes that swam overhead glowed with their own source of light. This scene looked so surreal that the two ladies standing beside William weren't able to stop themselves from gasping in shock from the beautiful sight. However, William felt the hairs on the nape of his neck stand on end because he sensed a powerful presence that was looking in their direction. At the same time, the glowing fishes scattered and swam away as if fleeing from something. With its source of life gone, the ancient city was shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, Ian's body glowed as she transformed to her original form. Shock crossed over her face, but it only lasted for a short moment. Her beautiful face suddenly became expressionless as she turned around to face William. "Who are you?" Ash asked in a voice that didn't belong to her. "What are you doing in this place?" The voice that came out of Ash's lips sounded so ancient that it sounded very hoarse. It was as if the owner of the voice hadn't talked to anyone for a long time, and it was finding it hard to form the words properly. Even so, it carried a sort of intimidation that demanded answers. Right behind Ash, a giant glowing red eye appeared in the darkness. This giant eye looked down on William as Ash opened her lips to repeat her questions. "Who are you?" Ash asked. "What are you doing in this place?" Ella looked up at the giant eye and gave it a glare. Immediately, the owner of the giant eye focused its attention on the goat standing beside the red-headed boy whom it was talking to. Half a minute later, it refocused its attention to William. This time, the voice that came out of Ash's voice wasn't as intimidating as before. Nevertheless, it still demanded answers. "My name is William, and the lady you are possessing right now is my lover," William answered in a respectful manner. He could tell that this beast was very powerful, so making it an enemy was out of the question. "I would appreciate it if you didn't use her as a medium to communicate with us," William pleaded. "I'm sure that I have the ability to talk to you regardless of the language you use." William didn't know how this creature was able to take hold of Ash's consciousness and body, but seeing Ash's expressionless face looking back at him made his heart ache. The creature seemed to think for a while after hearing William's words. Moments later, it released its hold on Ash, which made the latter lose consciousness. William hurriedly caught his mermaid lover and held her tight. He immediately created a pink lollipop and unceremoniously placed it inside her mouth. This was the only thing he could think of in order to cure whatever conditions Ash might have suffered during her possession. The system also scanned her body to check her vital signs. After doing several tests, it had assured William that Ash had just lost consciousness since the readings of her body and mental states were all normal. William sighed in relief as he held Ash in a princess carry. He then stared at the giant red eye that continued to observe them from outside the dome of Atlantis. In that dark and silent world, a series of clicking sounds reached William's ears. The beast was communicating with him using its own language, without relying on a medium. Due to William's skill, wild empathy mythic, he understood what the creature was trying to say. However, he didn't answer it right away because he was busy looking at the information that was provided by his appraisal skill. Leviathan, Guardian of Atlantis, Sovereign of the Ocean, Demigod, Primeval Beast. Threat level, Calamity, High, cannot be added to the herd. After he finished reading its information, William felt that he was about to suffer from a migraine. He didn't expect that just by visiting Atlantis, he would come face to face with one of the most elusive demigods that resided in the world of Hestia. After the series of clicking sounds ended, William raised his head to answer Leviathan's question. "We appeared in the dungeon by complete accident," William stated. "Because of this, we decided to see what was outside the exit of the dungeon and ended up here." The giant, glowing, red eye focused its attention on William. No one could lie to a demigod, so naturally, the Leviathan was able to tell that William was telling the truth. The clicking sounds returned as Leviathan asked another question. "Our purpose here is to explore the dungeon," William replied. "If His Excellency doesn't want us to wander outside the dungeon and explore the city, then we will obey His Excellency's instructions." After hearing William's reply, Levi then fell silent. It was as if it was thinking of a way on how to deal with William and the intruders that had entered its domain. A minute passed. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. After that short period of time, the clicking sounds return. "You may only explore the city after you have cleared the 100th floor. Until then, you are not allowed to set foot outside the dungeon. I will kill anyone who tries to explore the city without my permission. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, Your Excellency." The giant eye narrowed its gaze and a beam of blue light fell upon Ash. William tried to shield his unconscious love, but the light passed through him and bathed the mermaid's body in a blue light. William immediately assigned the system to check what was going on, but the results that came out from its diagnosis was that nothing was wrong. "She is under the curse of a powerful god. I plan to fully remove the curse from her body as compensation, but it is not possible. Because of that, I decided to grant her the ability to retain her true form whenever she is within the confines of Atlantis. Remember, none of you are allowed to step out of the dungeon until you have cleared the final floor." Leviathan gave Ella a brief glance before swimming away. If it was only dealing with William, it wouldn't have even bothered to be polite. However, it was only a demigod. If the hidden goddess beside William decided to come look for him later to seek revenge, it would be unable to offer any resistance. This was why it compromised and compensated William for its reckless act of possessing someone important to him. Ella watched Levi then go with a calm expression. She had no intention of making things difficult for both parties because the demigod had already compromised. Also, there were certain restrictions that prevented her from using her goddess form frequently. William was worried about Ash's condition, so he immediately signaled for Ella and Wendy to follow him as they walked towards the teleportation gate that would lead them back into the dungeon. As soon as they stepped onto the first floor of the dungeon, William communicated with his legion and told them that he would be returning to the Thousand Beasts domain. He forbade all of them from taking the teleportation gate that would lead them outside the dungeon. William didn't forget to mention his discussion with the demigod. Because of this, everyone under William's command avoided the teleportation gate like a plague. The threat that came from a demigod was no laughing matter. Everyone promised that they would just explore up to the 9th floor and wait for William to return before challenging the dungeon boss. William agreed to their plan because he also wanted to know the types of monsters that spawned on the first few floors of the dungeon. After relaying his orders, he returned to the Thousand Beasts domain along with Wendy and Ella. He didn't return to the residence of the great chieftain right away. Instead, he took Ash to the villa inside the domain. This was the house that William had bought from the god shop to serve as his lodging area whenever he visited the domain. Although the system had assured him that Ash had just lost consciousness, he still wanted to check her condition personally. Currently, Ash was still in her mermaid form, and there were no signs of her reverting back to her sealed form anytime soon. William pressed his forehead over hers and tried synchronization, but it didn't work. Ash was currently in a very deep sleep, and it was possible that the power that Leviathan had bestowed upon her was getting in the way of a successful synchronization. Because of this, William decided to do the next best thing: enter her dream. "I don't know when I'll wake up," William said to Wendy, who was looking at him anxiously. "But rest assured that I know what I am doing. And don't worry, she will be fine." Wendy nodded her head. "Be careful. She knew that William wouldn't allow anything to happen to them, so she didn't hold him back from what he was planning to do. William closed his eyes and activated his incubus skill called Dream Walker. This allowed him to enter a person's dream and manipulate it to a certain extent. However, he couldn't control the direction of the dream according to his wishes. What happened in Wendy's dream world was a special case. They were already in their adult forms, so he didn't need to exert his abilities to twist the dream world to accommodate his wishes. William walked through a dark and long tunnel. He could see a bright light at its end. The red-headed boy walked towards it unhurriedly because the dream tunnel he was walking in wasn't very stable. If William were to force himself towards Ash's dream world, the connection might break and his second attempt would be twice as hard. When William finally reached the end of the tunnel, he found himself standing in front of a clear blue lake. Before William could even look for his mermaid lover, he heard the sound of footsteps coming behind him. William turned around just in time to see the silver-haired William walk straight through him. It was then when he realized that he was in an ethereal state. The silver-haired William walked towards the lake as if nothing happened. He only stopped when he reached the edge of the lake. "I have come to take the test of knighthood," the silver-haired William declared. "I beseech you to bestow upon me a quest." His voice echoed across the lake as he waited for a response. William frowned as he crossed his arms over his chest. He was surprised to see this adult version of himself in this dream, but since he was only a visitor, he couldn't do anything about it. Naturally, he could materialize himself and make his presence known, but he chose not to do that. He had a nagging feeling that the girl he was looking for would appear soon. Just as he was thinking this thought, the clear and peaceful waters of the lake started to churn. Moments later, a beautiful woman with blue hair and purple eyes emerged out of its center. William immediately recognized her as Ash. The only difference was that she was in her adult form, just like the Valkyrie captain, Wendy, in his dreams. "Mortal who has just finished his coming-of-age ceremony, are you sure you are ready to become a knight?" The cool and proud voice passed through William's ears and made him look at this adult version of Ash in a new light. The Ash in front of him had a cold and aloof expression on her face as she stared at the mortal young man who was aiming to become a knight. "Yes, the silver-haired William. Lady of the Lake, please, grant me a quest." The otherworldly beauty walked towards William with steady steps. She walked upon the water's surface as if she was walking on land. When she was only 10 meters away from the silver-haired William, she stopped and raised a hand. "If you were an ordinary mortal, I would have bestowed a simple quest upon you," Ash said in that same cold voice that was devoid of feelings. "Unfortunately, you are no ordinary man. The bloodline of Pendragon flows inside your veins, so mundane quests would not be suitable for you. I will accept any quest that you will bestow upon me, Your Excellency." "Very well, young Pendragon. Since it is a quest that you seek, a quest you shall get." A water mirror appeared between Ash and the silver-haired William. Soon, the image of an elf, who seemed to be in deep sleep, appeared on the mirror's surface. "In the land of Alfheim, where the elves reside, there is a girl that goes by the name Astia," Ash said coolly. "Your quest is to bring her to the Violet Ever Garden, where she will remain for the rest of her life. Once you accomplish this quest, you can return to me to receive your reward and my blessing." The silver-haired William looked at the sleeping elf in the water mirror and burned her image inside his memory. The red-headed William walked in front of his adult self and also looked at the mirror. There, he saw a sleeping elf with very long golden hair that extended to the ground around her. The corner of William's lips twitched as he saw the Rapunzel-like sleeping beauty on the surface of the water mirror. For some unknown reason, he felt that the sleeping girl was familiar to him. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall who she was. Even so, the familiar feeling coming from the golden-haired girl, who was sleeping peacefully on a bed of roses, made his heart ache. He couldn't understand why he was feeling this way. Yet, William knew with certainty that he knew who she was. While William was deep in his thoughts, the adult William inquired of the Lady of the Lake how he would get to Alfheim from Midgard. The red-haired William decided to put the issue of the sleeping elf girl to the side for the time being as he listened to Ash's reply. "Located in the east, Deep within the Bridgefell Grove lies an old oak tree, Ash answered. It is the biggest and tallest tree in the forest, so you will identify it right away. On the 9th hour of the 9th day of the 9th month, a portal between Midgard and Alfheim will appear at the base of the old oak tree. You may enter Alfheim through this passage. However, know that this passage only opens once a year. If you want to return to Midgard, you have to return on the 9th hour of the 9th day of the 9th month and cross the bridge between the worlds once again. The silver-haired William said his thanks and bid goodbye to the lady, who was looking at him with a cold expression. The red-haired William watched his adult self walk away as he rubbed his chin in thought. Are these dreams perhaps connected? William thought. Or is it just a coincidence? Asgard, Midgard, and now Alfheim. The three worlds that resided within the world tree Yggdrasil were both familiar and unfamiliar to William. He had heard about them when he had learned a little bit about Norse mythology, but his knowledge about it was superficial. He only knew about Odin, Thor, Freya, and Midgard. As for the rest, he had no idea at all. Fool! An irritated voice passed through his ears, and William hurriedly looked at the Lady of the Lake, who was glaring in the silver-haired William's direction. You didn't even recognize me after I saved you from drowning when you were 8 years old. The Lady of the Lake's aloof expression broke down as she gnashed her teeth in anger. Back then you said you would marry me, but after 10 years you've completely forgotten about me. I knew that humans couldn't be trusted. All of you are thick-headed fools who only know about chivalry and fighting. I hope your head gets kicked by a donkey. After saying a few more curses, the Lady of the Lake returned to the depths of the water. The lake once again returned to its peaceful state as if the earlier event hadn't happened. William scratched his head because he was at a loss on what to do. The dream was coming to an end and the world was turning blurry. This meant that Ash was about to wake up. The red-headed boy came to see if Ash was all right by entering her dream. However, what he didn't expect was that he would come upon a scene, which made him wonder if the dreams had another significant meaning aside from being dreams. Ash opened her eyes and found herself in a familiar room. She was still half asleep, but she could feel 2 sets of hands that were hugging her from her left and right sides. Do you feel anything strange? William asked. Are you hurting anywhere? Ash's drowsiness faded away when she heard the concern in William's voice. It was as if the haze inside her mind was slowly clearing away, and it made her think more clearly. My head just hurts a bit, but aside from that I am fine, Ash replied. What happened to me? The last thing I remembered was going out of the dungeon. I can't remember anything after that. William sighed as he held her hand firmly. He was relieved that Ash was only feeling a light headache, and there were no severe side effects from being possessed by a demigod. I'll tell you everything, William said softly. He then narrated what happened after they left the dungeon and came upon the city of Atlantis. William didn't hide anything and told Ash the conversation he had with the demigod. The half-elf didn't tell her anything about the dream because he didn't know if it was just a one-time thing or not. He planned to visit Ash's dreams several times before he passed on his judgment on whether her dream was connected with Wendy's dream or just a coincidence. His incubus job class was an incomplete version, so the powers that came with it were also not complete. The only time he would be able to use the power Dreamweaver instead of Dreamwalker was when he had come of age and visited a temple to talk with the goddess Eros. Until then, William could only use his powers as an incubus to subtly manipulate a dream and guide it to his intended result. The chances of this succeeding were not that high, but it was still better than being carried like a leaf on the river's surface, unable to fight against the flow and being forced to be carried along with it. 2 days had passed in the real world since William's encounter with Leviathan. He had anticipated that the dungeon floors of Atlantis would be quite vast, but he had no idea how vast they actually were. A day in the real world was equivalent to 3 days inside the dungeon. In those 6 days inside the dungeon, William's herd and legion had only managed to fully explore the first 2 floors. Just like he anticipated, the first floor was only composed of slime-type monsters. However, the true surprise was that there were some low-grade herbs that grew on the second floor of the dungeon. These herbs were quite common in the market, but William didn't expect that such herbs would also grow inside a dungeon. These herbs, when combined, could create minor healing potions. These healing potions were equivalent to one of William's red lollipops. Although its effect was minimal, having large quantities of these potions would be beneficial to him. Additionally, these potions could be combined with the sap from the dragon blood tree that was planted in his domain to create greater healing potions with stronger healing effects. This was an unexpected boon to William, so he assigned the goblins to regularly collect these herbs and bring them to the warehouse near his villa inside the Thousand Beasts domain. Another thing that made William happy was the system notification alerting him that his goblin crypt was now ready to receive an upgrade. After obtaining the goblin crypt, William became the dungeon master, which gave him full control over the dungeon. The system had also introduced a new feature to him called dungeon points. Each day the goblin crypt generated 100 dungeon points. These points allowed William to restructure the dungeon in any way that he wanted. He could add floors, traps, and even control the settings of the spawn rate of the goblins inside the dungeon. He also had the power to add new monsters that were suitable for the goblin crypt. The system also told William that the more floors a dungeon had, the more dungeon points it would generate on a daily basis. 10 floors equals 50 DP. 20 floors equals 75 DP. 30 floors equals 100 DP. 40 floors equals 500 DP. 50 floors equals 2000 DP. 60 floors equals 10,000 DP. 70 floors equals 30,000 DP. 80 floors equals 50,000 DP. 90 floors equals 100.000 DP. 100 floors equals 500,000 DP. Dungeon points, 2,458. William tilted his head when he saw the current amount of dungeon points. According to his calculations, he should only have 200 dungeon points because the daily point reward only counted the days outside the dungeon. System. Why do I have a surplus of dungeon points? William asked. He was quite happy that he had more than he expected. The reason he asked the system was to know where the points were coming from. Host. It seems that we get 1 dungeon point for every monster we kill inside the Atlantis dungeon. My theory is that whenever a goblin kills something inside the dungeon, it is automatically converted to dungeon points. Doesn't this mean we can farm dungeon points if we unleash the entire goblin army on a mad killing spree? Yes. Not only that, but the ranks of the goblins will increase as they gain experience points. It is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. A devilish grin appeared on William's face as he explored the settings of the goblin crypt. He checked the monsters that could be added inside it. After a brief discussion with the system, they decided to tweak the spawn locations of the monsters inside the goblin crypt. Each floor had a spawn limit, meaning there was a set number of monsters that could spawn on a particular dungeon floor. Once this limit was reached, no other monsters would spawn again, unless some of these monsters were killed. After William and the system finished their brainstorming, they decided to add another floor to the dungeon. The newly made 31st floor would be the home of the goblin dogs. Dangerous goblin dogs. Dungeon creature. Threat level. Class D mid. Dangerous goblin dogs are disease-ridden dogs that nobody wants to get in contact with. Their horrible smell and rabid bites make them one of the most annoying creatures that adventurers don't want to engage unless it is as a last resort. The reason why William chose the dangerous goblin dogs as the latest addition to the goblin army was because he wanted these dogs to serve as mounts for his goblin army. Although they were only a meter tall right now, these dogs were capable of evolving into stronger beasts that were known as scavenger goblin dogs that were 1.5 meters tall. This was a Class B beast that was known for its quick movements over almost any terrain. Lastly, it also had one final evolution called the vicious netherhound that made them Class A beasts. These hounds were true bona fide predators that roamed within the plains of hell. Standing over 2 meters tall, they served as the war mounts of high-tiered demons. William currently didn't have the right dungeon to evolve them to their final form. The vicious netherhounds could only be born in the rich miasma that came from hell. Then and only then would these powerful demonic dogs show their full potential. With the Atlantis dungeon right at their doorstep, William was sure that the dangerous goblin dogs would at least evolve to their second form, which was the scavenger goblin dogs. This was the best that William could do in preparation for the war that he was about to participate in. The cost of adding one dungeon floor was worth 500 dungeon points. It cost an additional 1,500 dungeon points to make the dungeon spawn 20 goblin dogs a day. William planned to increase the spawn rate of the 31st floor after gathering more dungeon points from Atlantis. He had seen the other goblin monsters that he could add inside his dungeon, and he was quite interested in trying them out. One of them was the Goblin Paladin, which cost 1 million dungeon points. The price was truly outrageous, but it allowed William to have a powerful goblin sovereign that would be in the middle stages of the millennial rank. One step at a time, William thought as he watched his dungeon points increase from time to time. Although 1 million dungeon points was still far from his reach, he had no doubt that one day, his powerful goblin army would make anyone tremble in their wake. William invested 500 god points to buy 5 more dragon blood trees to be planted in the eastern side of the Thousand Beasts domain in order to mass-produce healing potions for the upcoming war. Although he would continue to make lollipops, it would not be enough to cover every member of his army. This was why he prioritized the stockpiling of healing ingredients. Aside from that, William bought 2 additional warehouses to store the other miscellaneous items that they would need for the war. These warehouses cost 100 god points each. Although it was a bit costly for William's limited funds, he knew that they were needed, so he bought them without batting an eye. Dragon Blood Tree, 100 god points each. A breed of tree that produces a red sap that could be used for making healing potions. God points, 700. We have arrows and ingredients for healing potions, William muttered as he checked the inventory of the 2 warehouses that he had bought. System. Do you have any other recommendations? We need weapons for the goblin army. Their weapons are very basic and are far inferior to the weapons of a regular army. William crossed his arms over his chest and nodded. The beast-type monsters didn't need weapons because their bodies were their weapons. Unfortunately, the goblin army didn't have that leeway and needed to equip themselves with weapons in order to maximize their potential. Any suggestions? We don't have enough god points right now, but we can always raid the barracks of the Hellon Kingdom. They would definitely have weapons in them. William nodded. Although he was currently using the blacksmith skill to craft weapons for his army, they were just lower-grade weapons that couldn't be compared to military-grade weapons. However, William was still maximizing his blacksmith job class because he wanted a day to come when the members of his legion would be equipped with weapons that were of the same quality, if not higher than Barbados forged weapons. The red-headed boy sighed once again when he remembered the warm and kind-hearted blacksmith of Lant. All of his early years had been crafted by Barbados, and they were of very high quality. Okay, we now have a way to get weapons. Is there anything else that we should focus on? Food, water, and medicine. I don't know if the Atlantis dungeon has beasts that could serve as food, since we have only explored the first 3 floors. Unfortunately, the local monsters are just blue slimes whose only purpose is to serve as a means to farm dungeon points. William nodded. Thanks to the great numbers of slimes that spawned in the dungeon on a regular basis, he managed to add 4 more floors to the Goblin Crypt, which brought its total dungeon floor count to 35. Each floor had a limit of 500 monsters. William had made all the 5 new dungeon floors spawn Dangerous Goblin Dogs. Dungeon settings. Monster spawn, Dangerous Goblin Dogs. Spawn rate, 20 Dangerous Goblin Dogs per day. Floor 31, 40 Dangerous Goblin Dogs. Floor 32, 20 Dangerous Goblin Dogs. Floor 33, 20 Dangerous Goblin Dogs. Floor 34, 20 Dangerous Goblin Dogs. Floor 35, 20 Dangerous Goblin Dogs. Dungeon points, 1845. Currently, William had 110 Dangerous Goblin Dogs, which he had assigned to the Goblin Warriors to be used as mounts. They were too small for the Hobgoblins to use as mounts, so William had no choice but to assign the Goblin Warriors to mount them. These Goblin Cavaliers were led by a Goblin Warrior named Sharks, whom William had personally knighted. The reason he chose this Goblin Warrior to lead them was due to a unique scar on its right cheek, which made it stand out from the other Goblin Warriors. After receiving the King Chesspiece's blessing, this Goblin Warrior had evolved into a Goblin Marauder and received the Prestige class Scarred Doom Marauder. Not only that, its dangerous goblin dog mount transformed into a vicious nether hound, which almost made William drop Rhongomyniad in shock. William checked the information of the third official knight of his king's legion and nodded his head in appreciation. Name: Sharks. Race: Goblin. Prestige: Job Class: Scarred Doom Marauder. Health points: 22,000/22,000. Mana: 3,000/3,000. Strength: 150 plus 10. Agility: 70 plus 10. Vitality: 100 plus 10. Intelligence: 40 plus 10. Dexterity: 60 plus 10. Skills: Dual X. Union of Man and Beast. Tactician. 100 Beast Charge. Marauder's Guillotine. Hellfire Blast. Title: Marauder of Terror. Marauder of Terror. When leading a company or riders, increase all stats by 100%. Terrain mobility increase by 200%. Can use Empowered Battle Cry thrice a day. Empowered Battle Cry. Increase resistance against mind-affecting spells. Increase the stats of all riders under the lead of the Marauder of Terror by 50%. Duration: 1 hour. Sharks the Goblin Marauder was a Class B mid-monster, while its mount, whom William named Sparky, was a Class A low monster. The sudden change in their leader's features made all the Goblin warriors look at William with starry eyes. Unfortunately, the king chess piece was not omnipotent. After giving its blessing to sharks, it went back to being dormant. Even so, with the power of Rhongomyniad, he had turned the Goblin warriors into Goblin Cavaliers, raising their ability for mounted combat. The Goblin Cavaliers were Class D high monsters. William believed that after gaining experience points inside the Dungeon of Atlantis, these green-skinned cavaliers would soon step into the rank of Class C low monsters, which would further boost William's army. Aside from the Goblin Dogs, William also decided to use the Trollhounds, with the exception of Fenrir, as mounts for the Hobgoblin leaders. He deemed that this strategy would increase their mobility in the battlefield and make them a more effective fighting force in battle. As always, William blessed these Hobgoblin leaders with Rhongomyniad, which allowed them to effectively use the Trollhounds as mounts as if they were part of their bodies, due to the power of the union of man and beast. These Goblin and Trollhound Cavaliers officially became William's light cavalry units, which were led by Sparky and Fenrir respectively. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Hellon Kingdom, after spending 2 days of fruitless searching, Connor decided to return to their headquarters to see if there were any updates from the other search parties that were now scouring the Hellon Kingdom for any signs of the hidden valley where the monument was enshrined. "Sir, we still haven't found the monument," Callum reported as he bowed his head. He had been staying in their headquarters to serve as the person in charge of receiving the reports from the members of Deus. Connor sighed internally and nodded his head in acknowledgement. He knew that it was not going to be an easy task to find the Undying Lands in just a few days of searching. The leader of Deus in the southern continent hadn't placed all of the organization's manpower into searching for the hidden valley. He also appointed several teams to spy on the movements of the elves in the Zealand dynasty. He was afraid that Alessio would become impatient and urge the elves to attack the Hellon Kingdom while Connor was occupied with his mission. After sorting through the reports, Connor came upon an interesting development. A few days ago, the members of the organization noticed over 100 teenagers entering the borders of the Hellon Kingdom. According to the scout of the organization, what used a familiar to observe the Tiage from afar, they were all bruised and battered and seemed to have encountered a battle with the elves. The agent also added in his report that the children took some of the horses in the fortress and headed west. Since his duty was to observe the movements of the elves, he didn't leave his post and just filed a report to their headquarters so the higher-ups could decide what to do with the refugees that had entered their borders. He had already expected such an outcome after the Elven invasion, so he wasn't too surprised by the report. However, what concerned Connor was that the refugees didn't head straight towards the capital, but instead headed west. Connor pondered for a bit before leaving some instructions to Callum to send some men to look for these refugees from the Zealand dynasty. I will rest for a day before returning to the Hellon capital, Connor said. If there is any news about the Undying Lands, notify me right away. Yes, my lord, Callum replied before bowing his head respectfully. Connor nodded and went to his chambers to rest. A few minutes later, a small black snake slithered out of the room, undetected, before turning into a black mist. Ezio reappeared a safe distance away from the headquarters of Deus. He had been monitoring their movements and had been on the lookout for the latest news within their chain of command. After weighing the pros and cons, Ezio resolutely headed back to the capital of Gladiolus. Est was a close friend of William's, and he didn't want the boy to come to harm. William had already told his fourth master that if the organization returned to reclaim the capital, he should tell Dave and Conrad to take Est and Isaac to the Kirinter Mountains. Brendan had already become his disciple, and he was quite satisfied with the boy's aptitude. Having him become the puppet steward of the capital would help Ezio keep an eye on Connor, while he shifted his attention to other important matters. Matters that would help ease the burden of the red-headed boy who was doing his best to make ends meet. Understood, master, Brendan said with determination. I will look after the capital while you are away. Ezio nodded and patted his second disciple's shoulder. I will keep in touch using the method that I told you about. Do not do anything reckless and do not look for me. I will find you when the time is right. Yes, master. Farewell. Ezio turned into a black mist and disappeared into the night. He had already informed Dave and Conrad about Connor's imminent arrival to the capital. Est and Isaac were currently helping the two boys take the crystal statues of Est's mother, Herman, and Nana to the flying carriage. Est didn't want to leave the people important to him behind and decided to bring them along. After safely loading the statues into the carriage, they immediately left the capital and headed north. Ezio waited until the four boys had safely left the capital before heading southeast. His destination was none other than the Zealand dynasty where the elves were staying. He would go there to gather information. Of course, if an opportunity presented itself, he would assassinate their commander in order to bring chaos to their ranks. Ezio was quite familiar with the elves. He had several missions within the Silvermoon continent when Maxwell, William's father, was busy fighting against the demons. Although he knew that not all elves were hypocrites, more than half of them were. This was especially true in regards to the patriarchs of some of the elven clans who hated humans to the bone. True to his word, Connor arrived the next day bringing with him over 100 subordinates. The first thing he did was summon Brendan and ask him what the son of the Prime Minister had done in his absence. After His Excellency left the capital, I looked for volunteers to gather the survivors that were suffering on the outskirts of the kingdom, Brendan reported. Since we have plenty of food in the capital, it would be a shame to let them fend for themselves and die. Brendan's voice was filled with such patriotism and righteousness that Connor found it hard to find fault in his actions. Also, he had given the boy the authority to do whatever he wanted during his absence. Although what Brendan did was troublesome, Connor had no issues with it. They can be used as additional hands during the war, Connor mused before nodding his head. He was currently seated on the throne of the Hellon Kingdom, while Brendan was kneeling in front of him. Continue gathering the survivors, Connor ordered. Also, bring me the documents that pertain to the defensive capabilities of the capital. I will need all the information that you can give me. Brendan pondered for a bit before giving his opinion. Your Excellency, I think these documents can be found in the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Public Works and Development. Your Excellency, I alone will not be able to search for the documents you are looking for. Connor nodded in appreciation because Brendan was truly helpful when it came to managing the kingdom. Very well. I will give you the manpower you need. He then waved his hand and called out 20 of his subordinates to assist Brendan in finding the documents that he needed in order to strengthen the defenses of the capital. A few minutes after he left, the ring on his finger started to glow. Connor frowned as he activated the long-distance communication device that was given to the leaders who were in charge of capturing the kingdoms and dynasties of the southern continent. A few seconds after activating the ring, a projection appeared in front of him. The sounds of battle could be heard in the background as the anxious face of Connor's subordinate appeared in front of him. "Yes, sir. The capital of Inauthentic dynasty is being attacked. It's impossible to defend it." Connor's subordinate screamed as he rolled to the side to evade an arrow that landed in the place where he stood a while ago. "Who is attacking you?" Connor asked. He tried to keep his voice calm, but he was already clenching his fist so hard that his nails dug into his palms. "Is it the elves?" "And no, it's the Creator Empire and the Ant Army," Connor's subordinate replied. He was about to say more, but a 3-meter-tall ant descended on him from behind, forcing the man to take defensive actions. The ant screeched as it spat a corrosive acid on the man that led Deus in the Inauthentic dynasty. A blood-curdling scream filled with pain and agony reverberated throughout the room as Connor's subordinate got hit by the ant's attack. Moments later, the man fell on the ground, dropping the communication crystal in his hand. Connor watched as his subordinate turned into a pool of blood as the corrosive acid melted his entire body. The leader of Deus sighed helplessly as one of his trusted aides died in front of him. He was about to cut the connection when he noticed a white and slender hand pick the communication crystal up off the ground. Connor's eyes widened when he came face to face with a beauty that could bring the downfall of a nation. Although this was the first time he had seen this beautiful lady, he still had a hunch about who she was. Connor narrowed his eyes as he asked the girl who was looking at him with a devilish smile a question. "Princess Sydney?" Connor inquired. Princess Sydney nodded. "You must be Connor. I've heard a lot of things about you." The beautiful girl's hazel eyes glowed with power as she looked through the crystal. Connor felt his breath grow ragged as he stared at those beautiful clear eyes that could bring any man to their knees. If not for the fact that Sydney was only looking at Connor through a communication crystal, the leader of Deus might have already been charmed by now. Connor used all of his willpower to shake off the feeling of infatuation that was slowly taking hold of his body. He had long heard of Princess Sydney's ability to charm others, but he didn't expect that it was strong enough to affect him through a communication crystal. This was something completely unheard of, and it filled him with dread. "Princess, it is a pleasure to finally meet you face to face," Connor said as he tried to keep his expression calm. "I know that both of us started off on the wrong foot, but it is not too late for us to negotiate a cooperation." "Oh, a negotiation?" Princess Sydney smiled sweetly. "Then, what do you have in mind, Mr. Connor?" Princess Sydney was wearing dark blue light armor. It was the ceremonial armor for the royal family of Frisia, and Princess Sydney donned it in order to participate in the conquest of the Inauthentic capital. With the help of the Creator Empire and the Ant Warriors, the members of the organization didn't stand a chance. Their defenses immediately crumbled and the majority of them fled for their lives. Naturally, Sydney didn't care whether they lived or died and simply ordered the soldier ants to do whatever they wanted to do. Now that the leader of Deus in the Inauthentic capital was dead, Princess Sydney was now its official ruler. "Our true enemy are the elves," Connor stated. "The two of us don't need to fight." A tempting offer, but I still haven't forgotten that your men tried to capture me. I am open for negotiations. The Crown Prince who ordered your capture is currently being detained in our headquarters. If you want, I can give him to you in order to appease your anger. Naturally, I am also prepared to pay an additional compensation if you wish. The corner of Princess Sydney's lips curled up into a smirk as she stared at the half-elf in front of her. He reminded her of the red-headed boy who had repeatedly rejected her advances. A devious plan formed inside Princess Sydney's head, which made her other half Morgana laugh out loud. Yes, a plan that would make a certain red-headed boy accept her version of love. "Very well. Send the Crown Prince to me and I will turn a blind eye on our grievances of the past," Princess Sydney replied. "As for your proposal for an alliance, that will depend on what he will think." Connor frowned. "He?" "Yes, Princess Sydney. My acquaintance. Are you familiar with the young knight commander, Sir William von Ainsworth?" Connor remembered Callum's report that he had seen William and the princess together at Antheim. Based on his subordinate's report, it seemed that the two of them had a good relationship with each other. As to what the extent of their relationship was, Callum didn't know. However, the princess' attitude towards the boy made him think that they were close to each other. "What about him?" Connor inquired. Is he perhaps your lover? Connor asked his last question in a teasing tone, but to his surprise, the princess' smile stiffened when she heard his words. However, Princess Sydney quickly regained her composure and answered his question. Sir William and I have a non-aggression pact, Princess Sydney replied. If you form an alliance with him, then I will not step foot on the borders of the Hellon Kingdom. Oh! Connor raised an eyebrow. He had a deal with Celine that he wouldn't touch the half-elf if she didn't turn on them. So far, Celine had kept her distance and hadn't involved herself in the affairs of the organization. Although she didn't help them with the continental spell, she didn't get in their way either. Celine was an important asset to their organization and, if possible, Connor wanted to keep it that way. I'll consider it, Connor stated after careful consideration. I will send the Crown Prince to you shortly. I'll even throw his brother, Prince Rufus, in as a freebie. In return, please spare my subordinates and let them return to my side. I will also send additional compensation when we deliver the 2 princes to you, Your Highness. Princess Sydney nodded her head. Very well. I will spare your men. Also, as a sign of good faith, I will also not attack the Hellon Kingdom for 2 months. Naturally, if you can convince Sir William to ally with you, then we can form a non-aggression pact indefinitely. Princess Sydney then gave Connor a smile sweet enough to rot his teeth. Thank you for your mercy, Your Highness. Connor gave a brief bow. I will try to reach out to Sir William and negotiate with him. Good. I'll keep this communication stone. So tell me when you have succeeded in convincing him. Very well. Princess Sydney gave Connor a playful wink before cutting off the connection. Connor released a long deep sigh after his conversation with Princess Sydney ended. With this, he had secured the lives of his men. Also, if he could prevent the Creator Empire from attacking the Hellon Kingdom, he could focus all of his attention on the elves that he hated the most. William von Ainsworth, Connor muttered as he activated a different ring in his hand. This ring allowed him to communicate with Callum, who was currently stationed at their headquarters. He ordered him to send men to William's hometown, Lant, to look for his whereabouts. He added that if he was not there, they should look for Celine and ask her if she knew where her disciple was. Connor also didn't hide anything from his most trusted subordinate and told him about his conversation with the princess. Callum listened patiently and waited for Connor to finish before giving a suggestion. Sir, I think that we should ask Celine to act as an intermediary to have a dialogue with the boy, Callum proposed. This way, our chances of convincing him will be higher. Connor pondered for a while as he eyed his right-hand man with approval. It was indeed a good proposal, however. There was one thing that might hinder the negotiation from pushing through. We don't know how the boy will react if he finds out that we are the ones responsible for turning the adults into crystal statues, Connor thought. Also, I don't think Celine wants him to know that she is a member of the organization. A sinister smile appeared on Connor's face as he thought about what William's reaction would be when he discovered that his master was one of the members of the organization that had turned the continent upside down. Connor was faced with another choice. Should he look for William without consulting Celine and use the fact that the half-elf's master was a member of the organization to coerce him to join their ranks? Or should he just let Celine talk to the boy in their stead? Either way, the boy and his master would have a falling out, which would be beneficial to their organization. For now, search for the boy's whereabouts without looking for Celine, Connor ordered. If you don't find him within a week, send some men to Lant and let them look for her. Understood. Callum nodded in understanding. Although he had concerns in regards to Berthold being part of the Creator army, he didn't give him too much importance. As leaders of the organization, Connor knew more than anyone else that Berthold didn't hold the final say in the Creator army. As long as the princess was on his side, the leader of the organization stationed in the Creator Empire couldn't do anything reckless that might jeopardize his position. Connor wanted to exploit the princess to prevent Berthold from making moves against him. For him, this was the perfect plan to lower the number of enemies that he had to fight in the future. Princess Sydney giggled as she placed the communication crystal inside her storage ring. Several young knights of the Creator Empire stood around her in a daze as they waited for her orders. Prince Jason felt the danger of being around his cousin and stayed far away from her reach. He had already thought of forming a close relationship with her, with the intention of asking for her hand in marriage. However, he didn't intend to become one of her mindless slaves that would cater to her every whim. Prince Jason glanced at Princess Sydney from afar and felt the blood boil in his veins. He had already conquered the hearts of many women in the Creator Empire and had enjoyed their affection and their bodies. Still, Princess Sydney's allure was too strong for him to resist. I want to conquer her, Prince Jason thought. I want to pin her down on my bed and hear her beg for me to shower her with my love and affection. Prince Jason had done this numerous times in the past. His feelings for Princess Sydney soared as he licked his lips in anticipation. It was quite unfortunate that the moment he laid his eyes on the princess, the power of lust had already seeped deep inside his heart. Even though he was wearing protective artifacts to prevent himself from being fully charmed by Princess Sydney's power, they were unable to stop the subtle workings of the power of lust in the young commander's state of mind. As one of the 7 deadly sins that stood at the apex, lust was the most primitive power of all. Under Princess Sydney's gaze, even the most disciplined and proud monks, who practiced celibacy, would perform the most depraved carnal acts in order to win her smile. Feeling Prince Jason's fiery gaze, the princess turned her head to look at him. Deep inside her mindscape, Morgana was laughing her heart out. Darling, you will regret turning us down, Morgana said after laughing. You should have just accepted our love back then. If you had, you would have already been the emperor of this continent. Still, it is more interesting this way, isn't that right, Sydney? Princess Sydney nodded her head as she hugged her other half. It's strange, this feeling of wanting to conquer someone. I've never felt this feeling before. Good. Morgana returned Sydney's hug and kissed her lips. Let's compromise. I'll let you have darling first, then I'll have him give birth to our babies at a later time. Princess Sydney smiled. The image of the handsome half-elf, kneeling in front of her while licking her feet, awoke the sadistic nature that was sleeping deep inside her. I look forward to that day, big sister. Princess Sydney cupped the side of Morgana's face. Please, do your best to make our prince love us with all of his heart. I will, Morgana said as her eyes glowed with power. She, too, couldn't wait to get her hands on William. The thrill of conquering the arrogant and narcissistic half-elf made Morgana's lustful heart skip a beat. William, we need to talk, Oliver said as he sat on the branch of the dragon blood tree. William was crafting healing potions using the yin-yang cauldron, which also increased the level of his alchemist job class. William wiped away the sweat on his forehead as he finished making the last batch of healing potions. Give me 1 more minute, second master, William said as he cleaned the yin-yang cauldron. He used a water spray to rinse it out before using the flames of purification to dry it. William looked at the cauldron and nodded his head in approval. Although he couldn't consider himself as a full-fledged alchemist, the yin-yang cauldron had made alchemy very easy for him. All he needed to do was toss in the ingredients, control his flames of purification, and allow the cauldron to do its magic. After finishing his task, William returned the cauldron to his storage ring and looked up at his second master, who was looking at him with a serious expression. The half-elf knew that whenever Oliver had this look on his face, he was about to tell him something very important. What do you want to talk about, second master? William inquired as he leaned against the dragon blood tree to rest. Oliver cleared his throat as if he was thinking of the right way to initiate their conversation. Half a minute later, the parrot monkey sighed as he looked down on the boy who had closed his eyes to rest. It's about the organization, Deus, that is responsible for casting the continental spell, Oliver said. My mistress, Celine, is a member of their organization. A minute of silence passed as Oliver waited for William's reaction to his revelation. He knew that the boy was planning to have a head-on collision with the organization, so he decided to tell him that Celine was part of their group. Finally, after several more minutes of silence, William opened his eyes. Second Master, did Master take part in the spell that turned Grandpa and the others into crystal statues? William inquired. William used a calm and neutral tone to ask this question. However, Oliver was able to feel the subtle rise in his voice as he said the last word. No, Oliver answered firmly. The mistress didn't participate in the organization's plan to turn everyone into crystal statues. In fact, she was the one that told your grandpa and the others that the organization was scheming something. Unfortunately, they didn't tell her all of the details on the off chance that she might divulge the plan to others. William released a deep, long sigh after hearing Oliver's words. He felt relieved that Celine didn't take part in the creation of the continental spell. The half-elf knew that he would find it hard to forgive Celine if she played a role in the spell that turned his loved ones into statues. She still owed him a debt from when she turned him into her slave. A debt that he was planning to make her pay in the future. However, if Celine had taken part in the creation of the continental spell, he would break all ties with her and treat her as an enemy. Did Master tell you to tell me this? William inquired. Oliver shook his head. I did this without consulting the mistress. This was an independent action on my part. William closed his eyes as he organized his thoughts. His master wasn't someone who liked to make her thoughts known to him. Although he was still on the fence about her being a part of the organization he was planning to fight, he knew that Celine would never do anything to hurt him. William frowned as he pondered Oliver's words. All of the important adults know about her involvement with the organization, and Lant has used this to their advantage many times. Will thought as he rubbed his chin. So there is Tack's silent approval? There must be more to this that I don't know. A few more minutes passed in silence before William finally spoke out his mind. Second Master, can I believe you? You can. Is there a reason behind why Master joined the organization? William asked. Of course. However, you need to ask her what the reason is, Oliver replied. I do not have the right to tell you why Mistress decided to join them. William nodded his head in understanding. He also felt that it was wrong to ask this question to Oliver, so he decided to put this matter aside until he reunited with Celine once again. Second Master, I won't ask for the reason why Master joined the organization. But, can you answer a question for me? It depends on the question, little Will. There are some questions that I can't answer. William stared at the scenery of his domain before asking the question he had in mind. What is the goal of this organization? William asked Dade. To his surprise, Oliver chuckled as he sat on the branch of the dragon blood tree. Revenge, Oliver replied. The organization's goal is to take revenge on those that have wronged them. It exists solely for this reason. Revenge? William muttered the words absent-mindedly as he stared into the distance. He knew that Celine had suffered a lot during her childhood. Although Oliver hadn't explicitly told him the reason why Celine joined the organization, the hint he gave was more than enough for William to form his own conclusion. Understood. I'll have a proper talk with Master the next time we meet. Okay. Oliver knew that this was William's way of reaching a compromise. The parrot monkey sighed because he felt like a great burden had been removed from his shoulders. He had an internal debate with himself a few days ago about whether or not he should tell William the truth. In the end, he decided that he would rather be the one to break this news to William than let others tell him lies. Lionheart screeched as he landed on the ground. It was almost sunset, so Dave decided to let him rest before continuing their journey towards the Kirinter Mountain. Conrad's wyvern landed not far away from the griffin. Both knights removed the harnesses that bound their partners and allowed them to hunt for their prey. Est and Isaac disembarked from the carriage to stretch their bodies. Although the flying carriage was comfortable enough, they still felt stiff after sitting and lying all day long. How many more days will it take before we reach the Kirinter Mountains? Est asked Dave after he finished making a campfire. Isaac was already preparing to cook their dinner, so Est had nothing to do except to wait for his trusted retainer to finish his task. One more day, Dave replied. Head Prefect, have you visited the Kirinter Mountains before? No, Est shook his head. But I've heard many stories about them. Is it true that all the warriors of the northern tribes have skin as hard as steel? No, Dave chuckled. The Kirinter Mountains had always been a very mysterious place. Very few people from the Hellon Kingdom had visited the mountains. Since no information was readily available, those who liked gossip started to make up stories of their own. Some of the rumors regarding the Kirinter Mountains involved their warriors being over 2 meters tall, and that they had skin as hard as steel. Dave had also heard of these rumors in the past and believed them. If not for the fact that he had actually been to the mountains himself, he would probably still believe the rumors that were flying around in the capital. Est looked towards the north, that was now shrouded in the darkness of the night. Deep inside he was looking forward to reuniting with William, so he could beat him up for leaving him behind in the capital. While he was in charge, he had received a letter from Spencer that his sister, Wendy, had joined William in his travels. This news made Est grind his teeth because he felt that he was being excluded from the group. Still, the thought of the half-elf traveling all over the kingdom to gather allies who would fight for them made some of the resentment in his heart disappear. He knew that William was someone who treasured the people important to him. Est wouldn't admit it, but he felt jealous of Ian because she had found a way to unseal the curse on her body. Although it only lasted for a few hours, it was enough for the beautiful mermaid to do intimate things with the half-elf whom he'd liked for many years. Est sighed as he unconsciously pressed his 2 hands over his chest and groped them. I wonder if they will become as big as Celine's when I grow up and the curse is lifted, Est thought. William mentioned back in Lant that he liked girls with big breasts. Est was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice that Dave and Conrad were looking at him weirdly. Isaac, who also saw this scene, averted his gaze. Although he didn't know what his young master was thinking, Isaac could still make a guess. After all, he knew that Est loved William, just as much as his twin loved the boy. Love sure makes people become weird, Isaac thought. I'd better not fall in love with anyone. That way, I can look after the young master and my twin and prevent them from doing stupid things. Isaac made this vow inside his heart as he focused on his task of preparing dinner. Although he liked William as a friend, he couldn't see himself developing any romantic feelings for him. He was content on supporting Ian and Est from the sidelines as they stayed with the man whom both of them had loved for the past few years.